I pray for better days. Working hard cause I want extra pay. Talk to them seeds, but you must demonstrate. Cause it's your ways that they gon' imitate. Non-violent. Sometimes I wish I would've went to college. Frown proudly. Cause where I'm from, they hate you when you smiling. Your faith should be your gun. You can't leave home without it. The children being grown, cause all the parents acting childish. You show them your reality, I bet they doubt it. You tell them all about your dreams, that's when they out it. Your own blood. Ain't no family no more. They do you badly for show. You try to patch up your soul, Lord knows you on a mission to show him you so submissive. The prayer said in silence, you know the devil can hear him, pay attention. Know the war's within, how much time do you spend? Try to balance your zen, then again, losses is lessons. You tell me you trying to win, we know about saving money. You tell me you trying to spend that blood on it. Sweat, tears, you put that love on it. Your best years was just a dumb moment. You tired of going hungry, can't deal with fake making your life lonely. Your lack of faith that left your soul bony. But you gon' work and you gon' strive, do what it takes to survive. What is truth, what is a lie? You know that war's inside. Some get draped into the fake, they don't know what to decide. Wrong choice, meet your demise, keep that between you and I. You realize, some people you gon' let go, you visualize. The things you need to feed your soul is on the rise. They not gon' wanna let you go, but it's alright. It's cool to bury what's gon' grow. Went from wrong to the right and to the dark to the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. Gotta hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. From wrong to the right and to the dark from the light. It was a hell of a fight. You give it all your might. You just hold on tight and you stay strong and precise. You fight the war that's inside, cause it might change your life. I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me. Yeah, I ain't the person that I used to be. So what I do today ain't things that you used to see. Stay the same, no, things change usually. Some folk I may know might get reintroduced to me.
Yeah. Don't be stressing on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. Just keep going and keep your faith, so you can win this race. This race called life, yeah, yeah. This race called life. This race called life, yeah, yeah. Race called life. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm grinding cause I know that I'm gon' get it. I just gotta have vision, keep faith and be humble. Have some patience with it. I've been A1 since day one, and always on my job. I never been a fake, never had to steal and rob. Cause I do good business, I'm too good with it. And even though I'm on this road, I'm still daddy to my children. You know I do good with them, and don't like being missing. But I hate when my bills are thicker and my pockets get thinner. But I can't stress up on the dumb shit, cause God is gonna make a way. I keep going and keep my faith and my pace, so I can win this race. Win this race called life. This race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life. This race called life. This race called life, yeah. Race called life. I'm just trying to win this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I keep on running in this race called life, yeah, yeah, yeah. I won't
O.L.E.E, you got the floor.
Who? What's up? What's up? You know who it is, man. It's your boy Oli, um, philosopher of quantum onlyism. Shout out to Titans Debate League, A1, and the Coliseum of Arguments. Glad to be here again. Um, like to say what's up to everybody here. What up with you? A1, how you doing?
You know, I'm feeling marvelous, man. Can't complain. Blessed by the best. Too fly to be stressed.
Yeah,
Yeah, no.
that's right. Cause we ain't got no time for that. And that's what I wanted.
Maxing and relaxing, because overworked and underpaid never looked good on me. That's for sure. How you feeling today?
Shoot, man, I'm feeling good, man. Just trying to bide my time and still looking at the world, trying to answer some questions. Uh, One of the questions that's real big is space time does not exist, and I just wanted to kind of touch on that this evening and give a few of my thoughts on that thing that subject.
Let's go. Where we starting at?
Well, when we start, man, I always start with, like I say, it says space time does not exist, and of course, that isn't something that I agree with. So there is no scientific consensus that space time simply doesn't exist. Some people say it, some people don't. But what does exist is the philosophical debates about Einsteinian space time and the fundamental things, the emergence of it, or if it's only like a effective large scale description of something. An article that I read recently that someone sent me to look at was an article by Sam Barron, and it was in ARA, I believe it was. Um, that's a scientific site. But Sam Barron's article that I read, he was arguing about space time and uh, the emergence of space time is circular. He said that that emergence pushes the stronger conclusion that Einsteinian space time doesn't exist. But to me, that's just his philosophical position, and other people have philosophical positions. I stand in advertence to that position because to me, the only thing that Barron is doing is making a philosophical argument about the the circulary of that certain emergent stories, and he's not really delivering a settled scientific proof that says space time is unreal. So that's where I defute. That's where I refute his argument and his philosophical view. I believe you can look on IAI article. That's where you can find that article. But I want to say he states. Matter of fact, just let me pull it up. In this article, Barron's claim is that if all of our emergent explanations already presuppose space time, then saying space time emerges looks circular. So Einsteinian space time should not be treated as fundamental. And I don't treat space time as fundamental. I treat time as fundamental. However, um, space time still does exist. There's another guy. His name is Edward Anderson. Was it Anderson? Yeah, Edward Anderson has a book called "The Problem of Time in Quantum Gravity," and this source right here, Anderson describes like the problem of time as a conceptual conflict created by the different roles time plays in general relativity and in quantum theory. That means that the seriousness of the line that people try to bring that time is gone is what the problem is. And so he brings into light that we have a problem explaining time across different frameworks. So he isn't saying that time doesn't exist. He's just saying we have a problem explaining it. And that's one of the things that my philosophy does. It puts a actual identity on the thing that we call time. Um Another guy is Klaus Kiefer, and his book is Time in Quantum Cosmology. And Kiefer's reviews presupposes ways of handling time at a quantum level, including if time is emergent or if we can approximate time. And that's important because it directly undercuts the lazy move from time is problematic to time does not exist. And so, even in quantum cosmology, the live question that people are asking amongst different debates and different things, the question that they're asking is, has time recovered, has it approximated, or has it understood? Not whether all temporal structure is simply nonsense. And that's where a lot of them try to go.
Are you
um
sharing the screen? You got the article up?
no, this is just me talking from my head right now.
Oh, okay, go ahead.
We can look up those articles. I was giving them names. I wrote them down, and
Yeah,
we
just
can
pull them
look
up,
them
and
up.
if you share them, I'll pop them up.
All right, bet. Let me see. The first one we'll pull up. No, can you bear with me for a second while I pull them up because I haven't.
Take your time, sir. We got the smooth jams of Outlaw Jones playing in the background. One of the Team Titan producers. Be looking for that album coming out real soon. No AI on the production. Everything by me and Outlaw Jones. What are we looking like over there?
Oh yeah, I'm pulling it up right now.
Shout out to everybody in the chat. Smash that thumbs up if you haven't already, and share this live out to a friend. Let them get a little bit of this late night knowledge. We on. This is the West Coast edition. Anytime we start a live midnight or after, it's definitely a West Coast edition. Shout out to my people in Cali still up right now.
All right. Um, Let me share my screen real quick.
Oh yeah, let me change this. Change this ticker on the bottom. Let's say the wrong thing. You can keep talking while you look it up though. Tell us what you're about to show us.
What I'm about to show you is Edward Anderson's article.
And what's he going over in that?
He going over the problem of time in quantum gravity. It's one of his. It's his concept is created by the different roles that time plays, and that people try to say, and since they give time different roles, this is why they say that time doesn't exist in some places, and that's what I'm. Oh, okay, that's why. And it's just a problem for me because We know that time exists. We use it, but a lot of people don't understand the measurements of time and the thing that they're actually measuring.
Boy, well, tell me the name of the article. I could have pulled it up. You took 5 minutes to find the article.
No, I found it, but I was on the wrong search thing engine. My search engine is Firefox, and I was looking at it through Google, so I had to go back through Firefox. But you can also look it up too.
Are you about to share your screen?
Yeah.
Then I don't need to. Shout
Okay.
out Brass in the building, man. Shout out all 7 of my people watching right now, man. Hit that thumbs up if you haven't. Share it to a friend so they can get a little bit of this late night knowledge. Man, here we go. He's got his screen share, folks. Finally, let's get it.
And I want y'all to know, sorry for this. You know, the sources can be had. All you have to do is make sure that you understand that you have time. And just take your time. You don't never have to rush nothing. This that we're looking at right here is Edward Anderson's The Problem of Time in Quantum Gravity. This is a 2010 paper, and the core issues is in general relativity, time is part of a dynamic space-time geometry. It can be stretched, compressed, or disappeared into singularities. In standard quantum theory, time is an external fixed parameter against which evolution is measured. This mismatch creates serious problems when both theories are relevant. For example, in black holes or the very early universe, where neither can be ignored. So, what he does is he states strategies for resolving these problems, because this is what we should be trying to do whenever we have questions about these things. And it says Anderson reviews and classifies approaches to time in quantum gravity, building on earlier work by Kachar and Isham. Time before quantization. Hidden time or matter time introduced a preferred time variable. So what Anderson did was propose different ways to answer the problem of time in quantum gravity. One of those ways is time before quantization. He had time after quantization, which is emergent, semi-classical time, which is time arises as an approximate semi-classical concept from quantum dynamics. Then he had a third one, which was timeless strategies, which was type one. This is naive Schrodinger interpretation. You all know Schrodinger's experiments. One of them was Schrodinger's cat in the box, and it created conditions of possibilities in wreckage theory. And so he went with that. His type two was Rovelli style, which would be using evolving constants of motion, complete observables, and partial observables to describe change without a global time. So while he's still trying to solve the problem, he isn't getting rid of time. Anderson argues these should be separate classes focusing consistent families of quantum histories to define temporal sequences. So what I've done in quantum onlyism is actually define those temporal sequences. We see that when I start with Father Time as the great aspect of time, and all the other times as aspects of the temporal aspects that we are trying to answer. He has combinations, hybrid approaches, such as combining timelessness observables with emergent time. They have appeared in different literature. You can see that in the same source, rxiv.org, context and applications. This is where it gets good. Anderson also comments on how loop quantum gravity, supergravity, and string M theory approaches the problem of time, noting that each has its own strategies and challenges. And so this is what we have to do. We have to have strategies and challenges to resolve these questions. And there's going to be numerous people who actually take the time, because you're going to have time, and you're going to have to be able to observe the nature of things around you to come up with the concepts to answer these questions, or else we're not doing any justice. The problem of time is essential to quantum cosmology and the search for a theory for quantum gravity. Anderson's classification helped map the landscape of proposed solutions, highlighting both conceptual and technical hurdles. It remains a key reference for researchers working on time and quantum gravity, relational quantum mechanics, and quantum cosmology. So, what Anderson actually does for me in quantum onlyism is proves to people that the problem of time is trying to be solved. And just because you see in mainstream studies and somebody might put a paper out just as Anderson did, his view is his view. There's people who try to refute his view. And so that doesn't make him right. That doesn't make him wrong. That doesn't make people come up and say, well, Edward Anderson is stupid for saying this because these people over here say that it. No, this is a debate and a discourse that people have. And this is what quantum onlyism does. I actually provide mechanisms and conceptual theories on why time does exist. You there? Hey, what?
Oh, I'm muted. Can you hear me, Oli?
I can now. I
Yeah.
couldn't, but
What were
for a
you trying to
minute.
get me to do?
Uh, no, I was finished with that article. As I stated, that was just showing a little bit of that. I have a little 6 7 minute video um, refuting why I believe that um, the first
So
guy
let's
that
get right into it. There's a claim making the rounds that we should just throw out.
Shout out Roy Chess. Did you want to
Hey,
respond to anything you've heard so far before he goes into this video?
sure, sure. Thank you for having me. I was of course I came up with the space time topic. I find it interesting. But so my question to Oli is, you know that physicists, I guess, are talking about this, and they're the ones that are explaining the space time thing, and especially like you must be familiar with Sean Carroll. He's one of the top physicists talking about it and talking about the dimensions and stuff like that, because space time is allegedly the fourth dimension, where as you go up in the dimensions, space time is non-existent, kind of. Well, our concept of time is non-existent because as you go up in the dimensions, everything is available at one shot. So like a fourth or fifth dimensional being doesn't see the past or the present or the future. They see everything at once. That's how they're describing it. So I was wondering if you can touch on that, because there is no time in those. They're saying that it's not linear, it's circular, that they can pick a spot and go to any spot at any moment that they want. So I would compare it to like having a novel in your hand, Tom Sawyer, and you can go pick a page and start reading at any point. You can start at the beginning, you can start at the middle, you can start at the end, go back, forward. There is no time in a book if you have it in your hand. You have the whole story in your hand. You understand what I'm saying? Like there is no time because you could just pick a spot. How would you address that?
Yeah, I resist that by saying that there are plenty physicists that disagree with that also. This is one of the discourses that they have. So when you say that, there's plenty of different reasons that different physicists agree and other physicists don't agree. And so all I can say is that that still doesn't eliminate time. What we have there is like people's perspectives on time. like you was talking about having a whole book in your hand, that still doesn't create the order in which the events of that book are occurring. So the mechanism that you're trying to use time in to measure something is not how you would be using time at this time. The beginning is still the beginning of the book, the middle is still the middle, and the end is still the end. The ability to jump from pages, say 80 pages, does not mean that the 80 pages before it didn't happen. You just jump to it. Um, that's all inside the story, and it what it all that's doing to for me, it just means that my perspective isn't locked to one page at a time. Like we can move through it, and but that's a book too. Um, so the thing about the higher dimensional beings, um, could see across multiple moments at once. That don't prove that time is non-existent. What that actually would be proven, though, is that their access to temporal structure is broader than ours, but the order is still there. The relations are still there. The sequences are still there. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a before or a after, a earlier or a later, or anything different. That's the same thing that goes for with your book. And so that's probably my position. Time is not just a human feeling or just one moment after another. Time is like the ordered update of existence. If anything can be distinguishable states, if one thing can relate to another, if one event can be identified as different from another event, then we know that the temporal function is already present. Whether the perspective is linear, whether your perspective is cyclical, whether it's block like, or whether it's higher dimensional, it's all still the ordering aspect. And that's my definition. And that's why my definition of time encompasses the measurement that people talk about a lot. Um, for the book, just seeing all moments at once, like I said, that don't relate erase time.
So the thing is that what they say, it's not me saying it, but what I've heard so far is that like a fifth dimensional being sees a circle of time, right? So that means there's no beginning, there's no end to a circle. You can't distinguish the end from the beginning or the middle because it's a circle. It's symmetrical, right? If it is perfect measurement anywhere you take a measurement, you get the same measurement from the radius, for example, right? If you're in the center of the circle, everywhere you measure, you, when you're in the center is the same distance, right? So there is no beginning, end, or middle to somebody who sees it continuous. So that would destroy your idea of an ordered update because I can't tell where it begins and where it ends. I can't tell where a circle starts. What point did I start at?
Yeah, well, I guess the problem that you having, I would say that the problem that you really having is that, and it doesn't destroy my view. My view would just be ready to be debated with people who disagree with it. And when you say they, you're not talking about everybody in the physics field.
No, no, I'm not.
Okay, okay,
No,
okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah, I'm
So
not.
yeah, so you ain't destroyed nothing.
No, I'm
Second
just
of all,
giving you. I'm
second
just
of all,
giving you
second of all,
something.
yeah, yeah. Second of all, when you say time, that's why I say when with my definition of time, it don't have to be strictly linear to be real. It only has to preserve ordered relation. So in anything that you can talk about, that book that you talk about, you can jump from place to place. There's still ordered relation, whatever place you jump to. And in fact, when you're jumping from one place to another, you're updating. You're going from here to there. And that is a before and after relation. So these are why I say it can't destroy the idea of time because a circle has, when you think about a circle, like if I get on my board and I draw a circle right now,
Hmm.
a circle doesn't have an absolute beginning. And I agree with you with that. Like After I finish drawing the circle, that's when we have a circle. So we're gonna act like the circle is, but that circle still has order. It still has form. If I mark, let's say if I get the circle and I mark points A, B, C, and D on this circle, there is still a determinate relation between all of these things. And I can still move clockwise or counterclockwise and still say that this point is adjacent to that point, opposite of that point, or reached after passing through this point to get from A to D. I went through B and C. So the lack of unique starting points, that don't equal like the lack of sequence. And that's what ordered update is. The only thing that you trying to say, that would only mean that only means like the sequence is cyclical rather than linearly anchored.
Yeah, but they're not necessarily related because you can go from point A to C without knowing any other points. So like if I could jump into your life, like if I could jump into your life, I could see third grade, I could see
stop that
college,
right now. I can stop
then
that
I
right
don't
now.
know the relationship. I don't
The
know how I got
relationship,
there.
the relationship is that they're on that circle. Don't do that. You moving the goal.
No, I know that
Oh,
they're on
okay.
the
So
circle,
there's
but I
relation.
don't
Well,
know.
that's the
I don't
only
know how it
relation you
became that way.
Then you have to find that out. That's something that you have to find out. That's unintelligent. I mean, that's
No.
uninteresting to my view. Like that doesn't have anything to do with my view.
Well, it kind of does because it kind of negates it.
No,
Because
it doesn't negate because
I'm not
no,
required to
what it
do it in a
negates is
specific
yours
order.
because I just showed you that there's a relation there. I never said anything about you doing it in an order. When you do it, there will be an order that you do it in, regardless of the fact that you're trying to jump it. And you can't jump it
Why you can't? Why
because
not?
the relation is they're in the same circle and they're in the same field of relativity. This is what they're relative to when you're doing whatever you're trying to do to gain whatever knowledge you're trying to ground.
Yeah, you can gain knowledge, but you don't have a way to relate it. I
You
would
have
have
a
to do it in a specific order
that
the way you're
there you
saying.
there. Thank
The way
you.
you're saying, the way
No,
you're
no,
saying,
no,
I would
no,
have to
not the
do it
way
in a
I'm saying it.
specific order.
No, no,
What
no,
I'm
not the way
saying
I'm saying it.
is,
Not the way
a,
I'm saying
a,
it.
Holy,
And it doesn't have to
somewhat,
be.
holy, just it's a conversation.
yeah. We're not arguing, right?
You want to hear it,
I
you
know
want to
we
be
ain't
able to
arguing.
hear him to be able to respond, vice versa. Usually
Yeah,
it's him cutting people off, but not tonight. So. But yeah, just don't get frustrated. You got to remember, nobody knows your philosophy the way you do, and you may have to explain it several different ways.
yeah.
Sometimes.
I'm helping you explain it or answer questions at least. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm not trying to like shoot it down. You know that, right?
Yeah. No, I definitely know that. I like you got valid question. Like I know these is questions. I be getting. I think what be getting me frustrated is when I say something, you don't say, "Well, I disagree." You say, "No, no, no," like I'm wrong. I'm not wrong. This
No,
is
did I
my
say
point
no,
of
no,
view,
no? I
and
didn't
we
say
have
that
to prove
tonight.
it. So you can say you disagree.
Wait, did I say no,
Yeah,
no? Did I say no, no yet?
no, no,
No,
no,
I
no,
didn't.
no. That was in my imagination. Okay, let's start from right here. Let's go from right here.
Okay. No, I'm just bringing up things that probably gonna come up. I'm just
Yeah.
right. So like, because I was before I heard your thing, I was into like that space time thing myself. Understanding how they know that there are dimensions out there that are above ours, and it's they that they say that there's 11 dimensions. Like, how do they know that? But that's besides the point. And they're saying as you go up, they don't see time as a sequence. They see everything at the same time, and then as it goes up, it's a world. Then it's a galaxy. They see a galaxy at a time, not just a planet at a time. Then it keeps going up until till the highest level. They see the universe as just one book, and you can go anywhere in that book, and there is no order that you're supposed to go in. That's why they're saying time doesn't exist, because they can't tell the difference from one point to another. All they see is points. So you can relate a point, but they don't. It's like an observer doesn't understand point A, point B, point C, and how you got there. Like, they don't understand how you graduated and died. Right? They know you graduated and you died. They don't know necessarily all the things that are in between unless they go looking for that. They could just randomly pick a spot. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I actually know what you're saying, but let's go back for just two steps. You said they zooming out. You didn't say it like this, but I understand what you're saying. You're saying they zooming out into different dimensions, which would mean these dimensions are dimensions of proportion and dimensions of scale. Okay. Now you said they are seen. I want you to describe to me what seeing is.
Well, I guess in English, how we would how it would look to us, like if we were watching a movie, we can skip the movie, right? We can skip the beginning. We can like kind of like a movie. We can skip certain parts, get to the end, get to the good part, whatever. So we don't really see the movie as in time. Of course, if we start from the beginning and then we go to the end, yeah, we can see it as time. But if we're just skipping around, we don't see time, right? Would you agree with that?
Now, let me get back to where I was going because you're trying to get off the point. Now, you said that seeing is their perception, right? Now, the act of seeing, does it take time for you to see something? Whether you know that there's time going on or not? Do we actually know? Whether something else knows that there's time going on, we actually know the system. So if I know what the system is they seeing, and okay, they're not measuring time. Is time still going if they are seen? I'm gonna answer that for you. Yes. Why? Because we know seen is a verb, and those verbs take action. There's a before and after of what they see. Now you say they see the entirety, but they don't see a start and finish. They just see things going on. You can say it's all at the same time, but that is time.
Well, yes. In a sense, I yes,
Okay.
because that's how we have to describe it,
And that's it.
right? Otherwise,
And that's where I'm stopping
yeah,
at.
yeah. So there's different context there, though, right? You're using it. So again, it's not just me and you, right? Other people may see it in a different context from me and you,
Oh,
right?
definitely, definitely.
Right. So I think that the word time is going to be a problem because if we have 10 different people that listens to your what you're saying, they may each have a different context of time unless you explain it so clear where they could just say okay. And I think that's where the issue is because the physicists are having a hard time doing it too.
Yeah. The physicists need to get a load of me so they can understand what they're looking for. And I understand what you're talking about, and that's exactly what everybody's supposed to do. Everybody's supposed to put forth a mechanism of what they see and what they're experiencing, and then they need to put it in a viable form where they can try to explain it, like I just did to you. Because at the end, even if you don't agree with me, you said, "Yeah, I see what you're saying." Now comes the part that we put these views up against each other and see who's make the most logical. Because I have a philosophy, so my evidence is only logical evidence. I use logic for my evidence, and we can debate this all day. Like you said, those physicists that say that those things are, I agree with you. They do say that, but we also know that there's a group of physicists who don't agree with those people at all.
Yeah, I think the leader of it now is Sean Carroll. He's published several things about it now, and very few people are, I guess, refuting it or putting it out there that he's wrong. So he might have some substance to bring to the table.
Yeah, I hear him. I like Karen Crowther because I think I might be kin to her. My daddy's mama's last name was Crowther, but it's a lot of people who got a whole bunch of different views. You know what I'm saying? Klaus Kiefer got a good one. Um, like Sam Barron, the one that I just read, Edward Anderson, all of them. Like it's a lot of people who just have different views about the same topic. In the end, they all come to the same conclusion. It's just to me which one is more intelligible and coherent for the rest of the world. To me, this aspect of time that I put forward, um, like I said, like we looked at Edward Anderson's, and he was talking about how everybody's talking about the same thing through different context. That's basically what you saying too. And that's what I'm saying also. The problem is I identify it. And so, and when I identify it, like you say, some people may not agree with that identification, but we'll just have to keep looking deeper until we find out if something sounds better for me.
Quantum.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This brother Emmanuel, brother. Peace to you. How you doing, man?
Peace, Emmanuel. How you doing today?
Man, I can't complain, bro. Bless, bless. So look, I think I always tell you I'm very observant, and the main thing I try and pay attention to is your response to questions, and I guess how direct they are according to one's understanding versus according to your philosophy. You see what I'm saying? I think a lot of times you could be a little more clear. Like, for instance, if I was to ask you what time is according to your philosophy, a lot of times you would go give an example versus being able to just explain. You see what I'm saying? And I think that's somewhat what can stray somebody away from understanding what you're trying to say, because it can seem like Gish Galley even if it's not. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah. Um, I I got definitions. I think when I be
And I know that because you done showed me that in your book and stuff like that. But it's for the sake of the audience and people who aren't familiar with any of your authorship and stuff like that.
yeah, 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 and I agree with you. And I try to keep the same definition when I do give my definitions of the things that matter. Um, and I know one of my, like I said, one of my problems is how how personal this is to me. And so when I be talking to people, I get to talking fast. Some things I can, and I agree with you. It can be shown better. I do have the definitions. I can put them out there, and that's what I'm working on right now. So, but thank you for that critique, because I do see that also, along with a lot of other people that I have talked to. But that ain't gonna get them away from this. That's not gonna get them away from this, Emmanuel.
And shout
I'm
out
starting to
O.L.E.E on the
see.
authorship as well, because he is helping me re-edit and publish my book right now. So be on the lookout for that in the next couple days, actually. So appreciate you, O.L.E.E.
Oh yeah, yeah, man, no doubt. Shout out, that's business. Shout out, Only Divinity Publishing. That's what we do. If anybody got books or aspirations to be an author, I can actually help you into that. If you ever want to talk to me, shit, just shoot, just let me know, and
And
we can try to
go
get
ahead and
something
put
going
a
for you.
dedication page in there. Add you a dedication page, man.
Bet. And yeah, it feel real good for I was talking to one of my partners today, and they like to have other authors being published. Well, you ain't the only other one. I got two other ones, but me and three other people, you know what I'm saying, is starting to have a nice little old resume of doing that. So I enjoy working with you too. You paid your bill, and shit, it gets done.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And I'm definitely gonna leave a tip after it's all done.
We need the quality to be straight.
Yes, if anybody needs any help getting things published, I mean, you can look the information up online, but he's already been through the process, so he's familiar with it, and he can help guide you. Go ahead, back to you all. Sorry for distracting you guys.
Yeah,
No
I'm
problem.
starting to see more and more, bro. Like I've told you from the jump, the more and more people just can hear you explain it consistently, and it enhance your explanation. You know, throughout, and them watching you and in your process of pretty much perfecting your philosophy. People are
Yeah,
starting to get on board, bro. They realizing that because it's your philosophy, it ain't nothing that somebody can necessarily say you're wrong about. They can misunderstand and say that you can explain things differently, but I told you, bro, it's pretty bulletproof.
Yeah, you did tell me that shit from the first day, and that's what I know I got. Like I said, it took me a long time to put it together. I know what I be wanting to say, but like you said, if I say it the way I know I want to say it still takes a lot to, and that's what made me have to write the books to put it in that type of form. Now I just need to be able to deliver it the way that I deliver it in my books because it's the same information. It's just we know the different aspects of language and those things, and so
And
yeah,
even if it was to the point to where you just had that one page on speed dial, you ain't leaking your whole book, but a lot of times that can entice somebody to want to see more of your authorship once you do leak that page. Like, okay, he got definitions before you even start to read the book to tell you what he's talking about. You see what
right.
I'm saying?
Yeah, and I do because that's like I say, that's one of the things in my philosophy to know the ledge. Knowledge is knowledge, but I put the D in there when I split it. Know the ledge. That means you have to know what you're about to get into. So we must give our definitions and agree upon those terms in the first place. So when we do start having the discords and debates about it, we'll already know what I'm saying and we won't have to stay on those points. That's what I try to do. As days go on, and I got actually a, a glossary for all of my books. Um, and so, but I have to keep generating books because I understand that some of the things I say still need onlyism's definition of the thing. Because people
Hmm.
gonna always say, "Well, what about this? What do you mean?" They can ask me, "What does radius mean in onlyism?" And then I can agree with the regular definition, or give an updated definition for us to agree on. And that's just what it's gonna be, and how it's gonna always be. So,
Hmm.
yeah, like you say, I got to get it's three books of information. The third book is just a possible world, which and it's crazy because I know that one better than I know how to put that one out better than I know how to put my first two books out. And my first book is the one that stands alone. The other two books need my first book to even be in existence.
Hmm.
So I
It's
understand
just
exactly
getting
what you're
better with
saying.
time. That's it. You just
That's
getting
it.
better with
Hey
time.
man, that's it right there. It's gonna get better with time.
Hey,
What
Oli,
is
you just brought up something. I just remembered. When remember I was talking about the dimensions and stuff. So they talk about the multiverse, right? You've heard of that explanation also, right? Where
yeah,
again they kind of dismiss time because there's a universe where Oli is the rich guy, the poor guy, the middle class guy. There's all these infinite universes. So all these updates could be a different universe. Have you are you or you've heard that before? That's
yeah,
that.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep. The way I do that today, if you watch today, I was talking about existence and existence. The things within existence are existence. Each and every existence of a human is the multiverse. Our existence as a human is the multiverse in real time. Think about how you just said there's a universe where O.L.E.E is the ultimately rich. Well, that's happening right here on Earth. And these people are actually it could have been by probability that I could have been that person. You know what I'm saying? So the aspect of that is the same thing. It's just actually happening within existence. So we don't have to act like it's a totally different universe with another me. Because if we presuppose that, then we have to presuppose that there's a universe where we stuck, and then we stuck right here at this moment forever. And that becomes unintelligible and incoherent to me when I can see that it really is a multiverse because there's multiple versions of a human being living. And these multiple versions are being expressed right now. And I'm one of those versions. I'm
Wait,
a micro version of the macro version of existence.
but you're talking about probability. That would eliminate probability because there it would be true on some possible universe. So it wouldn't be a probability anymore. It would be an
Well,
absolute.
well, yeah, correct. But the probability would be me knowing the probabilities of I could have been that person.
No, like if you're here on Earth and it doesn't apply to you, then it's not a probability for you.
It's still a probability, however, even if it doesn't affect me.
Well, that you would have to explain, I guess. You would have to flesh that out with an explanation.
Yeah, yeah.
That's going to come up. That's going to come up because I'm sure if you're talking to people about time and they know something about physics, they're going to talk about the multiverse. They're going to talk about the dimensions. That's almost a guarantee because how do you avoid it?
Right.
Hey, I got a question for y'all, man. It could be off the wall real quick, but would you say that pretty much a universe that you could, in a sense, imagine actually exists?
For me and onlyism, this is how I answer that question. We have possibilities in existence.
Mm-hmm.
S- Now, us in our form, in our feedback loop, we can fathom possibilities, the possibilities that are out there. Now, we know for a fact that some possibilities can be actualized, some possibilities have been actualized, some possibilities will be actualized, some possibilities won't be actualized. These are impossibilities. So the next thing we do after we say that, we say, what is a possibility? Now, if I'm sitting here and I'm talking to Emmanuel, and Emmanuel uses his mind to give me an imaginative possibility, a possible world. Hey, what about this? Then that imaginative, that possibility, it exists on the pattern of your mind because you can now use it in relation when you're telling me about this possibility that you have imagined. So this is the form that it exists in first. Then we have to find out, can it be actualized? So it exists in the form of possibility.
Mm.
It doesn't exist as an actual possible state. I might not have said that last part right, but
No, 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 no.
actual
I
action.
got it.
It don't
I got
exist as an
exactly what you
actuality.
were saying. I got exactly what you were saying, and that, bro, I usually be sounding crazy to people, but you you just answered my question perfectly, and I didn't know if I was asking it correctly. You separated the actualization pretty much from the possibility, and
Yes,
that's
you have.
that's what I was asking for. And I heard who did I just hear talking about that? It was Tazariak and I think 607. They was on a podcast together, and he said something to the effect of like pretty much any reality that you can imagine is pretty much a reality, but that doesn't mean just because it's not fulfilled that it's not reality. You
Correct.
get what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's a possibility. If you can imagine it, it's a possibility. We
Right.
run dates to see if it can be actualized. If it can be actualized, then it's not a possibility, it's an actualization. We run it, we say, can it be, if we can't find out if it can be actualized and it's still a possibility it can, then it's still a possibility. But there's some possibilities that we're going to see if they can be actualized, and we're going to see that, well, in some form it can't be actualized, and then we're going to see in some form, just like the possibility of a creator. To me, that possibility is an impossibility for the logistics of the way I put out time and nature and what it has to go by. And you know what I'm saying? So that's a possibility that's impossible to me. So it's possible, and it's still in existence because people have that imagination on it, and no two people's imagination is the same anyway. Even if two Christians sit down and say, let's pray.
You mean like creator God. You don't necessarily mean like an initiator or start to the atom.
Yeah, I can agree. I can agree. I just, when I say creator, I take creator out in its formation. So when I talk about the atom formed.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Okay, I
So
forgot.
so
I
so
forgot
so
about
it's,
that
but it's
part
the
of your
same thing.
philosophy. My bad, but that
Yeah,
hey,
but it's
that
the
makes
same
sense.
thing.
It
It's the
makes
same
sense for
thing
sure.
though.
Hmm.
So you're talking about a mental existence, just to be clear, right? So when you say possibility, you're saying it's possible in the mind, not possible in necessarily in reality.
No, it's possible to be fulfilled in reality as well, but it's only in the mind before being fulfilled. So that's basically what he's saying, that you can't necessarily say something is actualized just because it's in your mind.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Yeah. That's why I took it. I just wanted to be make sure I interpret it right. Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
thank you,
you.
thank you. Yeah, but
Yep.
it's actually in your mind. That's where it's
Yes.
actually at.
But I think you might want to point it out like that so that the person doesn't have to kind of figure it out because they can mess it up. If you leave things alone and you don't spell it out, people might miss the connection or mess up the connection.
That's
So
why you
that's why
need to
I'm
get.
asking that question
That's
so
why you
that
need to
it's
get
clear.
these books and read it and help me teach it. It's gonna have to be people teach this, real chess. You could be one of the first teachers of quantum onlyism, the newest ism within existence that came from America. I'm
Okay,
talking
but I
about we
think
could.
I think you're beyond the philosophy. I think you're gonna have to stop. You could say philosophy, but I think you're trying to form a system, right? You're trying to form because it sounds like you're trying to form a system with the definitions, right? It's not just a philosophy.
Nah, nah. It's definitely a philosophy, and I've already thought from the perspective that you are approaching with Roychess. And the reason I say that it's still a philosophy is because you could say something as simple as, and I mean, of course, my debate is still fresh, so I'm gonna go to that. Like, you could say something as simple as, a God can be one thing in this philosophy and another thing in the next philosophy. So just because somebody's saying God, you can't bound yourself to one understanding of what God is if a philosophy is significant in its own. So if he's saying that, time is something different inside of his philosophy, that doesn't make it a system. That's what makes it a significant philosophy, actually.
Well, when I'm saying that because the way he's defining it, other subjects define things too, and they would be called a system because you have the definition and then you can adhere to the definition. And if there are rules in the universe that you're describing, let's say there's 10 rules, you have definitions, you have rules, then it becomes like a system, right? Like a mathematical type of system.
Is there a
It's
such
not
thing?
just it's not just in your mind or a belief. It's like this is how to do it, right? I'm giving
Oh,
you step by step instructions for the people that are
I
reading it
don't think
or
that's
or
what he's
hearing it.
doing though. I don't think that's what he's doing. I don't
it-
think he has uh a set process to get to a conclusion. I don't think that's
Oh,
how
okay,
he's
okay.
coming.
Oh, okay. That's good.
is
That's
there is
that's
there a
good.
such thing as a philosophical system?
Yeah, of
Like,
course.
That
can we
make
call it a philosophical system then?
that makes sense as well.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, yeah, it could be a philosophy, but I think it's more like I'm saying is you can go a step further and call it a system too. If
Oh
you're
yeah.
if you're
Oh,
prescribing, if you're telling people this is how to do it, I think it would be called a system.
I mean, they can use it as a system when it starts. I mean, you can use it as a system. I use the philosophical part of it for what I'm trying to get accomplished now. The mechanisms that I put forth, yes, they seem to be in system form, and you can use this system to better. So yeah, but I'm for me, it's gonna always just be a philosophical system, and it can you can use it for those things. That's true. So I can't deny what you're saying. It's just like Emmanuel said, um the way that I put it forward, um it's not coming to like
It's not a sequence to get to a conclusion. So that's why I wouldn't say that it's systematic. Like, it's not an idle system. You see what I'm saying? It's a system with inside of his philosophy.
philosophy. There's a system in my philosophy, but I don't think I should call it a system. I think I need to, unless I call it a philosophical system, which I agree because I understand what you're talking about. I definitely see
Mhm.
what you're saying.
Hey, real quick, man, I was on another channel tonight, right? And the host kept cutting me off and everything. I had to leave. So I would know. I was just over here thinking about that shit. But if I ever cut any of y'all off, it was rude to y'all as a host. I sincerely apologize. I would definitely be mindful of that. I don't think I usually do. I usually try to mind my business because it's not cool for the host to be jumping in all the arguments. And,
Yeah, it doesn't feel good, does it, A1?
it
No,
doesn't
I'm
feel
just,
good.
I'm
I
just
mean, but
playing with
I
you.
already knew how it felt like before. Like I realized both sides. I realized two people how people will call each other pseudo and then try to shut the other person down because they think they're right. Sometimes they are, sometimes they aren't. but it's just still not fair to the conversation either way. And then it makes me think of, I got this book over here, The Teachings of Ptahhotep. It says, "Discourse with the ignorant man as with the sage." It's like you talk to the scholar the same way you talk to the homeless person or the person who has no knowledge. Like
Yeah.
you, it's about respect, and I don't know. I think we're doing pretty good over here, though. I think usually I just try to jump in to keep y'all from fighting and being rude to each other. But yeah, if I do, remind me, be like, hey, hey, hey,
I
mind your
done
business. That's all. Just mind your business, and
But
I'll
there's
I
a
done
remember.
was
there's a,
me and others. Like I'm gonna just put it like this: all three of us up here with you right now, bro.
Hmm.
All of us have tightened up on our decorum since being on this platform. Like I literally see that happening to everybody that comes to this platform. It's like we tighten up. That's what it's for. It ain't for all the rah rah. We ain't gonna do a whole bunch of BANs. You know what I'm saying? Calling people
Right.
the homo slurs and all that. We don't
Right.
gotta keep all that to a minimum. So you know,
Indeed.
Yeah.
we
Hey, you
we
the one that
really
got me on my good decorum. You was the first one around me that had superb decorum, man. Remember, I was telling you when I first met you, like, how do you do that? How do you not be flipping on these people?
I appreciate.
Hey, that it definitely rubbed off. I told you, I'm like, I'm about to start kicking it around you because I know it'll rub off and I'll be able to pick up on
It
it.
took
And
rewatching a lot of myself on open panels. Like, oh my gosh, bro, you gotta chill.
yep, I remember that. I told
I
Oli that
seen
one
that
day.
too. Yep.
I
Yep.
was like,
Yep.
my homie said that the only way that he was able to change was he saw himself and was like, "Who the hell is that? I don't recognize him." And then I'm like, "So watch some of your bad days back, and you'll be like, oh yeah, I need to tighten up."
Definitely. And
All
then
right,
like
I'm
when I
about to
got
mute
on,
out. Y'all got the floor. Sorry about that.
but yeah, I agree with man. When I got on, that's the first thing I seen when uh people acted, and like I got irate the first time I got on here. Me and Roy Chess had a discourse, and Roy Chess was doing just what he doing right now, just asking regular questions. But I was getting frustrated early. But hey, one I ain't gonna lie, he took me up under his wing, and a couple other people on here on the Sadiq was one of them. You know what I'm saying? Was just saying like, you know what I'm saying. I have to realize, and I did realize that people just gonna disagree. People have points to get out, and like tonight, I was interrupting Roy Chess, quick little spurts of interruption. Those are the things that right at the end I just held off and let him finish what he was saying, and then I talked, and it felt way better because I seen myself in that first video where I was on here, and so I knew I had to change because it just wouldn't work. I'd never be able to get my information out if I can't act accordingly.
And you also see how much more he's able to understand when you can respond in a cordial manner.
Right.
yeah, I'm trying to do the same thing, guys. I slip every now and then. I'm trying to build my vocabulary right, so I don't have to cuss. I don't have to sound a certain way. I'm trying to be clear and have clarity to how I speak. So I'm trying to ask good questions. And I'm not trying to like be a jerk. Like when I ask a question, like some people take it that way, and maybe you were taking it that way just because I asked a question. But I'm trying to be, understand. I'm not trying to be like a jerk, trying to refute or knock it down. Like I'm doing innocent stuff. I'm doing sincere stuff to
Right.
build the conversation, to build vocabulary, to build
Yep.
understanding. I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm not, where you at? Let's pull up. Like I'm not doing that. I'm
Yeah.
trying.
For
I'm
sure.
still trying, man.
Yeah. Me
I'm
too. All of
trying,
yeah.
man.
Yeah. All of us, man. Yeah. Facts, Roy Chess.
Yeah, you
Facts,
usually
bro.
cool, Roy Chess. The worst thing you've ever called anybody was a hotep. Right? That's barely. I took it personal because when people find out I'm an independent and I say I won't vote Democrat, Democrats used to call me a hotep. Oh, you're a hotep. Because I used to say the same thing, bird. And to them, that was hotep terminology. They're like, what? No, it matters. You have to vote. And
Right.
I'm
Oh
like,
man.
no, I'm not. Like, they're like, oh, you're a hotep.
You're
I'm
not
like, you
black
don't
if you
want a
don't
voting
vote, right?
system? You don't want to participate? You're a hotep. So when I heard it, I kind of flashed back. Sorry about that.
Oh man.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to build up my vocabulary. I'm trying to build up patience and stuff like that. So
I'm telling you, you read these books, it'll help you out. You can go on into the world and teach quantum onlyism, and you'll be great.
Indeed, I learned a lot from the fam too. Just being on the, just listening, whether I'm in the audience or in the panel, I always gain a lot. I look at each minute I spend with people, uh, my family, my genetic family that I'm related to by blood, and then my family in a spiritual sense, what I consider you guys all are family by in that regard. I like to think that people you meet in your life take something from you or either give you something. And I like to say at the end of the day, I like to when I walk away from the fam, whatever the conversation is about, I feel like you guys have added to me at the end of the day, not taking nothing away. That means a lot. So
Yeah, and I think a lot of times, even like unconsciously, even when our fleshes aren't learning or being receptive, our spirits are, and that's why we come back
right,
every day, even when we quote unquote disagreeing with people. You see what I'm saying? You disagreeing every single day, but you keep coming back. Now you learning something. Something is being fed.
right, indeed, indeed. Man, A1, wasn't that funny, man? When my man he was going at it with my boy thought. Boy, I was in tears, man. That was funny. Like, dude, what
Oh,
the
you was
hell?
over there watching?
Yeah, I seen the whole thing. I seen we jumped on and you guys were going back and forth. I was like,
did,
oh
did
man.
you see me jump off real calm?
Yeah,
Cool?
yeah, yeah, yeah,
I'm like,
yeah.
look, sir, if you're gonna continue to cut me off, I don't even want to talk anymore.
Right.
He was like, ah. I'm like, oh, okay.
What
It's
was the
definitely not
subject?
the space I'm supposed to be sharing my opinions.
Not
Right.
not not why you got
Right.
off, but what was the topic like of the panel?
They were talking about committee you, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Does
Yeah.
it mean black? And I brought up the fact that this is a debate that's this is an academic debate that's still being had right now and it's still unsettled. So nobody should really be pointing the finger like you're wrong, you're wrong. I'm like everybody should just be happy that they brought their points. It's not a and he was I don't know was trying to cut me off and twist what I was saying a little bit. And then when I was just trying to bring clarity. I wasn't even trying to prove nobody wrong. I was trying to tell both of the people that they should just be happy to stand on their positions and that both their points are valid. He was like, nah, 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 nigga, we right over here.
Man, right.
Like, okay, you
Yeah.
got it, bro.
I was like, hey, ain't gonna hang out too much under those kind of conditions.
No,
I
I don't
think
want to get, I don't want to get out of my hookup, man. I'm in this
Right.
state of
so.
zen, just like
Just
floating
to
through
throw
life
out
right now, and I just want to stay there. Like, I
Thanks.
don't want to argue. I don't want to raise my voice.
just to throw out some quick facts that you know academia and scholars haven't come to a conclusion on with the whole Kemet and Egypt theories. Um, it hasn't been a monolith. Like no matter who they try and find to be the first inhabitants of such and things of that nature, it's still always people from outside areas that have came and co-inhabited that land. So even if it was quote unquote called land of the black because there were black people there first, if that's I've heard that theory, you still can't try and make it seem like at that time when it was called that, that means that everybody in that land was black.
Right.
I, that's almost like in a sense saying that at the time Mexico was called Mexico or Africa was called Africa, that everybody there was a black African or everybody in Mexico was what we look at today and call a Mexican. You see what I'm saying? That's a stretch, bro. And that's the biggest takeaway to get from that. Is like, okay, yeah, the people who were calling themselves that and came up with that name, yes, if you want to say those people were most definitely black, then I could see that. But trying to make that whole area black because of that, that's a conflation to the understanding that you do have. But what's your understanding, A1? You muted. A1 might have walked away. Anybody else got a comment on that committee U and the theory that people be trying to say because it was called committee U, everybody in the land was black.
Hadouken!
I
Man, I was in tears the other day with that too. That was a man. Cos was wild as hell. Him and OTK. Oh my god. Oh man, what do you think about that? A was that it was did the fam go in a little bit too much with Juju or was it everything balanced? I don't know if A must be just stepped away. Any of you guys seen that conversation? I think it was yesterday.
Yeah, I
Getting
seen
ready.
well,
that.
Yeah, that's what.
I fell asleep. I think
Oh man, oh man, Quantum man, you should have, bro, you should have. Man, it was so. It was good though. There
it
was some
was
funny
good. It was
moments.
good before I fell asleep. I'm talking about they be hitting on some good points, but I always like today. Earlier we went live and they came in. They wasn't talking about that point. Well, so let me expound on that point first. Um, when they start talking about Kemet and the color of people and was it called Kemet because of that and was everybody black? Um, a few maybe a month or so back, Emmanuel might have been on the panel too. It was a lady she was talking and they was talking about the dark haired ones, the black headed ones, and they were saying how that was talking about the black people of Kemet because of the soil and that and so my question was to me I wasn't on the panel but I was wondering like was they saying that those people had black hair as well as black skin because wouldn't everybody else have black hair and black skin so the word when they say that word Kemet and what it stands for I'm still because of my studies in it weren't deep because I wasn't trying to follow that view. Mine was to correlate with my view. And so when I look at Kemet, it's a bunch of symbolism explaining the science that explains it better today. Case in point, they was talking about the sun today.
Right.
When I heard through time all the way up to now, all of the information that I gained about Ra traveling across the sky is actually the sun traveling across the sky. So then that would mean they saying that Ra was a symbolism for how they was explaining it to people. This person right here, that sun, that's Ra. This what it is. He's in a boat. This boat travel. How he traveled across the sky? Oh, it's a boat, and they give you the idea of a boat, and the boat is moving Ra across. It still don't mean that Ra and this boat is two different things. They just giving you an aspect of how he's moving across the sky but we actually see the sun moving across the sky by itself. So today King J said they was talking about forces and Ra and
Right.
a couple other things was the forces. Well, those forces come from the sun, so the sun can do what it is doing, which is still a part of the sun. So I always take a lot of it as symbolism after I went and did it. And that's why I say it was science. And even though they gave it a different view for people to look at it, they was looking for the same outcome, which was to me in this particular situation describing how the sun moves across the sky. So
Indeed.
that me to end that point, those are the type of things that I still haven't grasped onto yet because my concept is my concept and I still don't actually know what most of those people who follow that view believe. I don't. I thought Kemet was the ground. I thought they saw that they matched that color, and so they said that was Kemet too.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I personally, I think like I spoke earlier, I'm one of them people. If I have one, two, I try and get the other two before I say I got four. So that's one of the reasons I appreciate the Bible as much as I do outside of people's BS criticism. Like that's gonna come with pretty much any book, any religion. I'm cool with that by now. It's been years for me. So you find a lot of relations, and you can find the story, in my opinion, of like Ra and the understanding of Atun and the things that would come after him, or Aten, the things that would come after, uh, in Genesis, because it tells you the forces actually came before the visible thing or the visible object that you could see in the sky. So that's what helped my understanding with that, because I was in the Bible young, but before I was, mature enough to gain understandings. You see what I'm saying? Versus just having one understanding by being indoctrinated. So before coming into a more mature understanding of the Bible, I was into certain stories in, Egyptian mythology. So this is one of the reasons I started messing with the Bible so tough, in the language, in certain traditions that helped my understanding was the Hebrew language and Hebrew tradition. So that's where I get my understanding of even saying things like, oh, I'm Hebrew. It's because once you start to understand that text in that language, that can help you understand certain Akkadian scripts, certain, meta scripts, certain Greek scripts, certain Aramaic scripts. Like it can help line up once you understand the Hebrew versus just trying to understand the English. And like I say, that's one of the stories right there in Genesis where it's like, okay, you can see a lot of other stories of beginnings and it'll make sense and help your understanding. Because my one of my theories is, okay, it says the sun not only expels rays, but it expels like little baby stars, like every so often, every couple seconds. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Somebody might know the name of what I'm talking about.
It expelled babies, little stars and so forth. I think I've heard of
Yeah,
that one. Oh yeah.
I would have to look up the name of what I'm talking about. I'll
Yeah,
go
that'd be kind of cool. Yeah,
look
I ain't doing
at
nothing.
it.
I got time. If you got time, so little
And
stars. That'd be something good. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that one. I know there's a tin has a little hands on the end with the ankhs and so forth. But
so it's like if the I'm trying to look for my other phone right now. All right, got it. And it's like if the sun can expel something itself, then whatever formed the sun or created the sun, that must be a replica of it or a representation of it, just like everything else does. If we have offsprings, most organisms and living things that we can observe and experience has some type of offspring or
right,
blooming,
right,
colonization
facts.
process, etc. So uh, it's like, okay, why not say the same thing for the sun? So once we have that understanding, it's like, okay, it's not that it's not that the sun couldn't create this force, but what specific forces are we talking about? So when we talk about a specific force like Ra, and when it's referenced, it's being the sun god, you see what I'm saying? In my sense, it would give it a status of being the ruler of the sun. So if it would be what's ruling the sun, why would it be what came from the sun? It would have to be what made the sun able to do what it does.
Yeah, I can vibe with that. Makes sense to me.
So that's why I say even the understanding of that word Elohim, when you get into the Hebrew, just how the Egyptians have these multiple powers that they observe and give these different names and deify, etc. That's my understanding of why that word can be understood to be used in the plural as well, and definitions in the lexicon of the text to let you know that for that reason. So if you get boxed into thinking like you could read a scripture and say, there's only one God, and talking to the God of Israel, I mean, talking to the people of Israel specifically, then you can get confused and say, man, no, the God of the Bible is saying he's the only God that ever exists. Like, nah, you got to go into the Hebrew and not the English when you're understanding these contexts. And then you'll realize, wait, hold on, that can't be what was being said if in another instance he's telling you, hey, these gods aren't for you. What gods are you talking about if you're the only God? You see what I'm saying? So the only way to get a deeper understanding is to peel back a layer.
Well, question for you: if there are multiple contexts, that seems to be the confusing part because how do you know which one is correct?
That's why I said if you feel that way at that point, you need a deeper understanding, and that means you need to peel back a layer. So if you know it's other languages that these stories that you're being or you're calling conflicting, try and go to the original language and see what kind of understanding you get, and then you'll realize there's certain words in the English that are added to where it can it can possibly add to the context.
So you're only going by the definition and not, like, let's say, the meaning that is spread through oral tradition. Like, for example, like I'm a Christian, right? And I was told that there's only one God, right? So there is no other gods. So
See, when you
in the
say you were told that you were only one God, that's one of the things that I kind of influence people to say, according to my studies, just show me what scripture you're talking about, and then we could go from there. Versus you being told that you were only one God. Because if you're referring to something like the Shema prayer, etc., or no God besides me, uh, like that's where I'm saying it's talking to a specific people. So once you look into the lexicon and see the definition of what a God is, and it's telling you that this is a God to a specific people, then no, there's no other God that's going to judge you. There's no other God that should be ruling over you. That doesn't mean that there's no other God, period. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, it's according to the tradition, right? So when you're a child, you're told these things, and the context is that there can only be one God, right? Because the Bible says so. So all of those so-called other gods by different names are allegedly the same God. So Elohim, all Yahweh, all of those, even Christ is the same God. It's not just different gods. There's only one God. It's just many characters of that one God. Many God, like he's wearing many different hats because people don't understand them. So he's just trying to break it down slowly, kind of. So I'm kind of like trying to give you the
So,
understanding, like
so
how
I
you're
get
taught as a
exactly what
child.
I get exactly what you're saying. So in that sense, how are you saying that it's not multiple gods? You see what I'm saying? So that's almost like me going around by different names and putting on different costumes. Yeah, I'm the same person, but that's multiple characters. And that's when we use the word God, that's pretty much what we're referring to. It's a blanket, it's a title on something. It's not necessarily just what something is.
Right? But when Christian says God, I think the typical Christian, right? God is all powerful, all knowing. The typical Christian God, all powerful, all knowing, ever present, right? And I think there's another one. Is it all perfect? I think perfect, all powerful, all knowing, ever present. That's the typical definition of the standard American Christian.
What language should we be getting that doctrine from once we gain that understanding to say that that's what God is? Like, where should we be getting that from versus what somebody's saying? Because when I read a book and then, for instance, like you said, all knowing, and I'm reading a book and I'm like, hold on, if everything is supposed to be predestined and this God is all knowing, a lot of these instances are completely purposeless. And if you try and make a understanding make sense, like, or any way logical outside of that, you're kind of being biased towards, just because Christianity is your religion, you're accepting that. But
Well,
there's a lot of instances where, for instance, if you're saying that Christ was the God and he knew everything that he was getting ready to go through in the flesh, just to give one example, why was he crying out to a God on the cross?
that is always asked, and the answer that's normally given is this: that he put on human flesh and he had human emotions, but his internal being is God. He's just an avatar in avatar form. He's like wearing a costume, right? That human flesh is the costume, but his essential being is God. So that was when the Holy Spirit left his body, and that's why you see Jesus praying to the Father. That's why you hear him
So
asking
there
if this
was no
burden
God
can.
in heaven when Christ was on earth.
No, there is. It's just he's everywhere, and he was in a body so that he can be an example for humans to follow. Right. This is the answer in general. I think that a lot of Christians would say this, not just me. It's not just my view. So I think it's a general thing. I think even Catholics could say something similar to this. It may not be exact, but it's going to be along the lines of this, right? That he was in the body of Christ. So he's man and God at the same time, literally, but his true essence is God, not the human. So his human flesh was crying out, not God, the Spirit, the Father, right? So he left him. When the Spirit leaves that flesh, the flesh cries out. So that's why he's praying to him. That's why he's asking for the cup to be lifted. Why he's kind of scared to die and stuff. That's why, because the Holy Spirit was in him, and when he's in him, he doesn't say things like that. And when it's leaving him, he says things like that, just like you would, because he's human.
Okay. So what about the baptism and the spirit and the light coming from out of the sky, and the scripture saying, this is my son to whom I am well pleased.
So again, this is him with the Holy Spirit in that human flesh, and he's the light or the example for humans to follow. That you're supposed to be baptized like Jesus. You're supposed to act like Jesus. Like, what would Jesus do, kind of thing. So if Jesus is not doing that, you're not supposed to be doing that.
It's always interesting hearing Christians' response to certain questions. And uh, I understand exactly what you're saying, but it's not biblical.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going by literal transliteration and stuff like that, the average Christian, I think, the American Christian, not the European or whatever, I think the American Christian is saying similar to what I'm thinking. That
Yeah, it's very traditional for sure, but it's
um,
definitely not biblical.
yeah, because like the key thing for, I think, the Catholics and the American Christians are going to say it's not about reading the Bible, it's feeling the Holy Ghost and being inspired. So it's not just, you're not going to get this knowledge by reading alone. It's you have to have an experience with God. It's not just reading. It's not just the run of the mill. Do this, do that, do this, and then you get this knowledge. It's without experiencing God, you're not gonna understand God, right? So God is a mystery. God is doing things that you don't understand, and that I guess that could frustrate
Right.
people.
Facts.
Yeah, I could get that. I think in Isaiah 18, when he say precept upon precept, or he say precept must be upon precept, rather.
Right.
Why you think the Lord would put a spirit on him to teach the people in such a manner? And they were asking him, pretty much saying, why you speaking to us like we dumb? Like, why you can't just talk to us? Why you going line by line and trying to go back to other prophets and speaking from the beginning and all that? Like, why you talking to us like that? And his rebuttal is, this is exactly uh how it should be.
Right.
Mm,
He says, in so many words, I think that's the same area where he's saying, for that reason, like them trying to say he's being too detailed and not wanting to understand what he's saying, nobody's going to be able to teach the people or save the people but the Messiah.
right. So you would have to get to know him, right? So it's not just following because
But he said, but he
even the
says the
Pharisees and
Lord. He says
the
that's
other
how the Lord
guys.
is going to speak to them. No, he says that's how the Lord is going to speak to them. And then when when Christ goes into the temple and opens the scroll, he opens
Right.
the book of Isaiah.
Mm.
So
So
that
there are times where he's
I'm
literal.
freestyling this by the way now, but this is just a I'm I'm letting you know, like, I'm totally hip to the traditional understanding. But when you
Mm.
go into the scriptures and you realize, okay, if who we calling God manifest in the flesh and the Messiah and all this, etc., is confirming certain things of old, just like I say, i.e., one example, we need to be understanding precept upon precept to understand how these prophecies will be fulfilled, then that's what I would go off of. And when we go precept upon precept, Yahweh, after Genesis 2, verse like 3 or 4, moving forward, is moving idly and never says that nothing created him. He says that he's existing, but when prophecies are spoken, they're spoken that once he's manifested, he's still brought to something that's outside of time. And I believe that's Daniel 7. That's Daniel 7 or Daniel 9, where he's brought to the Ancient of Days. So that's something outside of time. And soon as you see the words Bereshit, which is the first Hebrew word in Genesis, that's letting you know that something was created out of nothing, and that something is what everything will be created from. And that's just within the etymology of that first Hebrew word, and understanding that every character in those ancient words pretty much would tell a story within the word. So once you understand that everything that would be created, the initiator starts right there, those things would be inside of time, which is why after those things are created, it says it gives a segment of time and it calls it the first day. But that's just literally to give a segment of time. And that's also confirmed in the scriptures as well. But it's not saying it's a literal 1,000 years, or it's not saying that it's a literal 24-hour days. It's just saying that these segments of time that are being broken down the way that Moses and Abraham and Joshua and Seth, etc., were keeping up with these records. They're not keeping up with them, knowing, okay, yeah, this, from here to here, it was exactly 7,000 years, because at that time people weren't even living more than 100 years anymore. So these creation stories are just to give you, uh, try and give you a grasp on these different segments of time, because you got people that try and say, okay, the world is, I mean, not the world, but the earth is 6,000 years old, 7,000 years old, etc.
Mhm.
Then you got other people that say, oh no, it's actually 12,000 years old, and humanity may be 6,000 years old. Then you got people say it's like 800 million years old. Then you got people say, no, it'll have to be older than that because dinosaurs are like 300 million years old or some crazy shit. You see what I'm
Yeah.
saying? So these segments of time are only to give us, or try and give us, a grasp of understanding. But if the universe, as we know it, or as we what we call the universe, has always existed, then that's where my understanding comes in, that where a lot of these stories are just telling us about the beginning for us, the beginning of our kind. And that's not to say that many other kind weren't here before us and existing alongside of us before more evolution.
So do you subscribe to the two stories in Genesis as two different stories, or do you think that they're one story told a different way?
Um, I believe that they're worded different for a reason, because it says that the creation is done on the seventh day and the Lord rested. And then it goes to tell you that man was formed. That word for create is no longer used after the first 7 day periods are being described. And
Mhm.
that's is quite ironic that we have Brother Quantum on the panel right now, but I have a great deal of understanding of what he means a lot of times when he say it's a difference between formation and creation.
Mhm. So I asked that question because I'll share something that I don't really talk about religion, but I'll share something that I was taught, right? And I haven't met too many people outside of the system I'm in, that will think of it this way. That the first story of Genesis is that man is created first. God created him. I think it says God created them, male and female. I think that is the first creation. Then he creates the plants, and then he creates different things like the animals after. In the second book of Genesis, the man is formed out of the dirt of the ground, and then the soul is put into that body, that
Philosophy wasn't
structure
always about
God
finding inner
put,
peace.
and he breathed in him the breath of life, and man became a living soul. So there, the body is formed, but it's not formed in the first chapter, right? The spirit is created because God is a spirit, and we are in His image, so we are spirits just like God. We don't have God doesn't necessarily have a human body, but that comes down to Jesus being a human body, right? Because we he created us this way, so he came down that way. But the point is, spirit came first, then came everything else, and then in the second chapter, man was created last. The animals were created, the plants were created. Then man was after the animals, and then he named the animals. How do you?
I agree with you, and I'll agree with you, and I'll tell you how I feel like my understanding may be, I don't want to say this word in the wrong way, but I'll say just enhance for the sake of my personal opinion, and that's only it. I'll say how I feel like I can enhance it. When you understand that word Elohim or Elohim is being used significantly in the creation story, and you understand how that word can be understood to be a plural versus the singular of the tetragrammaton, which is being used and translated in the second story that you're referring to, that's when I would say, yes, I agree to what you're saying about the spirits and the type of beings that were, I guess, already created and existing before the formulation of our kind. I spoke on this the other night with, I guess, different understandings of what the netter and the netteru are with these different representations of, actual nature and being actual forces of power within the gaps that we can't see, that science doesn't want to call anything. Like all these type of things played a part in our consciousness and our formation as human beings today, which is my understanding of what the Lord is, because the Lord, saying that the Lord operates alone and then saying he has angels and tens of thousands of angels in another aspect is contradictory to an ignorant understanding. But for someone who's actually wanting to gain understanding, you realize, okay, when you saying you work alone and then you saying you got tens of thousands of angels, or
Right.
in other words, you got helpers, that means
Right.
you're not necessarily working
Good point.
singularly, but you're
Absolutely.
working
Right. 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 No more than
alone
anything.
in your
Right.
possession. So,
Can
Facts.
I give a context to that? Because I think people take it that way, but I think what the message is,
Good point. Oh,
just a
Daniel.
point, just a consideration,
really,
that when he says that he works alone, he's talking about his kind. It's like
right, right, I
if your
got you.
boss is like, I'm the only manager here, but you guys are
Right.
my helpers.
Hmm.
He's
Right.
working alone as a manager. He's not.
Right.
He's not.
Right.
It's not that he's working alone. He has people under him, but we're not the same
Right.
kind,
That's
right?
exactly what I'm saying, brother. That's exactly what I'm.
Okay. Okay. So okay, we understand. Okay.
So
Okay.
when I say, I'll just be a little bit blunt, because I'm learning as more as I speak to the brothers, they're learning my perspective, and they're seeing the numbers add up versus me being sporadic, and then in some instances possibly seeming radical just because of how I got to respond to somebody. So uh, I don't look at who we call the Lord to be as untangible as a lot of people speak of him when it comes to the doctrine. I believe in spiritual beings and deities that existed within this same realm, that had the ability to transition before certain things may have happened on this planet or other planets or other realms, however you want to understand it, but just not here. It could be either or, but there's evidence of many ancient catastrophes here, and possibilities of things being struck down, and evidence of rocks clearly being cut certain time frames by using the same type of carbon dating that they use for artifacts. So when you saying, okay, this mountain clearly could have been larger than this uh, 20,000 years ago, then it's like, hold on. If this mountain could have been larger than this 20,000 years ago, then what would it have been larger for, and what caused it to break off? You see what I'm saying? The same thing when people try and talk about all these ancient ancient petrified fossils and shellfish that are on the top of these mountains, etc. Like it's a lot of evidence that could back up plenty of things existing before humanity began to thrive on their own. I won't even just say thrive, period, but thrive on their own for sure. Because there's also a lot of evidence that when you track back humanity, we keep finding people older and older and older and older now. Just imagine in the time of the oldest person that we found. I don't, have we found somebody older than Lucy yet? I
I don't.
don't I don't
I don't
keep
think
up with
so.
that too much.
I
But
don't
I
either.
think
But I
Lucy
think
was
Lucy is the
supposed to
older
be
one.
a couple thousand years old for sure. I
Yeah,
think
yeah. I
like
think
6 or 7.
Lucy's got to be up there if it's not the number one contender.
So if we could find things that old now, just imagine how long ago back then they were finding things even older or just as old.
Today, we're doing something a little different. We're running.
Who is that? You want to play something? Go ahead and play. I'm just rambling.
It's a good line of conversation, guys.
But yeah, when we talk about these things and we look at how they're used in the context, man, we gotta think outside the box a little bit more, and we gotta
Right.
these
Facts.
these other these
Big
other
facts.
with them. When you put these other stories with them, man, I'm one of the people that look back into like ancient Aramaic too, and a lot of them got stories that speak of things like jinn spirits and
Right.
uh, how certain what we call mermaids and things like that were actually real, and what people call or were calling walking lizards and all type of shit. Like you got to really go back into some of these ancient writings and see what they were saying was walking around with humanity in these same times we saying, oh well, ancient Mesopotamia was influencing Egypt and Egypt was influencing ancient Mesopotamia. No, who the fuck was influencing all these people? That's the question. Or what was influencing all these people? Some,
Hey,
something
interesting. Right.
right, something clearly here before them.
So when you
And
say
the longer
gods,
you dwell
what do you
amongst
mean?
something, the more you start to conform, especially if it's more intelligent than you.
Right.
So when you say God, there are
So that's
deities.
one thing I'm
What
like,
do you mean?
I'm real big on, bro, just putting the tangibility on it and then saying, okay, well, if I don't see the definitions or lexicons in none of these ancient texts acting like what was the kings and rulers and gods over the people in a physical form wasn't something that I could touch, why am I supposed to be taking it from that manner now? Because a specific church is saying that no, it's omnipresent, it's invisible, and it's all within you. You
Well,
see
it's
what I'm
above
saying? Like all
science.
that, yeah, that's cool. That sounds good. I believe in all those energies as well. But
Well, they're
when you
saying,
pay attention to how the Lord and who they were calling Yahweh was operating in the scriptures, it was clearly something that was not only able to be seen, but able to be understood that it could be seen. Because that was the thing. Just in the sense of the story of Moses alone, his encounter had the rest of the people afraid. And I always just use this example or analogy just to jump out the window. If Sadiq seen me at the top of a mountain and a UFO came down, he is not gonna walk towards me in that UFO and try and see what's going on. He's gonna be trying to pull his phone out, record something real quick,
Ah,
make sure don't nobody think he lying when he go and immediately try and tell somebody what's going on and they need to come see this shit. And then once I come down and try and tell somebody, hey, this thing I just seen said it created us and it just gave me some instructions of what we really supposed to be doing. Sadiq gonna be like, man, I hear what you saying, but let me see. Tell me what he told you we supposed to be doing. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah, it's
And
supposed to be
once you
faith
just
over
think about it
science.
from a tangible perspective like that, and I say tangible because, I mean, if y'all pay attention to just the government itself on a day-to-day basis, it's more and more documents being declassified and unlocked, showing that they've had extraterrestrial encounters, communications, all these military drones that have been taken down, and pilots that have seen UAPs, etc. Y'all just keep paying attention to this shit, and y'all realize how tangible some of these stories that seem supernatural in these ancient religions ain't super.
Right.
If you pay, everybody believe in evolution, but don't nobody want to believe that along with evolution, it was shit that couldn't dwell here with us no more. What about that part? You don't want to add that sensible logic into it, huh?
Yeah, a lot of the people in them holy books are having visions and dreams and so forth, revelatory dreams and things like that. And those are sourced obviously from out of the 3D or extra from the terrestrial, if you will.
Yeah, so
Uh,
just think about it as well as it's supposed to be certain warfare that can do that to you now. So just if it's warfare that can do that to you, where is that type of technology even coming from? Where do you even get to fathom to put in a movie that there's a certain type of monster or alien that can look at you and freeze you live real time? Like where you even, you know what I'm saying? I'm big on that too. And people could, of course, everybody's gonna call it pseudo, except for the huge movie fans like myself. But bro, a lot of this stuff is old and ancient, and it don't get fathomed from out of nowhere.
Let's play this video real quick.
what you got, A?
This O.L.E.E's video. He wanted to get
Okay,
into. Go ahead,
cool.
O.L.E., you can play it.
Run it up, run it up.
Welcome. Today, we're doing something a little different. We're running a logical audit. But our subject isn't a company or a piece of software, it's the concept of God itself. Now, let's be clear, this isn't about belief. It's about checking
It stopped.
Whoops, my bad. I
the
was
logical
yeah.
coherence of the target we're all talking about. You know, the first question people usually jump to is, does God exist? But what if that's actually the wrong place to start? The sources for this explainer suggest something more fundamental. Before we can ask if something exists, we have to ask what we mean by it. What exactly are we even talking about when we use that word? There's a line that gets right to the heart of this. A wrong target corrupts the whole search. Think about that. If your definition is a mess, vague, contradictory, then your entire search is just, well, it's doomed from the start. You've got to know what you're aiming at before you can ever hope to hit the mark. Okay, so let's start there. Let's look at the target most of us have inherited. This is that common, often unexamined idea of God that's floating around in the culture. The one most people hold without really thinking about the logical knots tied up inside it. And this is why so many debates on the topic just go nowhere. It's because people are aiming at a target that's constantly changing shape. You know the one, this standard God package that's this bundle of conflicting traits. A being that's infinite and formless, but who also has very specific plans and emotions. It's a moving target, an idea that morphs under pressure, and you just can't have a serious conversation about something like that. So, to cut through the fog, we need a tool, a method. The framework in our sources calls it the coherence gate, and this isn't a test for truth. Not yet. It's a test for intelligibility. I mean, before we can even ask if something is real, we have to ask, does the concept even make sense? Now, coherence itself is a pretty simple but really strict standard. For any idea to pass through this gate, it needs three things: a stable definition, zero internal contradictions, and, this is the big one, it can't borrow from the very principles it claims to deny. Let's break that down. So here are the rules of the audit. Rule 1. Does the definition stay put, or does it change when you poke at it? Rule 2. Does it contradict itself? You know, claiming two opposite things are true at the same time. And Rule 3, and this one is absolutely key, does it borrow ideas like time or form while claiming to exist completely outside of them? All right, so what happens when we run the traditional concept of God through this test? Well, a pretty deep instability starts to show. And here's the puzzle at the heart of it all. Can a being exist outside of time and nature, and yet still act and have qualities? I mean, we're often told God is timeless and immaterial, totally outside of sequence and form. But in the same breath, we're told God acts, plans, and judges. Can both of those things really be true at the same time? An action needs a before and an after. Having qualities means having a distinct form.
You can see the conflict laid bare right here. The description says one thing, but the function demands the exact opposite. To act is to be in sequence, which is just another word for time. To love or to plan means having a specific state, a form, which is a property of nature. These two claims are pulling in completely different directions.
And this leads us to the critical failure point. If a concept borrows what it denies, it fails. The traditional concept says God is beyond time and nature, but then it gives God functions that only make sense inside of time and nature. It's like the concept is a parasite, feeding on the very conditions it claims to transcend, and by the rules of our audit, that makes it incoherent. What happens when you point this out? Well, you often see this escape pattern, what our source calls a semantic retreat. The person concept gets challenged, so it retreats to spirit. That gets questioned, it becomes energy. Then, everything. And when all else fails, it just dissolves into an undefinable mystery. This isn't a stable idea. It's a definition that's constantly running for cover. So, if that inherited target is incoherent, does the whole search just end? No, not at all. What it means is we were just aiming at the wrong thing. The real project, then, is to identify a coherent target for what we might mean by a highest power. And this really changes the entire conversation. The issue is not whether there is a highest reality. The issue is whether the inherited target is coherent. See, this isn't about atheism versus theism anymore. It's about logical rigor. The goal is to find a foundation for reality that doesn't just collapse into a pile of contradictions. So, this new, coherent target is built on two fundamental conditions. You can think of them as primitives that are absolutely non-negotiable for anything to exist in a way that makes sense. The first, the source material, calls fati. It represents the function of time, basically ordered updates, sequence. The second is mona, representing the mother of nature, the principle of structure and form that gives everything its identity.
There's a line that puts it perfectly. Without time, nothing happens. Without nature, nothing is anything. It's that simple. Without the sequence of time, reality is just a frozen photograph. And without the structure of nature, there are no separate things, just a formless blob. You absolutely need both.
So the union of these two functions, time and nature together, is what's being presented as the true, coherent, highest power. It's not a person floating outside of reality. It's the combined operating system of reality itself. It's necessary. You can't have reality without it, and it's sufficient. You don't need to add anything else to the mix.
Now, this coherent framework doesn't just stop there. It has some really powerful implications. It can even redefine a concept as huge as justice, pulling it out of the realm of supernatural commands and into the world of functional mechanics. So justice is not a floating mood. It is consequence inside reality. In this model, justice has nothing to do with pleasing some divine personality. It's about the cause and effect that's baked right into the system. Your actions have consequences. Incoherence creates instability. Justice is simply the system's way of returning to balance.
And ethics, then, becomes a kind of coherence technology. It's a practical nuts and bolts guide for navigating reality. The whole point is to reduce instability and discomfort in the system by actually understanding and taking responsibility for our impact within that cause and effect structure we all live in. And this brings us to the final and maybe the most important shift in perspective that this whole system offers. Recognition over belief. The call to action here isn't to believe in some incoherent story. It's to recognize the functional mechanics of the reality that we are all actually in. Recognition is about aligning with what's demonstrably, logically true, based on coherence, observation, and real-world consequences. So what does this all boil down to? It means the search for a highest power doesn't have to end in mystery or contradiction. By aiming for a coherent target, we can see it, not as some supernatural person, but as the fundamental, operational logic of existence itself. That beautiful interplay of time and nature that we're all a part of every single moment. The ultimate question, then, isn't what we choose to believe, but what we are willing to recognize. Thank you for joining this logical audit.
Question number one.
Gotcha.
Do you believe that we're the only, I don't want to say being necessarily, but intelligent being? You believe we're the only intelligent being that exists in this realm?
Um, it's definitely a possibility, and that's what my third book is about. It's called A Possible World. The quantum truth of the only divinity, a possible world. It's possible that we could be the only. It's possible that we did. The only reason I say that it's more of a possibility that we only is because if we look at the totality of existence and we see that um, there are things within existence that's the same, but they're different. And we'll break it all the way down to humans first. We understand that each of us individually is a separate human. And so we have some things that are similar. What are the mostly things that all of us
You
have?
muted.
Two, I'm muted.
No, I can
You
hear
can't
you.
hear me?
I can hear you, Quantum.
What happened?
You can't you can't hear me?
I can hear you.
E-man can't hear me?
Can y'all hear him? I can't
I
hear
can
him
hear
no
you.
more.
I can
Okay,
hear
I got
Iman. I can hear everybody.
Yes, I can hear him.
you
I
can
can
hear
hear
me
Roy
too, Roy
Chess.
Chess? Oh, Iman
Yeah,
gotta
I can
leave and
hear
come back
you.
here.
Everybody can
Iman
hear
got
everybody. Yeah.
Iman gotta leave and come back. No, I don't think Iman hear me. Do you hear me, Iman?
Can anybody hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you,
Yeah, I
Iman.
can hear you, Iman. Iman can't hear me. Tell Iman he can't hear me. He gotta leave and come back because I can hear
Iman,
everybody.
can you hear Quantum?
Yeah.
Oh, he
Okay,
left.
maybe you can't.
All right, I'll wait for him to come back to answer his question.
Yeah. Real quick, Oli. I would think that if in the philosophy community you would have to go by when you say contradiction, I don't think you're using the standard form of it, and that goes by the square of opposition. So you're using like a slang version of contradiction, whereas any inconsistency, where like it doesn't have to be that both of them can't be true at the same time. A lot of people think that's a contradiction. That's not a contradiction, right? Contradiction has more to it than that. That it's not just that both of them can't be true at the same time. Both of them cannot be false at the same time, right? So that's what the standard definition is in philosophy from the square of opposition, and that was formulated by Aristotle, not created but formulated. He made that principle discovery that two statements can be false at the same time and they oppose each other, right? So the word contradiction may not need to be changed.
Well, I don't. That's thanks for that observation. Um, Aristotle didn't change his when somebody disagreed, so I just disagree with Aristotle, and then
No, it's not his definition. That's just the way it is. It's not that he created it. It was
wait,
formulated.
well, I formulated something that disagrees with it.
Well, nobody in philosophy is gonna accept that one, unfortunately.
I don't agree with that because there's plenty other people who got philosophies that people go by.
No, I'm talking about in the field of philosophy, not just philosophy in general.
I'm talking about in the field of philosophy.
No, you're not gonna. I don't think you're gonna be able to use that definition because it's wrong. It's not the same
Let's hear
concept.
an example,
All
Roy
right,
Chess.
thanks.
Right. So I would have to show you the square of opposition, right? So a quick example: if I say all apples are red fruits, and I say no apples are red fruits, it is an inconsistency.
Right,
Those statements cannot be true at the same time, but they are
right.
not contradictory,
So
right?
if all you said if all apples are red, and then you double up and say they're not red, you said that's not a contradiction.
Correct. They're not. If I say all apples are red fruits, and then I say no apples are red fruits, that's not a contradiction. It's an inconsistency, but it's not what we call a contradiction. There's another name for that relationship. Contradiction means both cannot be true, both cannot be false at the same time. In the example I gave you, both of them cannot be true at the same time, but one is true and then the other is false, right? So they,
Right.
right. So that's why it's not a contradiction. So they can't both be false. When you eliminate both of them
I think he added just an extra word to it. But quantum's not that far away from what you just said.
yeah, but he's using the wrong term. That's what I'm saying. Like that's like me saying something's a square and it has no sides. Like, it's a little off because people are going to be like, that's not how it's commonly understood. If you're coming up with your own definition, that's probably not going to be a good look.
But I mean, I would say definitely, like Quantum says, we have to develop our own perspective. If we're true thinkers, free thinkers, right? But it should. I would just agree with you, Roy Chess, to say it should at least withstand scrutiny, right?
Yeah, but that terminology is set in place, unfortunately, right? I can't make it, I can't change it. He
Yeah.
can't change it,
Right.
right? That's,
Right.
that's just what it is.
Right.
I think it's, I
Now,
mean,
if the terminology is different, right, could come about via another perspective. The word we got many different languages on the planets which could say the same thing to each other, just maybe have different. The vernacular, the enunciation will be extremely different, right? Particularly between as enunciated saying hello in Chinese and hello in Spanish. But
no,
yet, I would say you're giving you to take. I think it was Aristotle you quoted. Where you got
yeah, it's different from what you're saying though. This is
There's
a
like a
foundation and
Aristotle-esque vernacular. If you understand what I'm saying, like
it's
he may use a
philosophy.
quantum. Right. I see what you're saying. Right. Right.
It's in
Right.
that's like saying an atom is 10 feet tall.
Bro, balagaba. Right.
Yeah,
Right.
like
Right.
if it's outside the
Right.
standard
Facts. Right. Right. I got you.
so that's what I'm saying. It's just it's a formality. It's a technical formality that he has to just maybe adjust if in certain audiences, right? Because that's
Right.
definitely not gonna fly in a philosophy audience because that's a standard thing. That's like saying two is an odd number or something like that. Like what?
The apple was a good example.
Yeah. So
What,
yeah,
what do you what do you think? What do you think quantum? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I'm
I
just
mean
keeping it. I'm trying to keep the ball rolling. That's all.
that
Uh,
relationship is not a contradictory. It's called a contrary. That has a special name. So that's why I'm being technical for that reason because he's gonna encounter that.
right, and I get where Roy just come from because, like right now, we talking live. My videos when I be making them, you know what I'm saying, I be making them live, and so some of the words in there, I understand what he talking about because s- you know what I'm saying. There's plenty different things that it could be besides a contradiction. Some of the things are, in my view, might be a um like an apparent opposite, and I say a contradiction. Um,
Right, but that's
things
slang.
that hold on, yeah, that's what I'm saying, and that's exactly what that's exactly what your point is, right?
Hmm.
Yeah. So can I finish? Um, Again, Roy Chess' point is when I'm saying contradictions, although when he say slang, he mean when I'm using it in everyday life, the slang, it could be looked at as a category mistake. You know what I'm saying? Equivocations, um, different things. And so you're right. I have to type it. I have to tighten it when I'm speaking with people, and so I will because most of them is just paradoxes without contradictions, and so I have to put it in there in that form, just like you said. And thank you for that because it's an update that I'll have to answer to if I'm gonna be doing this live and things like that. So thanks, Roches.
Yeah, no problem. No problem. Just helping you out.
Yeah. I'm because I mean now I see exactly what you're talking about. Like you ain't telling me it's wrong. You just telling me I might be using contradiction in the wrong place at the wrong time, and and that could be looked at um as a self defeater if I don't put exactly what I mean philosophically. So you're right, and I'll make sure to catch that.
So I had a follow up question to
I didn't get to answer your first question. Do you remember your first one? Because you started
yeah,
what's the name
yeah,
went out, and then Roy
you
Chess asked his
you
question.
did kind of answer though. You was elaborating a little bit more, but you pretty much said
Did you
that
get okay? Bet.
it's a possibility that something else just as or more intelligent than us could exist inside of this realm.
Definitely, and might have already existed and been here, and we could have misidentified it for beings that look just like us because they could have been in the habitable zone, which we inhabit. And remember, this is a possible world. I'm just
Right.
giving you. Yeah, yeah. I'm just giving a possible world scenario. If I was looking at time and nature as the things, then I say that there's all possibilities. That's what time and nature provides: opportunities and possibilities. So we have stories, unless like you was talking about the Bible, and can the Bible be actualized without supernatural occurrences? Because if people could describe those things without supernatural occurrences, then we might have to go back and look for that. So what are we talking about? We're talking about a race that had to be here before the human race, because the Bible talks about wars in heaven. A lot of other religions talks about wars in heaven, and so um, a lot of other stories that we hear talk about beings coming from another. Zachariah Sitchin got the Anunnaki story with the um 10th planet, ninth planet. I can't think of it right now because I'm but
I get what
and
you're saying though.
yeah,
Like,
and it's so many people got so many possible worlds, you know what I'm saying? And I ain't gonna say they made them up, like they correlated it with stories of the past. And so it could be the case that each and every one of these religions, while they have their own gods and goddesses and lords and things, it could be that this is the same species that came from another place at different times, landing in high regions so they can keep their technology that they brought with them. Could be that they messed up their atmosphere and the atmosphere actually relocated to a place that the place that they was at close to. And what could this be? Because we know that we are in a habitable zone and talk about heaven and earth. So we need to find out exactly where heaven could be that would make sense. And remember, this is just a possible world. I'm not saying this. We have stories. I never knew this till just the other day. For Farad, or one of the Nation of Islam people, before they said that Yaqub, the big head scientist, was the place that white people came from, they actually said that white people came from the moon. Okay, hold on now. Let's get this straight. We got a story about these beings coming from another place with higher technology. If that's the case, then these beings would be in control of that technology. They would put systems into place that they could rule over that world that they came to, because they had previous knowledge of wars and stuff, especially if they came to this to this planet. We have the story of Eden. Was that the story of the creation of everything, or was that a biosphere where that was blocked off to do experimentation on these beings that was here? Did they, and they had technology, and these is just possible worlds. Like, let's just say that Jesus um was special. They say immaculate conception. The angel supposedly touched Mary's stomach. What if he went and artificially inseminated Mary with a special type of serum that had something that connected him to what they was called in God? I mean, it's all kind of possibilities that we can make these things happen in quantum onlyism, but you have to use quantum, and these are just possible worlds. And so this is why I keep it simple and take away all that other stuff, because it just advances into reductio ad absurdum. Who got the best ideas that make sense, and then that's what we're gonna go with. And so
so I'll tell you, I agree with you to a certain extent. Um, I like to go off of the evidences, and if we could get some type, then that being more so what I would lean towards when saying, I guess something is confirmed. And I think a lot of the, you know, ancient artifacts that we can say are clear evidences of something thousands of years before us documenting something, or documenting their current events to be specific. We have to give some type of reverence to that. And if we don't, that's just natural human arrogance. And if you're giving more reverence to one specific artifact than the other, that's your natural bias towards that artifact making you feel good. And there's no way around that. And that causes, a lot of radicalism. And a lot of that is from traditional indoctrination. And I try and stay as far away from traditional indoctrination as I can, and like I say, just go off of the different evidences. And uh, as far as complete, like I always say, man, when you read those first couple books in the beginning story of Genesis, it lines up with a lot of these Egyptian, ancient Mesopotamian, ancient Aramaic, ancient Hindu beginning stories, etc. It's just about what you want to pick and choose and criticize and say, well, nah, because the Bible is saying this, this, and that, but you got to realize how much English you're reading when you're reading Genesis from the lens that will make you say that. Because when you go into, like I say, the Hebrew and understand that these different characters are actually telling stories, they're telling the same exact stories. So when you talk about these quote unquote um, fallen angels and why one will get an understanding of what fallen means, etc., and then you have ancient Mesopotamian stories of people being called the Anunnaki because they came from a higher place or descended or fall or fallen, etc. Like however you want to have that understanding. A lot of it, you can make it line up and it makes perfect sense. And like I say, the same thing with a lot of the Egyptian mythology. They a lot of their knowledge, according to them, came from things that descended or knowledge descended from the heavens to them. So I don't see how we could go from them having this documentation, like I keep saying, thousands of years before us, and every time we can possibly see a spurt of it happening now, we don't believe it's possible. And for anybody, like I always just, like to be straight up, you don't have to believe it. But as far as being the only type of being that exists in this realm, I can tell you, I know for a fact that we're not. It's shit that's walking around that looks just like us, but it ain't just like us. And I'm gonna leave it right there.
All right, and that's why I say, man, you might need to get with me just so we can have some discussions about my third book, A Possible World, because it's intriguing too. The same things that you're talking about is the same thing that I put together because, like you say, if I am telling the truth about time and nature, and then people say that these things happen. How did these things happen if it was time and nature? And so I put forth another mechanism that I use as well as an audit tool to make those things and those stories um intelligible. And I can do that with that. I'm not saying that this is how it happened. I'm just saying that's one of the things that intrigued me about my philosophy, the third book, why it don't the first book don't need the third book. It's just a possible world and imaginative. It just still fits in so many ways, and if it just happens to come true, to be true, because it is more logical of an explanation than the explanations we got. I ain't knocking the Bible or the Mahabharata, none of those things. I ain't knocking none of they holiness. It done did a lot of good for a lot of people. It done did more bad for more people. But that being said, it is where it's at. But that's a nice aspect to look at. Like I want some of them questions answered. If the Holy Ghost was taking over Jesus, what was the Holy Ghost? Let's come on. We got to find out exactly what it was, what it was made of. How was it entering Jesus? Was he absorbing it through his skin? Was it going through his nose? When this blood
So
in Jesus
look,
was special.
this is how I answer that question anytime. I actually had a debate on this because my understanding is that the Bible teaches that Joseph was the father and that was the only way possible for that prophecy to be fulfilled and from Christ to come from the line of Judah, etc. But not to get too deep into that, uh, just follow the context of the Holy Ghost and look at what it does. The Holy Ghost never had sex with anybody or impregnated anybody anywhere in the scripture. So that would be the wrong way to even prospectively understand that.
Well, it's not about having sex. He could just do it because he's God. Right?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, they,
Supernatural. That's the whole point. It's not about sex. We
I
would have
got
to have
you. I
sex.
got you. I
Yeah,
got you. As
that's
big
the
as the
point.
scriptures are, and as consistent as they're supposed to be, how radical is the understanding that you just gave when you said, "Well, he just do it because he's God."
Yeah, it's a miracle, right? That's what we call it.
Right.
But
Right.
what if
So
it wasn't a miracle? What if it was just those people artificially inseminated Mary with a special kind of semen that had
it couldn't
additives
be.
to it? Because we know about CRISPR technology today and how we can gene edit, how we can use mRNA. Somebody was talking about mRNA earlier today. The thing that actually edits DNA. What if it had
Couldn't be.
um some type of technology that connected Jesus to a real thing that was supposed to be God? Like we know a neural link can link somebody to a system. Like these things can be answered for. Like it don't have to be a
It
miracle.
would be
It was a
impossible.
miracle. It was a miracle to them people, but that just goes back to the symbolism, like I was talking about in Kemet when they had Ra being a symbol of the sun moving across. Maybe they was just explaining this because this is how they could explain it at that time, and it wasn't actually no miracle stuff going on. It was real processes. What we have to do is find out what these processes were. We can't just say they were supernatural and we can't explain them if we want them to be worth something.
No,
Yeah.
you can't. It can't be that
So,
because it logically
question,
it
Roychester.
logically is inconsistent.
I got a question, Roychester. Do you know of any scripture that calls Christ's birth a miracle, or is that something that Christianity and Catholicism teach?
It's implied. So it's you're not gonna find, to my knowledge, I don't know of any scripture that literally says it's a miracle. It's
Okay,
implied that it's implied that it's a miracle.
okay.
Well, there you go then.
Right.
So,
So it can't be that they could do something else, Oli, because Jesus represents a specific thing. That he's like us in a sense, but he's not like us because he's God. And
Right.
he has
And what
no sin. We have sin. He has no sin.
so
well,
number two, I would agree with you when saying, I would agree with you when saying that he had to be some type of fulfillment for sure. But I wouldn't necessarily say that it had to be miraculous, or when you said that it was implied, it could be understood uh, that it was miraculous by implication if you don't understand the previous prophecy of him being born of a virgin, because that virgin in in the book of Isaiah that's prophesying ends up having sex and having a child. So if that's the same way the prophecy is supposed to be fulfilled, then that would be the reason that the angel told Joseph to go and take Mary as his wife, which would mean to go and make sure he bore that child, and then Christ was born. And he didn't have sex with her until Christ was born. So there were no sexual relations before the angel told Joseph to go and take Mary.
what seems to be the physical thing that happened is that thing that's Christ, that they call Christ, is a soul, and somehow that Christ soul is making amends for
Facts.
something that it did. So that Christ soul might have been the soul that was in that being that they was calling Lucifer. They was able to capture it, put it into some viable form with semen, and artificially inseminate Mary with the Christ soul. This
No,
is a
that would be
possible world.
no,
Yeah,
that would be impossible.
that's
That,
possible.
that is not possible.
No,
Yeah,
it's not. That's why I'm saying it's not possible for that to happen.
I said that is not impossible.
No, it is impossible
Why is it impossible?
because he was perfect. And what you're saying, it would be imperfect
How would that be imperfect?
because God is defined as perfect. He has no flaws. What
The,
you're
the,
saying, everything else outside of God has a flaw, at least one, maybe 10, maybe 20.
But what did I say was outside of God? Because first of all, you have to understand that in this possible world, I'm not presupposing the same God that you're calling the God of creation. In this possible world, it comes all the way down to time and nature is the God and goddess that gives everything the opportunity. And this story that we have that's supernatural is actually an occurrence within time and nature. And so what we must do is answer for these things. So it has to be that this system that is God, that you saying is God, and that's the creator, it- in this possible world, remember this word, just and I just use this as a tool to refute um absurd ideas. Think of this. If there's a possibility that it could happen, then that would have to mean that there was beings somewhere. I'm just gonna be supposed presuppose that if we're on earth and books talk about heaven and earth, the other place that these beings were in heaven. In fact, if I read Revelations first, Revelations give me the story of battles in heaven. If I read that first and then go to Genesis second, I have a story that tells me about a race of beings that was in heaven that descended to earth. What were they doing? They was trying to live. They put together systems. They put watchers down here, and they were supposed to look over the planet to make sure the planet was viable for the relocation of the beings, because these beings were warring in heaven and they disrupted heaven. And we get this story about the wars in heaven in your actual Bible that you're talking about. So I'm just to make them happen. What has seemed to happen is that they put together an experiment to see if life was viable. They got beings from this planet, put them in a biosphere, and this biosphere was what they called the Garden of Eden. This garden was meant to was used so they could study these beings. Outside of the bias dome, however, the angels that was out there was doing their own experimentation and started mating with the beings here before it was time. This is what caused problems with the system, which is God, and the beings that was here. Now we have to answer for Lucifer. Now Lucifer is said to have turned against God. So how is this possible in this? Well, if Lucifer was an angel, and I skipped some of it, but we're just gonna start right there. If Lucifer is an angel and he was the first angel of this system that was God, God would only mean that it could be an AI system that was created to help govern over this dimension that they was in. So when this AI started putting together a program for them to survive, they put together a relocation protocol because the environment of the place of heaven was decaying from the wars in heaven that they had already had because of Lucifer, right? Now, Lucifer, in the stories, we hear the story of Job, where it says Lucifer had already been kicked out of heaven, but he was still a part of this party that God was having. And it says all the angels was there, and Lucifer was among them. Okay. After Job did what he did, it could be the case in this possible world that Lucifer understood what was happening. It could be that this system said, well, there's this thing called reincarnation, and we have the technology to actually try to track you. So after Lucifer passed, as every living thing do, they trapped that soul and tracked it to the end of the universe where time and nature actually is, and brought it back. And it's the Christ soul. And to make amends for what it did as an angel, they artificially inseminated in a human. And this soul actually knew the of its past life and what it had did to mess up that existence, and how it was going better the existence today. And so this is possibly how it could have happened more logically than some supernatural stuff to me. And this is just a possible world. I'm not saying I believe this or nothing. I'm just giving you a world that's more viable than the one they've given you. And it tells the same story.
No, it's not. It's not. You're taking the whole supernatural part and the miracle part out. You're making it sound
Exactly.
like it's a natural thing.
Exactly. That's what
But
we
that's the
must.
point of the story. That's the point of the story. That, I mean, if you take away the supernatural, then we don't need a God. What would we need a God for? But then your system fails
No,
again
actually,
because how
actually,
would you
God,
have
actually, we
perfection?
actually we have a God. The only
No,
perfection.
how would you
This
have perfection?
this is what we find out, Roy Chess. We find out that there's only one perfection, and that is existence. We find out
No.
that time is actually God, and we find out that's what I told you at first. We find out that everything is accountability. That's why we don't need a supernatural stuff, because to take the supernatural away takes away the anybody being able to blame anything on the devil, which I just showed you what the devil was, and that ain't what you want. You don't want accountability. You actually want to be able to blame a supernatural something on the cause for what you do and how you do it. That's absurd to me.
Satan is supernatural. What are you talking about? Angels are supernatural. They
That's
could do
why
things. They
that's
could
and
do
that's
things
why they
humans can't.
and that's why
They're
we know
supernatural.
that's why we know that that story is incoherent.
So you don't believe they're supernatural either, but you're using the names.
There's no such thing as supernatural. I gave you a possible world.
No, but those names are those. Nobody's gonna recognize those names outside of the supernatural. Like
I gave you a
Lucifer is a
possible. I
specific.
gave
You
you a
even
pos.
said he was an angel. You
I
even
gave you
said he was an angel. That's a supernatural
right.
being.
No,
So that
it
means
they
he doesn't have to abide by our laws of physics or the things of this world
that's in this
because
world,
he's
Roy.
supernatural.
That's in this world, Roy. Just in the possible world I just gave you, I gave you what they are without any supernatural occurrence, which makes it more logical to have happened that way.
Yeah, but that takes away the whole story. You're
It
throwing
doesn't
away
take
the
away
whole
the whole
story.
exactly because I want accountability. You don't want accountability in existence.
Man,
This is
that's like
crazy. This is crazy,
yo,
guys.
Sadiq, he take it.
I'm
It's
just
like if I
laughing.
say it's
What,
like if I
what's that?
say like let's say let's read the book Moby Dick
Right,
and I take the whale out. Like what?
right,
That's not
right.
Moby Dick anymore.
Yeah,
Like
but
come
Yeah,
I
on.
yeah,
ain't.
in that
But this
context,
ain't
right,
Moby Dick.
right.
But this ain't Moby Dick. What we talking about? We
You're
talking
taking
about.
away the main characters.
Okay, Roy. Just can I talk for a second? I've been
Yeah.
trying not to interrupt you, and every time I start talking, you start interrupting. I'll let you
No,
finish. Let me
I'm
finish
sorry,
for a second.
sorry. Yeah.
What we have here is the call for accountability, Roy Chess. I took away the supernatural thing because I didn't like the devil. There's still a God. There's actually a God and a goddess, time and nature. And then you have a highest power, which is existence. And all you have to do is be accountable to those things. You want to be able to say that there's a supernatural something that grabs people and makes them do things when we know that isn't happening. We don't see that happen. I don't want that. You want that. You can have that. What we must do now is, like I said, find the most logical way to find a debate about what you don't debate or nothing. I mean, you got your ism, it's some form of theism. I got my ism. You got the Bible. I just gave you a possible world that just made you just crash out because you don't want to be accountable in existence. And that's absurd to me.
I didn't crash out, man. I didn't crash out.
Man,
But I'm saying
Roy Chester want to be accountable. Damn.
you're taking the main entertainment out of the story, man.
You
And then
just
you're
said it.
saying it's the same
Entertainment. We don't
story.
want entertainment. We want
How did he
we
take
No,
it
want
out?
it's part of the
Maybe I missed
story.
something. What
It's
happened
part of the
earlier, Roy
story.
Chester? How did he take it out?
Like he's taking away the supernatural abilities. He's taking away perfection. So in his system, how do you have perfection without flaw?
in my
Like
system.
Right,
There's only one
right.
perfection. That is
existence?
existence.
That makes no.
Yes.
That's not how people take the word perfection to mean.
They will
You're
after
using it
they
in
hear
a
my
different.
story. They
You're
will after
using
they
it
hear
a different way. You're using it in an unfamiliar
I
way. So
am
you would
not.
have to
I'm
explain.
using what do
Yeah,
you
you
say
are.
perfection is?
Right,
What do
Something
you
right. I was
without
just about to
flaw.
ask define. We
what do
should
you say
define it
perfection
on
is?
both sides.
Something without flaw. So if I
That
spell a
that doesn't
word
that
right
doesn't
and I don't have an error in it, if I spell the word Mississippi and there's no error, I spelled it perfectly. Right? That's what it means. That's what it normally means in American English. Without flaw, no error. That's what perfect means. So that
that's
means if I say I'm perfect and then I make a mistake, you know that I've made a mistake, right? Or my statement is not true. I should say I made an error because that means I'm not perfect.
Okay.
and this is how we know that existence is the only perfection, just like I told
No,
you.
that's not. That's
It's
existence
the
is
only
not.
thing that doesn't have a flaw.
Yeah, but that's not that.
What?
The
Okay. Well, we'll go with this quantum. Could you give us an example
Of what?
of the logic out of that philosophy?
Oh yeah, yeah,
Can you
yeah.
can you create a scenario using that logic?
Yeah, yeah. So for something to be perfect, to be the ultimate state of being,
Right.
It has to be the only of its kind because if it's perfect, there's nothing that can contradict it or flaw it in the first place. So it's the only thing that could be perfect. If existence is the highest power, then I understand that that can only be the only perfection. That's the only thing that there's no contradiction to. That's the only thing that it don't even have to worry about something like it coming to take over it. All of these other ideas, however, have that. And we see that Jesus cried and said, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? This shows the imperfection of the human part of him, which it was part of him, even if he had a part of him that was God. So this was an imperfect logic in the first place to have that idea. We must only assume that the only thing that can be perfect is what provides everything, and that is existence.
Yeah, but you're changing it. You're change. That's not how the word
I want
works in
accountability.
English.
That's how it's gonna work, Roy Chess. When people get my logic and they understand that
Oh
perfection
man.
should be that without contradiction, without flaw, and they see that, oh yeah, with his logic, that's exactly what it is. And
Wait
like
a
I
minute.
said, you can keep the devil if you want to. We don't want the devil because you see
You're,
in my system, we took out the devil and we put a goddess. You can
wait.
have devil. I have a god, a goddess, and a highest power without intention. You can have the creation in all of those stories about who created evil and keep on having to have those type of debates and is God good, is he evil, and all of that stuff because if you want the evil as well as the good supernatural, you want the evil supernatural too. You have to have it. You have to. And boy, and I'm telling you, like, you laughing, but you that just means you don't want to be accountable, Roy Chess, because
When
that's
you're
all
done,
my
Quantum, I'm gonna
system
add a
does.
scenario when you get done, Quantum.
Bet, because that's all my system does, Roy Chess, is ask for accountability. In the end, I'm glad I had this talk tonight because I got to actually show what my system actually does. It just asks for accountability by taking away the supernatural aspect of existence and giving you something that you can actually hold on to. And all it asks for is accountability and for you to recognize this. And I'm talking about you do not want it. And you might not even be uh the deepest. Think about that. Think about the incoherence I have, the future of putting up with while as I take the mentally transmitted infections that y'all all have and cleanse them with quantum onlyism. Ooh, it's gonna
Yeah.
be wonderful.
So there's an issue real quick. So what you described, like with a system without contradiction, doesn't mean it's perfect. It just means that it's consistent, right? So I could have something consistent and still have errors in it, right? It still doesn't apply to reality. Maybe it's false altogether. So that
Cons-
doesn't guarantee that it's going to be perfect without error. You all you
Right.
well, let me. Well,
without
that's no, no,
contradictions, you're
no.
just
That's wrong.
saying
That's
it's
wrong.
constant. No,
That's
it's
wrong.
not.
Yeah, it's
No, it's
wrong.
not. Without
Let me
contradictions,
tell you
all you
how.
have is consistency.
Well, I
That means
disagree
you're
with.
just you.
I
That
disagree
just
with you.
means
I disagree
everything you
with you, and
said
I'm.
is
Let me
on the
tell you.
level.
I just disagree with you, and let me tell you why I disagree with you. Because a non-contradiction is within the perfection of the thing that it is.
No, that's not right.
It
All
is
you
in my.
need
It is in my. Yes, it is. That's
no.
Can you
exactly
repeat that
right.
last part, Quantum?
That's exactly right.
Is A1 listening? I said no,
What's that
no.
last part you said, Quantum? The last
I
statement?
said the problem that he having and where we have a disagreement at is that when I say perfection, it's the only thing that you can imagine that's like that. Like you can't imagine another existence unless it's within the existence of what I proposed as time and nature. With that being said, like that's one of the points I have to debate. That's my view. Now Roy Chess is trying to tell me that he disagree. He ain't saying I'm wrong. He just saying he disagree with it.
No, it's
He
wrong.
Okay,
disagree.
then
He
we're going to
disagree.
get real. We're going to kind of get specific here. I'm going to go a little bit further and get that example, if you don't mind, Quantum.
Yeah, yeah. I was about to.
Um, Roy Chess mentioned that there's a pony of error, or say one who, as time, as one proceeds over a course of time, their point of awareness, given that they're acquiring more information through observation in some regard or another, be it through learning morality through the religious setting, or being just existing over time, as you say, Quantum, requiring or accommodating space, right, and acquiring more information through observation. that's updating. Where you want to ask him, Roy Chess, is that where you want to get him at is on the order update. As one order updates sequentially more than another person, man, or another unit, right? One can become more perfected, thus increasing distance from the less quote perfected state if one is just ignorant as hell and refusing the order update, right?
Right.
Well, again, there's words for this, so he's
Right.
His words is
changing.
going to be his. Well, we back to that
But
again, Roy. I
yeah,
told you
his
earlier, his
words.
words is going to be different because he has a different. The philosophy
Yeah,
has its
yeah, I
own
know that.
vernacular,
I
right?
know that, but the English language already has words to describe what he's describing, though. That's what I'm trying
Right,
to get him to understand. So
right.
he's
That's fine, right.
like the word consistency is a thing that without contradictions, right? So
Philosophers
so
have
he,
done this for millennia, Roy Chess.
no, I said it again. A1, where are you?
Well,
Um
he admitted pretty much that a person is if I'm taking that right, quantum is in an imperfected state if they're going to ignore the order update.
Correct.
no, but
We're
that
going
has
to
nothing to do with
slowly improve
perfection.
over time.
That has nothing to do with perfection and whether
That's
you
what
know
that's what
it's
we're
an
looking
error or
at,
not.
right?
So perfection again deals with how do you know it's an error or not, and the way he's describing it, you won't. And also another thing he said was it's the only one of its kind, which is
Well, the
the,
order update
the English
accommodates for
word.
that, right?
The
You
English
you
word
you,
Talk
for
you learn
that.
about
from your error.
perfection
You
for
update the error,
Christianity,
learn
Roy
knowledge. Right?
Chess. When you talk about perfection, you talking about perfection for Christianity. I disagree with that perfection for Christianity.
That's
You
what it
can't
means
tell
in
me I'm
American
wrong.
English.
You
No, no,
wrong.
no. Well, in
If I
American
think that
English,
if I think that
perfect
that
means
whole view
without
is
error.
incoherent, then I'm telling you that I think the way that they're using perfect is wrong. What we need to do is debate who using the word perfect correctly. I don't agree with you. You don't agree with me. Stop
No, it's
telling me
not
I'm
about. It's
wrong.
not
I'm
about. It's
not.
not about.
You
It's not
believe it.
about
Yes, it
me.
is. It's about
It's
what the
not about
Christians
me.
believe. You're arguing for the
It's not
Christian
about
point of view
Christian.
of
No,
perfection. Yes,
no.
yes.
I'm giving
You
you
sitting
American
here
English. It
telling
has
me you
nothing to do with the
about
Bible.
we
That's
sitting here
American
and just had a whole.
English. That's American
I
English. I'm
disagree
not
with you,
even
Roy.
talking
I'm,
about the
I'm done.
Bible.
You can say what you want to say after this. You should just say you disagree with me and let's go on
No,
about
it's
it.
not
I
about
disagree.
disagreeing. It's not about disagreeing. There are what I'm trying to say is that there are words to describe what you're describing, and people are not going to understand you because there are words that already
Roy,
cover
just
these things.
they
So
update
you
every year.
discover
They put new words into existence every year.
no, but
They
yeah,
put
but
new
they
definitions
already
right.
have
into
words for those
old words every
things.
year, Roy.
You
Just
you have to have a
every
new word
year.
with a new
You don't
definition,
even believe in
not a new
definitions
word with the
and
same.
dictionaries. What are you talking about? You
That's the
don't even
con.
Right,
believe
I
in
don't.
right.
No,
It's
dictionaries.
more. It's more one way. It's more
I,
than one way to skin
I,
a cat. I can go for that. I don't. No, as
exactly.
long
I
as it
don't
makes
believe in
sense.
dictionaries.
It has to make
But
sense. As long as it's
but
tangible, we're good. You know.
if I have the word
I'm not
circle,
going to keep on
why am
having
I
this
going to make
discourse.
another
Just tell me
word
you
to
disagree. I
describe a
disagree with
circle?
you.
It's not that I
We can
disagree.
stop saying this.
No,
You're
I didn't.
wrong
I didn't
with your
disagree.
Christian perfection.
Hold
I'm
on. I
using
didn't
onlyism
disagree.
perfection.
No, hold
So
on. I
that's
didn't
what it is.
disagree.
I'm not
Hold
wrong.
on. I
You're
never
not
said.
wrong. You
I
use
never
it in that
said.
way. I use it in my way.
No,
Don't
no.
tell me I'm wrong. And we sit here and keep on going across this with you trying to
Again,
tell me why I'm wrong because I'm telling you why I'm not wrong. We disagree on those
no, we don't
points.
disagree. I didn't say I disagree with you. I'm trying to explain to you. People are not going to understand you because there are words in the English language that already cover what you just discovered. Right? So they're not going to just go with your vocabulary when we already have words
I
for
guess. I
it.
guess Roy
Let's
Chesters
go with
don't like
that
your
word.
words, brother.
No, we already have words for it,
So
right?
you prefer to use the
So if
established
so if I have a
uh,
car, and then I come up with 10 other words for the same
vocabulary.
thing, why am I doing that? I have the
Car.
word car already.
They got
Or
car,
computer.
vehicle. They got
Yeah,
car,
yeah, but
vehicle. They
all
got all
vehicles
kind of
aren't
stuff.
cars. All
They got
vehicles
all
aren't
kind.
cars, so there's a distinction there.
Exactly. That's what I'm telling you.
But
There's
you're
all kind of
making up
words,
a
but
word
it's
that
still
has
a word
a
for it. You
definition
act like
already and a
Roy
word
Chess.
for
They
it
update
already.
Roy Chess. Is it true that they update words every year?
I don't know about every year,
Roy Chess.
but
Is it true that they
that's why
have?
you
Is
can't
it
use
true that at least
dictionaries and
one?
etymologies.
Is it true that at least one new
Quantum brought
word
out the
comes
order
into?
update on you, brother.
Is it true that at least one new word comes into a dictionary every year?
I don't know about that, Quantum. I don't know, but I wouldn't say that's true. I don't think it's
What do
every
they?
year.
So dictionaries ain't never updated. They've always been the
They
same.
get no. They get updated,
Okay.
but
Okay.
it doesn't
Right,
have to be
Thank
every
you.
year.
Thank
right,
It could be
you.
every 2 years, every 5
It
years, every
don't.
right,
7
right,
years.
right.
I don't know when.
but they do get updated.
They do get updated.
Okay,
Absolutely.
leave me alone. Let's get off this point. Okay,
No,
you're
you.
not gonna make no sense. This
I
I
didn't.
mean,
I
matter of
didn't
fact,
say I
I hear
disagree
what
with
you're
you.
saying. I hear what you're
No,
saying.
I didn't say I disagree with
I
you.
want
So
you to
I
know
need
that
you
I
to
do hear what
understand that.
you're saying. Yeah, yeah. I want you to understand that I hear what you're saying. I just
Yeah, but
this
you
shit
think I disagree with you?
yeah.
I didn't. It's not about a disagreement. I'm talking
All
about
right, Riches.
comprehension.
Okay, all right,
It's
Riches.
about comprehension, not me
Yeah,
disagreeing.
okay, right. It's really about perspective, but okay,
No, it's
Riches.
not about
Yes, it
perspective. It's
is.
about comprehension.
You want to
The
be
way
a
you're
Christian.
using
I'm not using Christian
has not. I
perfection.
didn't say anything
I'm not
about
trying to use
Christianity.
it. You
What I
don't
said.
have to. You don't have to. I'm smart enough to
So
know that's the
you're
perfection
making
that you're
assumptions
using.
that you shouldn't
I'm
make.
not making an
I'm
assumption.
talking
One
about
mic, guys.
language.
One
Oh
mic.
my God. Come on,
Go.
Riches.
I'm
Let's not
talking
do
about
this.
language,
Just stop,
Oli. You
Riches.
keep talking
Let's
about
go to
me. You're
oh my
talking about me. I'm talking about language.
Rochester, you're
You're
wrong
not
again.
understanding
You're
me.
having another one of those rights. We just was talking about how we said we can have decorum and go across. I disagree with
Yeah.
you. Okay, let's
No,
just stop.
again, it's not about
All right,
agreement.
all
It's
right.
not about agreement. It's about
Okay,
language.
you're wrong.
I'm wrong. It's not about me being wrong. It's about language. That's what
All
I'm trying to
right.
get you to
I can.
understand.
We can switch. I can throw in another boomerang just to go. Just change the gears if you guys want. If you guys want to keep, want to hash it out.
Well, it's just the language that he's using. It would have to be adjusted. That's all. Just like the word contradictory is the same. It's the same along the same lines. Just like you, that's not good. This is not good because we already have words already in the English language, and people are not going to just change to yours. We already have words to describe that already. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. So yeah, you could
Okay.
have
I
it in
can.
your
I.
philosophy,
Okay.
but yeah, why should I do it? Because we already got the word car already. Why do I need to call it what he calls it? We already got the word for that.
Well,
We
I
gotta
would
bring
say,
something
Roy
new.
Chess, that's why we're here to establish new points of view. We can't
Yeah, that's
necessarily
fine.
reinvent the wheel
If
because we
I
know
want
there's
to,
nothing's new under
Rochester.
the
But he's
sun. But
reinventing the wheel.
we owe each
I
other. I
can
just want to
call
say
my
this: we
car
owe each other.
automobile if I want to. I can
Right, we
call my
owe each
car
other another
Ford if
because
I
at one
want.
point it wasn't an automobile; it was another word, where it was something other kind of horse and
Right,
carriage or
I
whatever,
can call
horse
my
right.
silk or
car
what they call horse.
Bugatti if I want
So
to.
it yeah it varies, But at any rate, so man, quantum. So you say there's no such thing as space. He says the title. It says space time does not exist, huh? On the title.
My bad. Yeah, yeah. Nah, that's I be doing that to get people's to
Okay,
pique people's curiosity.
this kind of
Um
real. I got you. Okay,
and then
that's
plus
cool.
I read an article. That's what this started about. I read an article by a dude um earlier this week. One of my advisors or one of
Oh
my
yeah, what
people
was
that
that
be
about?
helping me out. One of my people that be helping me out anyway. They sent me a article because they like my little view and stuff, and they sent me an article by this dude named Sam Barron,
Huh?
and the name of his article was "Space Time Does Not Exist," and I just wanted to refute his little view of what he had
Huh?
because people like Edward Anderson on the problem of time agrees with me that what he's missing is that there's different aspects of time, and people are doing the same thing like me and Roy just talking about perfection.
Right,
Edward
right. Crits.
Edward Anderson actually talks about that point, how it just seems to be that he doesn't want to take um, he doesn't want to resolve the problem as much as refute Einstein.
Huh? Now, that article you mentioned, what was so the guy, there was a guy who was really professing no space and time exists. I wonder what was his, I don't know, just
What was
forget if
his
you want
view?
to.
Well,
Yeah.
I read the article a couple of times, and all he was trying to say was that there's no need for anybody to even argue Einstein's view. He got like a philosophical argument, and it's about the the circuitry of like quantum emergent stories, um, and he was saying like they don't deliver a settled scientific proof to say that all space time is real. And so I don't know, he put together like an argument. It wasn't really nothing to me. It was just like he was claiming that something like if um everything that emerges have has an explanation, then that already presupposes space time. Then he was saying that saying
Wait,
that
okay. He said, wait, it said already if something has an explanation, he said it
already
already predisposes space time.
presupposes space time. The same thing I say about father time, the actual thing that gives us. He's saying that about space time. Then he said that if you're saying that, then Einstein's space time is like a circular argument of why that would be, and that we shouldn't even have to use that because it just adds another layer to something that isn't fundamental.
What was that first part you said about the predisposed part? What was that? That he said? That you say he said?
Let me see. It was that everything, like you know how I say that time and nature things form and emerge.
Right.
He's saying that his claim is that all emergence explanations already presuppose space time. The same thing that I say about time. Like if we
Okay.
saying that thing
Okay.
form, and this takes
Right.
away creation. This takes away creation for me because I say formation.
I
But
see what you're saying. Right.
what he's saying is that all of those explanations already presuppose space time. So bringing on, so Einstein
He's
bringing,
referring to the pre-created, the so-called quote unquote pre-created physical created state. Is that it's like it's preliminary, right? It's
well, he's
immaterial state. Is that what we're
he's
talking about?
well, he's saying that if it's already presupposed, then
Right.
saying that it emerges is like a
Right.
circular argument.
And he
Because
denounced it.
while
He said that's a bad thing.
well, he's saying that Einsteinian space time shouldn't be treated as fundamental. You know how Einstein say space time is fundamental.
Right.
He's saying that if when he's saying that it's emerging, he's
Because it
already
should be
presupposing.
circular. Right. I mean,
He's saying
yeah.
that it's,
Right.
you know what I'm saying. So
Yeah. Because everything works in cycle.
and so
Cycles
that's why I
and
say
yeah.
he ain't really trying to answer nothing. He just trying to
Right.
refute Einstein.
That's that's okay. That's just probably just going after Einstein because yeah, what he's saying didn't make a lot of sense to me. Yeah, everything starts off in the immaterial before it becomes apparent in the physical.
Right. In some
I
form.
mean, yeah,
That don't mean it's not there.
right,
It's just not in that form that's physical.
right, right. Wow, this dude says he says it was that would have been that guy sounded like he's using what I call Frankenstein logic. Okay, yeah,
Yeah,
just because there's a archetypical counterpart, as I call it. In the occult, we use term archetypical and things that exist in a prerequisite, you could say, state of affairs in terms of its pre-created state. But let's just say when it becomes apparent in what we call in the realm of the apparent or the physicality, that doesn't negate the time and space. Uh, that actually proves it once it becomes apparent. This
right.
dude's saying pretty much that if it's a in its pre quote created state standpoint, where
Well,
physical creation is
presuppose
concerned, then you're right. It's predisposed. It just automatically negates its
that
physical
you
footprint in time and space. Yeah, he's
right. So
wild for
you
that.
don't have to even say nothing about it again, or you shouldn't
Right,
even be arguing that it's fundamental because you're
right,
proposing that it's fundamental. So why is you saying that it emerges? Because we know if it emerges, it's emerging for some conditions that you
right.
are already presupposing.
Yeah, yeah, he's wild. It's wow. Yeah, I'm good on that dude. Yeah, I'm always happy. I always keep my ear to the ground just to pick up some new jewels here and there.
And that's what I
Yeah,
came. That's what I wanted to come up here for. Where hey, is everyone in here? Because I got my little refuting video that I made, and then I talk about it, how I refute what he's saying.
right, right. I agree. I agree.
Because you know what I'm saying, like, and like I said, my guy Edward Anderson, he wrote that book, The Problem of Time in Quantum Gravity, and that's one of the sources that I use because he actually describes the problem of time as a conceptual conflict created by different roles that time plays in general relativity and quantum theory. And that's what I be talking about. Like time plays when they talk about space time or time dilation, they're still talking about the same time. They're just talking about different aspects of that, which
Right.
makes it not like you ain't saying that time doesn't exist. You're just trying to put it in a way that presupposes that it does. And so that's why I say he refuting Einstein, but I'm gonna refute him because
He's trying to get rid of time. It sounds like, huh? Yeah,
well, no, he really saying the same thing that I'm saying, but he's still calling it space time, which he just all he's saying is that uh, what I'm thinking is that he's saying
but you
it
said
can't
he's saying
emerge,
this
it had to
it
be
doesn't
created. Yeah, I'm thinking that he's trying to
right.
say that it didn't emerge, it had to be created. I'm not going to say that for sure because I don't know his view, but with
Yeah,
a view like that, to say that Einstein is saying that because Einstein is um, giving emergence
of course, of
a
course, it makes
benefit.
sense.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
so
mean,
if
yeah,
he,
something.
I'm
It,
saying,
there's nothing's just an absolutely one state of form or one state of a being. Like for instance, a child, or I'll just say an idea that's less complicated. If a person want to design a chair, he want to create a chair at some point, quote unquote, create a chair. We know that ain't, that he's gonna need to think about it first, right?
mhm,
And so once then once you write down your plan or whatever, visualize it, whatever, and then you draw up a blueprint or whatever, then it becomes, you bring it into the apparent, give birth to the brainchild, if you will, via the brainchild. Then it's going to occupy space and time. I mean, and then
right,
until then, and when it's in the brainchild's format, when it's in the mental status, so to speak, yeah, he can probably try to negate space time in that regard and try to, say whatever, that it doesn't exist and whatever. That's fine. I think Einstein would agree, but he's trying to just undo and trash that whole paradigm, I see.
right. And I show that
And
it does actually exist, but we just know different
right,
forms. We know if ice or water can exist in different forms, then why can't things that are possible exist in different forms? If we're trying to actualize that chair and that chair exists in my head right now, and I
right.
put that out there, then it existed in my mind, just not in the
Now,
physical.
right. Now, you were saying the same thing he was in
No,
that
I
regard,
say
or okay.
I think yeah, well, he trying to say that you don't have to say that space time emerges if you're already presupposing space time. What I'm saying is that we don't have to presuppose a creator if we're already because when people say a creator, they're actually presupposing um time and nature. Because if they're saying that there is a creator, they're saying it exists. And then my argument is that existence is the necessary constitutive conditions of existence. If God exists and we know he has to exist to be able to be efficacious within existence, then and that's where my logic comes in and I say it can't be a creator, it has to be formation because time and nature have
Right.
always been, existence has always been, there has always been something, and if it unfolds with the right conditions, time and nature, then
King.
we can come
Okay.
to what we have right now at
Okay.
this
I don't want you, but some of these things, right? I'm stupid, but a lot of the guys listen, they won't understand. A lot of that just goes right over their heads. It's it's up to you. I don't, what if the timing you got, you and they want on or whatever. But I mean, would you like to expound on some of those points when you said something about formation? That's critical. That's a critical point that a lot of people are not familiar with, particularly guys that subscribe to Abrahamic religion. Maybe they may not understand what you mean, your use of that.
yeah well
Because you said there was no creation, then we're talking about formation. They
yeah
might
yeah
be like, what do you like? Hey, Roy Chess might say, man, that sounds like a
Hey, how did
right
his
right
voice change? How did his voice change? The voice got like super deep.
yeah.
it didn't. I just calmed down, Riches. I like this is something I can talk about. And like when Sadiq asked his
I thought somebody
questions,
else was on the panel, man. I thought
uh,
somebody new.
Roy Chess
no,
is great.
this is actually Elron. This isn't.
You changed your voice, man.
No, I didn't. I ain't gonna even lie. If sound changed, I didn't try to change it. I was just, I guess, just talking different because of the question he asked me, and I could answer that question.
Just, I mean, just
Um,
for if you want, I mean, isn't pressure either way. Just to just to because I seen somebody say "huh" in the comments. I think somebody was listening and said "huh." It's just, I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
this
they're
is
gonna always say, "Huh?" That's why I
yeah.
say. That's why I
Okay.
had to write the books and everything, because
Okay.
you might catch it at the wrong spot, and you'll be lost as you is with the mentally transmitted infections that you already have of indoctrination of things that aren't your ideal in the first place. That's hard to refute too. But like you asked, what is formation over creation?
For
In
the
my
audience so
in,
they can yeah,
yeah,
because
yeah,
we were
and
just vibe going from point to point to point. I'm saying, well, you know what?
right.
Let's just
I
slow it
got
down.
videos. In my quest to rid existence of the supernatural evil that makes us all do things, because the evil never got over me, and I know I've done things in existence, so I take accountabilities for it because of the fact that that supernatural belief in an evil being means that you'll let somebody hit you upside your head and tell you the devil did it. And if you have to take into account that there's a supernatural being that's evil as well as a supernatural good being, then you can only well, I can only come to the um conclusion that my intelligence or anything that is me is artificial. It's not the real intelligence. The real intelligence would be what created me and what has control over me. And I've seen none of these things within existence. And so when I started ridding myself of that, I had to go all the way back to why is there the devil? And they say because God created him. So I asked myself, what makes God able to do what he does? The answer would traditionally be he's God. It's not enough for me. That idea became incoherent because I understood that God had to have time to create, and he had to have a nature as well as the materials to create stuff with. Because if you're saying that he's brought it into existence from no thing, it's incoherent and ill in my view, because that
Let me
would
ask you this,
be
Quantum, real quick before you go on. You said they had to have time for him to do it. How can one? I'm just going to play devil's advocate. How can one with a I know you tell them to read the books, but let's just say they got a conventional mindset nonetheless. When we hear about creating something over time, or right, and so how can one properly perceive time under those circumstances? Uh, as you worded that latter sentences you just said, how can one see it in a practical way without reading a book? Maybe just through your words, like just to a dummy. How would you explain that to these guys?
how would I explain the creation of something?
When you said it was a time, you said a set. You laid out. It was a few sequences there. When you
That's why
said
I
we has to create over a set time is,
oh
but we're talking
okay,
about creating a. I think before the apparent or the emergent process, the emergent point of reference occurs. Right?
right,
Is
right,
that it?
right. Okay, let's say I have an idea. I imagine I can write a book. This
Right.
is a possibility that I can write a book. I go actualize this book. Right now, I got this book in the
Well,
physical
before you
form.
get to the book, you said time is a requirement. It's a hard
Yeah, but
requirement, right?
I was gonna
Right.
get right back to that. Like I go and
Before it
I
becomes
generate.
apparent.
Right, I
Okay.
go and generate this
Okay.
book. Now,
Right.
to get from the point where I thought about this book, well, even when I was thinking about this book,
Okay.
forming it, like the book wasn't formed. I thought about it. This guy's gonna do this. This girl is gonna do that. Gonna
Right.
jump over here, do that, do that, and I write it down. It takes me physical time to write it down, and then I have
Okay.
the total thing. It took me time and a nature to understand what I was writing because the things I was writing about has a physical form. Like it took me time and nature
I
to
got you.
create this.
After it was point.
This
Okay. After
this is the
when you
same.
start counting the time after you begin writing, and when in the physical book, there's
Uh,
physical movement, motor movement, as relates to your thought being
Yeah.
manifested,
right.
and that's where
It's
time
time.
begins.
Right. No,
Okay.
time is still no. Time ain't never begin. Time is going on while I'm forming the thought about this
Right.
book.
Right. That's what I've. That,
Time has
and so
always been. Uh,
okay. Now, but how would you? That's right there. This and I know what you're saying, but I just want to hear it in your
right.
words.
Right.
What in what's in the books you said? How would you explain that to the guy who maybe is a college so whatever physics
Right.
student, or he had maybe a few classes of chemistry or whatever the guys, because they don't teach it in that way, but like how would you help clarify? You said their brains, their mind is muddled and so forth
Yeah.
with conventional no pollution or whatever, intellectual pollution. How can one well mathematically perceive time before something becomes physically apparent when one is thinking of an idea, as you put it?
Well, you know that there is a change in the state of your mind as this idea forms.
Okay, whatever you say, I'll just accept. Okay, I can
I
go. I
mean,
want
that's
to
the
give
up
it. I can't. I won't
that's
go
the
into it,
update.
but yeah. Okay.
That's the update that would be going on at the moment that would need time. That time is the update is you processing through a sequence of what's gonna go on in this book.
Okay. Now you said there's time there though. I do want to kind of. I just also let it go. But how would you define time in that way? Is there a definition?
The ordered update.
Is order update is in that regard quantifiable?
Yeah. I'm quantifying it into a book that I'm imagining.
When you say quantifying it in a book, let's say you got that book, you imagine it. Now, as you imagine this, it's process of quantification. What did you come up with?
Wait, I might have misunderstood what you was meaning when you said quantification. I thought you said how was
Right.
I
I,
quantifying what
like
was I quantifying
yeah,
the
like if I'm
thoughts
just thinking
around
of
it?
yeah, I'm thinking of a unit of measure, and so I'm writing a book on how to quantify a unit of measure, and so I'll record my processes in a matter of inches. What
Right.
would you use to quantify your conceptual of time in that regard? What unit of measure or whatever? What would you
Oh,
use
what would I use to measure time?
in that particular state of affairs? Right. Or,
Okay. Now that I know your question, what say it again. Say
okay.
it again. Say it one more time.
Well, like it's if as you put it, we're thinking about we want to create a I don't know maybe a I don't know I don't know you of whatever we're creating a chair we're creating a blueprint of a chair or whatever, right? And so time is passing in this regard. How can we know of authentically and practically in an explainable way that time is actually passing under those set of circumstances as one is thinking of this chair? How much time once you finish the thinking about the chair, how much time has passed? How long was this thought? You see,
Now see now that's
and
now that's
I kind of just reworded to kind of simplify it a little bit.
yeah. Well, that's exactly what you measure. If you're looking for it like that, then you measuring time in the way that we quantify it when we measure from one event to the next event. The before and after here
Right.
would be with before I had a book and after I had a book.
Okay. Now, before you had the book, is where we're at.
Right.
After you had the book, is we can run around and get into the Einstein. But I won't, I'll just let it go. I'm not gonna. I got it. We talked about it earlier today. I won't rehash it unless you guys just want me to. But we went into what time is in that sequence.
Right.
It's just I won't go into unless somebody asked me to go into it. I gave a nice example of it. And just to go in, but if we can keep it pushing. If you guys want,
No,
you want
you
to play
can
the
go into
video.
it.
You want to go?
I,
Okay.
I might not
Um.
kind of remember, or
Now, when
I might
my
have
brother
agreed.
Quantum laid it out so eloquently, and I appreciate it, bro. Being patient and not wetting your pants or jumping out the window, crashing out like we've seen in some of these chats. It's not even that serious, because I learn from everybody, and like I've said before when I first came on. Um, if we know we're thinking, let's just say hypothetically, and there's no way to track and prove this because no one's in any head timing thoughts and whatever. Just to make that clear for any skeptics out there. But physics does account for timing and anticipated event, right? If you know it's going to happen, if you know it's going to emerge at some point in the future, then we can establish a point of reference. Once we establish a point of reference, even in the immature, even in the I can't say the pre-kinetic state or the it's pre-actualized point of movement, if you will, or its occurrence, if you will. There's a lot of ways you can say this stuff. I usually use the time. I usually use the let's say for instance, if you to keep it simple, we're thinking about creating this chair, and so as we're sitting there, we just set a clock, and so and we looking at this clock right in the physical, and so I'm assuming this thought is probably going to take maybe I don't know 15 maybe 15 20 minutes, but I don't know because it's hard to say because you may keep thinking in longer than what you anticipated. So let's say you're thinking, but you're keeping a track of how many minutes that occur and before you actually begin to draw the blueprint. This is considered like negative time, right? It deals with tracking the immaterial or something that hasn't happened yet, but anticipated to happen, so we can know how far out to count this thing. For instance, so as you sit there and you drawing this, picture up or whatever, remember it's out of the mind, and you just sit there before you start physically drawing. You just sit there for who knows, like 45 minutes. See, and so once you begin to put pen to paper, then now we got negative 40 because we're counting down now. Once you start thinking about it, we're at 45, 44, right? 43, and then seconds, whatever, 44, 42, da da da, two. You're still sitting there just pondering, like, one, pencil hit the paper at zero. Now you're still drawing it out because to bring this chair into full fruition, there's a full thinking process and there's a full quote unquote formation process that may be another 45 minutes. We're looking at 90 minutes at the full scale. We got 45 positive minutes, 45 negative minutes. You with me? In that regard, thought can be tracked according to time, in my opinion, based on how I understand it.
Yep, I agree
Or
with you.
go ahead.
I don't put it in the with the negative thing. What I recognize because I have formed thoughts and ideas and then actually actualize them. Um,
Yeah, I
one
got you.
thing, one thing I used to tell my early girlfriends before I went, where I used to tell them like, hey, how long is it gonna take you to get back? When you gonna come back? And I used to
Right,
tell them, as soon as I start leaving, I'm coming back. I'm already coming back in the process of look like I'm going away, right?
right,
If I live at my house and I'm gonna return to my house, leaving and going to the store is actually me coming back from the store.
indeed.
It's all in the same process. So if I look at it like that and I understand that aspect of it, then I see that, like I said, to create, you need time. I need time to think about it. And all of the time, whether it's because it's always being actualized, even if I ain't just sitting here saying now I'm writing it and putting it in written form. The form that I'm putting it in my head is a mental form. This maps
Right,
across my mind. I use this mind to relate and navigate through existence. So when I'm ready to start
right,
putting it in written form, it ain't just now starting. I had
right.
been doing it.
Yeah, indeed.
Just was in
And
it.
just to add one more sentence, and you guys run away with it. I'm gonna back up. Wanted to give a public, more widely known example of the aforementioned phenom. As time as I made an example, we've all seen so-called rocket launches by NASA. They'll count down negative time before actually the launch takes place, and so you'll hear them literally say minus t minus 5. Minus represents negative. T minus 4 time t minus that. I won't count it all the way down, but minus 1. We have long, we have blast off, we have lift off in this month. See, and then there's a 0 point there, and then as this thing takes off, whatever, they can count it out to whatever, however they do, so many minutes before so-called leave, orb space or whatever, 15 minutes before, just want to lay that out there too, and then, just stand back. That's all I want to.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I got you. That's the same thing like a cheerleader. Cheerleaders when they be like, and one, and two, and three, and four, kick. Now they was counting up
Yeah,
for they kick just like the takeoff was. So it ain't
fact.
really
Yeah,
like it.
yeah, pretty
Really, what
much,
it.
right.
I guess really what it is that it ain't no negative time or positive. It's when you're looking at it in a linear way, we know that we can place it in different sections, especially when it comes to us trying to answer questions. And if we're trying to answer them mathematically, we know that we can account for it in different ways. Negative sign helps us understand that. I agree with that. What
Right.
gets what I'm
Now,
understanding.
mind you, the negative is a precursor to said event. I want to be clear, or emergent event, right?
Well, the count up is there's
I
no
want to put that
negative if
out
I'm saying I'm saying 1, 2, 3, go.
Yeah, the negative is you're counting as a lead counting down actually because you're counting because we're already
Well,
we're
or
actually
am I counting
yeah.
up? Because I
You could
said
say
one,
counting
two,
up,
three,
right?
go.
Makes sense, right? You're counting up rather because you're in the negative. So as you come up, we're coming up into the positive point of how can you say that kinetics takes over at that point, which is fine. It makes sense, right? And so nothing's moving, right? In the negative, makes sense, right? Only in thought, but not physically, right? Makes sense. And so as we count, and whatever we're doing we can roll with that. It's fine. There's we know that numbers exist to infinity positively and negatively, right?
Mhm.
And so I won't go through the Roy put you through the Roy Roy chess treatment, but we get the idea. When you said the cheerleader kickoff is it's negative in relation to the actual event, the time, because we're gonna track time on both
But
sides.
that's only if
So
I
we have
count
we
it
have
like.
to right
But
we have to
isn't that
differentiate
only?
between. Well, go ahead.
I was gonna say, isn't that only if I count it like that? If I count it, we're gonna go on five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and you say
Right,
we're gonna go on one or zero, and you say 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
right.
There is no negative or positive in what we're looking for. This is only a aspect of what we're trying to accomplish when we're doing it. What feels better? It ain't actually a negative number, or it's the count of processes that's taking place, because
We
even
gotta be
though
real careful,
even though
because
because
now we're
even
saying negative and positive numbers are essentially the same
because
within that
even
logic.
because even well, even if I'm counting down, right,
Right,
the fact that I'm counting down shows that there's time passing.
right. Actually, to establish what you were saying earlier. Remember, this is to establish because we were trying. That's why I stepped off. I said I want to hear you, break it. You said time. You said time's going on all on both sides. Okay, give it to me on the pre from the point of potential. What's going on? The thinking and over the point of potential before your thought ultimately becomes actualized, realized. Kind of threw that out there a few times before I really went into that. But just to see what you have in your model in that regard, um, it's fine counting down. It's fine. We know that there's a point of time that must occur before all events, right?
Mhm.
Particularly where emergence is concerned. That's fine. We can count down before we even start the car. We can sit there and think about starting the car, right? We can use that. We're sitting in the car now. I wouldn't say that's positive time, only in the point and maybe of I don't want to get too far ahead of myself here, but let's say maybe if you want to say it's similar to positive, integer or number. I mean, we are about to do something. We're going to do a positive action because we're going to actually act outside of we're going to actualize what we're thinking. That's a positive intention, I guess, if you will. If you just want to stretch, we want to stretch it, but I don't want to lose the audience. I want to because we kind of leave this stuff kind of stiff for learning purposes, and the people can take and do what they want to do with it. But whenever as I sit in the car, I know I'm going to start this car in 5 seconds. See, I mean,
Yeah.
and I can count it like you said. I can say 1, 2, 3. I can count it. I can flip the order. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Whatever. But until I actually start the car, that moment of time is worthless. It doesn't mean anything. If I negate the rocket launch, if I'm not going to ever start the car, then if I count to five, so what is the relationship to what are we doing? Like what are we going to do here? Like what are we doing? Where are we going here? We're not going anywhere, literally. In this case, in my car, we're not going to drive anywhere, and so the rocket wouldn't launch, and so we have to, I won't go through all of it, but just but
You're
the
right. You get
chaos can be tracked. Yeah, the chaos can be just within parameters, certain parameters, of course. I don't want to.
right, and that's your point right there, right? You're just showing that sometimes we need them parameters. We're gonna need that parameter of negative at
Right.
some point, and you're showing
Right.
me
Right.
a point that we use it, and that's why I say I agree with you. What I recognize and I
I don't want to derail
understand.
the conversation. Yeah, go ahead, guys. Yeah, I didn't want to take you off here. Right. Facts. Facts, Quantum. Thanks,
Yeah,
bro.
yeah. No, what I recognize and I understand is that if things are going to be within existence, if something exists, it's automatically an update. Now,
Right,
even if it's an update to its destruction,
right,
it's still an update. Why? Because we know the destruction of it
right,
isn't going to be the end of it. When we say destruction, we talking about destruction of the form that it was in.
right,
And we take a rock and now it's dust, this in that form. So it ain't as if it was actually actually put out of existence. So if it ain't out of existence and it's still existing, then we know it's time passing for it. And how do we know that? Because it can become informed into something else. And this is why I say, this is why I had to this is why I recognize that existence has always been, that time and nature has to have always been. Because if they weren't, if time and nature weren't, then when people saying like beginning of something,
right,
I can understand the beginning is what we experience. We experience a
right,
beginning of our life.
right,
And a lot of people try to put that with everything. Well, if you believe in creation, then you go back to um the unmoved mover. And my unmoved mover is time and nature, what I call existence. The difference between my unmoved mover and your, and I ain't gonna say your unmoved mover, and a creationist unmoved mover method is that my unmoved has always been, and everything that means everything has always been, and it forms. The other one, unmoved mover, means he creates everything else and then starts moving it. And so um it becomes incoherent because like I was saying earlier, if he's outside of time with no nature and he doesn't exist, how is he creating?
You can't do anything without existence. That's for sure. You gotta have that. You gotta have that. Man, Roy Chess.
Yeah, what's up? I'm gonna have to get ready to go, guys.
Man, thank you, Roy Chess. I want you to know I got uh sound like might have sound like I got frustrated. We started doing that talking thing, man. We got to stop that. If we just disagree, we just disagree. I understand what you were saying. You was telling me about the whole role of language. Like you be when you be coming with your arguments, they be on logistics. Like I understand what you're saying. However, sometimes your your disputes don't have to go as far as you be trying to take them. Like I said, it just comes down to the fact of my definition of perfect, your definition of perfect, and you say this is what people use perfect for. However, I can argue that this is what we should use perfect for, and if this holds, then you'll see a definition of perfect that matches mine. And because my definition of perfect doesn't contradict the definition that you give of perfect. All it does, it gives it more robust and broadness of what we understand it is. And why? Because now since we've been in existence, we understand a different perfection, and that perfection is better than the perfect that has been provided to us. And that's why we must update. It's just like your phone. We say that. It ain't like your phone got a new screen or nothing like that. Your phone just got a new way to work when it updates. I'm not giving perfection a new screen or nothing, a body or nothing. I'm just giving it an update from the inside of what perfection actually is.
I get that, but I'm giving you pushback not because I disagree with you. Like again, a lot of my questions and statements have nothing to do with me. I'm just providing a different view so to see how you respond. So
Right.
it's not like I'm trying to tear you down. I'm just trying to get I was gonna say something else, something crazy, but
I know what you was gonna say. Don't say that. Don't say it.
yeah, I
But you
stopped
can do
myself. I stopped
that.
myself.
But you can do
That
that
would have
without.
sound crazy. That would have sound crazy. I was trying to get your thinking creative thinking going.
Right, right.
That's all. It's not like it was hatred or anything like that. I was trying to get you to, because it's gonna come your way. I'm trying to beat the other people to it so
I'm
that
gonna
you
have
you
you with me, Roy Chess. You fist to get this, you fist to learn it, and you gonna be my you gonna be I'm gonna be Moses and you gonna be my brother Aaron. You gonna tell him what it is.
For
you
sure,
know.
man. They
We can go from
say some
college to
space with me,
college
brother.
and debate and beat. We can get money. They'll start paying us to come
Right.
debate this Roy Chess.
Well, if you have something, you have something. I'm trying to make it the best it can be.
I don't have
Um,
something. We have something. This is for
no,
humanity, Roy
no, it's not.
Chess.
It's not mine.
That
I mean,
was
if that's the way you
Christian.
want to look at it, I
It
mean,
was a
if you're
Christian.
doing it, if you're doing it for the humanity, then
I told you in the end, I asked for accountability, Roy Chess. What did I just tell you? What did we have that big thing
I'm
about?
into fantasy,
You was
man.
talking about the devil, and I was talking
I'm
about fuck the devil. We need accountability. That's what it's
I'm
about.
into fantasies. I don't want accountability. I want the easy life. Easy, easy life.
And what make it so bad is I can't even disagree with you because I want the easy life too. But then
Right.
it don't seem
Man,
that it's
me
gonna be
too.
easy if we believe in that because some of us might be on the bad end of that stick where people saying that the devil making them do it as opposed to the one getting hit because the devil making somebody do something. It is different in those aspects, but I don't want it at all. I want to be accountable and still have the same.
I get what you're saying, but again, that's still. I think it's still leaning towards science still.
I mean, it like I said, divine mechanics don't take nothing up off of it. That's a whole nother topic. Right now, we're just talking about the philosophical part, and you know what I'm saying. Like I said, it's so robust, Righteous. You'd be surprised when you see what I got. Like I didn't stop until I could.
Yeah, again, it's just the terminology you got to get straight. Like if you're gonna put this to a worldwide audience, I'm telling you, they're gonna bring up stuff that I'm bringing up, and then other stuff.
Right,
So
right.
you know that the hate is coming. So
Yep,
like that should be understood without me saying it.
yep. But I'm
So
gonna
I'm
have you as
just
an advisor. You're gonna always critique me before debates. Let me know what to look for, what they're gonna become. We're gonna be ready, Richard. Don't worry. I'm gonna get a team. We're gonna be the onlyism. And what I'm talking about, we pushing it. We debating all other isms. We trying to see who is more coherent, whose ism is more coherent. I think onlyism is.
I mean, that
For
could be
sure,
the
brother.
case. Like once you work out the kinks, that could be the case.
Let's do
But
it. You can go
but
to church on Sunday and still pray to God, Roy. Just shit. I'm
I don't even bring up my religion though too much, right? So I could share it like if we're just having a conversation and just to see how other people think about it because I think some things are unique to it because I'm a particular sect and other Christians will be a different sect and they'll have different views. So that's why I went that direction today with Emmanuel because I wanted to see what he thought about this creation story. A lot of people think it's two different stories, but it's a different way of saying the same story, right?
yeah.
Like a lot of people, I used to think that until they explained it to me. No, that was the creation of the spirit. This is the creation of the body. They're two different things. We are spirits and we are made in God's image, and that's the God image, not the body. So people get it wrong according to the sect that I belong to, who I
Hmm.
grew up in, right? So
That's
it's
interesting. I
yeah,
see what you're saying when they say made in his image. That image is within us. We just still see this body.
yeah. The body was not the image,
Right. But
right? The
now
spirit is the image.
that's a cool view. I mean that's an interesting view.
Yeah, I don't hear people saying that. Like so, I don't know. Is it my sect that's wrong, or is it their sect that's wrong?
Well,
Right?
yours would definitely be more logical. I think where it stops at just by identifying that, it needs to identify that which is within more. It should be able to identify that exact image, so people can have a individual identity from the body and the spirit. Like we know that they're different, but since nobody can put I ain't gonna even say put, like, it's like people can't even imagine what it would be, and that comes with believing that it's a supernatural God and you can't answer it. But you have to say, like, what is my spirit? Because if you could, maybe you can move that around to stop you from doing things that you don't want to do and stuff, if you actually know what it is. And so to keep it like a mystery like that, it's hard for me to accept, because then I have to say that if God a mystery, we in that image, then the devil the mystery, and he in that image, and we supposed to be watching out for him. And then that means we can't even see him because we don't even know that image within us. And so it hards, and it just becomes like what I call incoherent and unintelligible. People might not. I mean, I see the intelligibility in it, the ideas, but the incoherence to me is the final conclusion, I guess, of what we get, and what we have to go through to come to that conclusion. A lot of it be.
Yeah, the problem is it's too many ways. We can't cover all the exits, all the entrances. So it becomes a mystery, right? So like there are different kinds of spirits. Like God as a spirit is different from the angels being spirits. They're spirits too, but they're a different kind of spirits. Just like we are a different kind of spirit from angels and God, right? So even though we're all spirits, but we're different kinds of spirits, sort of like different kinds of cars, but we're all cars. You're a BMW, he's a Mercedes, I'm a Volkswagen, right? But they're different kinds. So it's not that we get the same name and then we're all the same, right? So the devil is a spirit, but he's a different kind. So this is how sin enters the world, and the view that I was raised with, that you can be a car. The spirit is the driver of the car. So your body, your external body, is the physical outside of the car, the tires, the door, the windshield, the roof, right? That's your body. That's you as a human being in this metaphor. The spirit is the driver of the car. It tells the car where to go. And the soul is different from the spirit and the driver. The soul is the manufacturer. So I would be the Volkswagen, right? You would be the Mercedes, he would be the BMW, etc. So the spirit could be led by God or it could be led by Satan, which causes us to act the fool, sin, and do things like that. And that causes judgment. Makes sense.
I'm going to have to play devil's advocate, Roy Chess.
I don't know about that. I mean, why it used to make sense to me when I was a kid, it don't make sense now, right? Just,
Doesn't make sense? What's wrong? What's the pushback?
I already told you my pushback gonna always be the accountability thing. Like, I don't see no devil making anyone do
You
something,
don't
and,
you
and
don't
I in fact know for a fact that anything that I've done wrong, I made the choice to do it. And it was conditional when I made to do it. I took that
Right,
candy bar only because that
right.
dude wasn't looking. I knew it was wrong, and I still took it. Do that mean that I don't? It's subjective, that we shouldn't steal?
Right.
No, it just means it's conditional. When I get the chance to do it, I'm gonna do it. No, you
That makes it
laughing.
worse. That makes it worse
That
because you
makes
know
it
it's wrong.
that makes it exactly, that makes you accountable. Exactly. You see what I'm saying? And so to be accountable for it, it makes it even worse when you do it. You're right about that. That's what I want. I want people not to do it because they know that shit is horrific, not because the devil making them do it.
So that I think that when they literally say that, they mean like a literal, like an exodus, like I'm thinking of the word. I can't think of the word. When the devil takes the demon takes over your body.
A possession.
Yeah, yeah. Like I'm tired or something, man. I can't think. Possession. Yeah, it's like when I say the devil made me do it, the demon possessed my thoughts, possessed my body. He was controlling everything. That's why I
No,
don't
yeah.
remember anything.
That's
What
what I'm
what
I
do you
robbed
saying.
that bank and I
right?
didn't know I robbed the bank.
That's what
I
I'm
still.
saying. Now I can do that
What
and
do you
say the
think of
devil
quantum? Yeah,
made
I was
me
going to ask you. Right. Is there like what is evil? How does evil define in your system?
evil is a there is no evil. Like I said, I took evil out. What I understand is that what seems to be happening when people do things for their
Okay.
benefit that
That's what
they
you call
know
it. You would say for their
even
benefit is like
well
the
no
criminal element. Okay.
I well
Right. What
yeah,
do you
oh yeah,
call it?
yeah.
Right.
I would definitely, but I call it incoherence. That's what I call
Okay.
incoherence right there. You're just making an incoherent decision and an incoherent choice. Why is it incoherent? Because it's going against the vector to be. And the vector to be is to be as comfortable as one can without impeding on the comfortability of anybody else. So when you do those things, you're incoherent because you're going against the system that we see time and nature going by for anything to persist within existence.
Now you say we can we separate nature this counter intuitive this counter emotion individual deviant, so to speak, he's separate from the elements you just named, so he's a deviated from those things you just named. But then at the same time, given him or her comes from that, is he truly separated in its absolute contact?
Wait, I might be missing.
You know what I'm saying? That's his. You said nature and time. You
Oh,
said
yeah.
you said this guy's acting in contrast, right?
Oh yeah. Oh
Right.
yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. He's acting in contrast to what we know is humans persisting with being persisting comfortably without impeding on the comfortability of anybody else.
Like
And we
you
know,
said we know.
yeah, we
Okay,
know,
how do we know? Like I'm just being plain devil. I'm just for sake of
yeah, yeah,
conversation.
right. I got you. Excuse me. Hold on, let me get a drink of water real quick.
Okay.
Yeah, I got about 5 more minutes. And
All right,
then
you
I
want?
gotta go.
All
No,
right,
go ahead. Go ahead. I'm just
okay.
listening. But
Did you
I'm
want to
just
get
gonna
something
jump
off
in.
Roy Chess? I mean, because I'm just pushing the conversation. If you wanted to, get something going with quantum, go
No, no,
ahead,
no,
brother.
no. I mean,
I'm not chopping it up, man.
I was just gonna drop off. I don't have anything right now, like to like groundbreaking or anything. No.
Go back. What I want you to do is go back, watch the video, take notes about words we need to get tightened up on, so we can come out if we need to come out with new additions, so we can get this out there, Roy Chess, man.
Yeah, I'm
Roy
gonna try
Chess.
to work on better language, so that it's more acceptable. But I mean, like again, it bothers me that that they're gonna be haters, right? So that always irks me. The
Yeah.
fact that there's gonna be haters, right? No matter what you do.
But let's just not say that they haters. And at first we just gonna say they disagree with us. I'm just gonna try
Right,
to always start looking at people as that they
right,
disagree with me. And even
right,
if I say something and like I understand like there's facts that we can go prove that I can't say I just disagree with you. Like we can prove that that fact is wrong. But if it's a fact that I know we disagree on, and um like there's no way for you to change my mind or me to change your mind. We just gonna have to disagree. And that's what I like about it. That's where I'm getting at. And I think that's the only way I'm
right.
gonna get to it is just knowing that if I can't change their mind when I'm saying what I'm saying right now, then we just have to disagree with each other.
Yeah, and then it gets, they're gonna get to the point where you're just like a religion type of thing.
Yeah,
And that's what you don't want, right? You
well,
want to avoid that by making the language more precise so that it's less likely to happen.
well, it's always gonna be, and that's just gonna gain popularity because there's gonna be some people who might disagree with me, but be like, "This ain't no religion," and then they'll start talking. The next thing you know, they'll be like, "You know what? I want to teach this. I want to push this because it's more logical thing to believe." And those guys over there are saying that it's a religion, and this isn't a fucking religion. I don't want. This is a philosophy, just like you say. And then they'll have people to go with us on that way. So I got a big plan. Rich, is
Yeah,
but I need my Aaron. I need my brother Aaron to tell them what Father Time and Mother Nature has revealed to me. Do I gotta say it to you like that? That'll give you some entertainment. Shit, you want entertainment? Shit.
I don't know if
No,
you could say it's the only logical explanation though, because it sounds like the practical explanation to me, right? So if you want to put it in the realms of science, it would be like this is the practical, this is the stuff that we could put into practical use. We can practically explain how the universe came to be, for instance, or this happened because of this,
right.
right?
And the only
So
logical explanation for existence is my brand.
oh, okay.
Only
So if you
quantum only, yeah.
yeah, okay,
That's just a brand only. You know what I'm saying? The
okay,
Al stands for only world logic, and I used them because they was sufficient. That was right there. I got a very imaginative mind. I understood that Al was in the word knowledge, and this is my Al. This is my knowledge.
okay. I mean, you would have to say it that way because, like, again, people are gonna nitpick. So I'm just trying to help you with that because the
Right, right.
nitpicking part is annoying. I know it's annoying,
You keep
but
on
it's going to
nitpicking.
happen.
Nitpick, write it down for me, bring it to me. I mean, you know what I'm saying? We can find ways to get into it, and you can nitpick until I get it right, where you won't have to be nitpicking. And we can. That's why I say, like, I know I still got a ways to go because I ain't gonna just be going debating without having my debate face on. I don't want to be doing all this screaming and stuff that I'm doing. I want to just get up there and do my stuff. So I know that's gonna take time, and what's gonna help me get good at it is me keep on having these type of discourses that I'm having with people. Because as you can see, I mean, I don't know if you can see it or not, but I'm explaining it way better these days than I was at first. At first,
Yeah,
I couldn't, you know what I'm saying? You couldn't tell me nothing. You wrong. I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? It's now it's just like I said, I'm finding a better way to understand people and understand that when they do have questions, even if it even if they do mean to cause some type of harm, or you know what I'm saying, the bottom line is that they just disagree with me, and that's what it is.
yeah. And the thing that kills me is that they do it on purpose, right? It's not like they have a good reason, right?
Right,
They're
right.
just doing it just to be doing it. Like, come
Eh,
on, man. Like you don't have anything else to do. Like
right.
I hate that, but that's what
But
I
that's what it
guess
is. That's
you
what
know.
it is. Like you said.
That's what I got to work on too. I'm still. That's the whole reason why I did the philosophy thing, trying to make better of the world, make better understanding, why deal with deductive reasoning and stuff like that. I always was frustrated about certain things in life, and those things still happen, right? And sometimes I lose it, sometimes I don't, but I'm trying to do better. So,
Right. And
so
that's
that's
what
why I do
Thanks,
the stuff like
brothers.
this.
Man, you
well,
the man. When Red Chest,
well
when he
I
gets started,
appreciate you,
man, he
man.
don't
I
let nobody
appreciate
go away. He don't take any prisoners. Huh?
Well, it's in me, right? It's in me. I've had this for a while, so and it
I
and
wish I. How long you been doing this? How long you been doing it, Richard? Well, first I got to say this. Like, I, my philosophy was formed on the go through life. Like, I went to the penitentiary when I was 17. I got out when I was 19, but I went right back 3 months later and didn't get out till I was 28. So my philosophy, I formed it on the go. It wasn't in no ivory schools or nothing like that. What I didn't
Huh.
understand is that I was forming a philosophy. I wish I would have known that that was my calling. In 2007, I mean, in 2009, when I went to college and I um, enrolled in philosophy, I was still going to school to major for some psychology or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Trying to be a
Yeah.
nigga at the penitentiary doing something. Go try to enroll in psychology. I didn't understand that it was philosophy because my philosopher teacher did tell me that I would be a philosopher king. And even though I got a C, you know why I got a C? Is because of this was what my philosophy was, and he was a Christian. And he told me that. He said, if you work with this more, and so that's what I did. But I didn't know I was doing it because I was doing other stuff. However,
Right.
while I was doing other stuff, I was coming to experiences with things that matched up. And like I said, having discourses with my friends. I lost friends over this because they want God, or do they want the devil, should I say. You know what I'm saying?
Huh.
And so when I finally realized it, it was when I started going on TikTok debating people about their incoherence, and I understood, oh, that's what I'm trying to put forward. That's incoherence. And so, you know what I'm saying?
I think that Sean Carroll is up your alley because Sean Carroll is similar. I like Sean Carroll. Like he's trying to do this a similar thing. So I think you can learn a lot from him. It's
Man, I wish I was.
SeanCarrol, and I think he has a podcast. He's on YouTube, and he has actually video about a similar topic about the unnecessary. Ah, I'm tired, man. The unnecessity of God, and he gives a universe where he talks about it and how you don't need a God to prove to explain the universe. And this is an older talk. It's not even a recent talk. It's like 10 years old or something, maybe 15 or something like that. It was like when he was a younger professor at the school he was teaching. He doesn't even teach there anymore.
A
But
strong Carol.
Sean Carroll, he's a physicist, a quantum physicist. I believe he's a quantum physicist, and he's a very famous. He's up there with Neil deGrasse Tyson, Lawrence Krauss, Michio something. I forgot his name. I'll get it later. Michio, the Japanese guy, Michio something. I can't think of his
Yeah.
name.
You may want to
Mitchell.
bring him. May want to bring an
Yeah,
article on about him. At some point, Roy Chess, maybe if we can chop it up about it.
Yeah, Sean Carroll's interesting. He has a
Yeah.
decent personality. I think he's probably, and I think he's an atheist as well. So
Oh
for
yeah.
the atheist, I mean, he's very convincing. So
Okay.
um, he's interesting.
We run him through the quantum onlyism filter and see to see does he pass the test, huh?
I think
yeah.
you'll have
You know?
something. I
I'm
think you have
pretty.
something in common.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
And he has a thing on time. He has a series on time.
Okay.
um, so
Okay.
that's right up your alley because you that's the thing right now, right? Time space. He talks
Right.
about that explicitly, right? And he has a book, I think, about it. He's an author as well. So I think he talks about it on YouTube and in his podcast.
He the he the Homewood Professor of Natural Philosophy at John Hopkins.
Now
Fractal
today he
physics.
is. Today he is, but like the talk that I was talking about was way back. He's much younger. He's an old man. You can see he's older now. Like he
Yeah,
doesn't look like you know. I don't know how old he is. Maybe he's 60 or something.
he got his
But
shit in 1993. I think.
the talk I'm talking about, it was like Caltech at university. I think that's where he first started. After he graduated, after he got his doctorate, and he was a teacher at Caltech University. And I think that's where the talk is taking place, where he talks about the universe without having to have a god. Right? That's interesting, and it's on YouTube. I think it's an hour long. I just recently watched it like 6 months ago. Again, I watched it before, but I watched it again.
Yeah, I love to find people who got views because like I said, when I come across them after I've already formed my philosophy, it's just so amazing the correlations that I find with a bunch of stuff. Like I was talking about, and it might not mean nothing to nobody else. I always thought when I came across the Nation of Islam and they teachings, I thought that they were saying that Yakub, the big head scientist, created white people. That's what was incoherent. That's what made me stop looking there. And I found out just the other day that Farad Muhammad actually believed that white people came from the moon. Now, I ain't saying I believe this. I'm saying I I'm saying in my possible world that I was telling you about, Roy Chess, this is how deep it goes. I answer for demons. I believe that. Well, no, I ain't supposed to talk about that on here until I get that book. But it's a possible
Man,
world.
man, man, only wait a minute, man.
He got some
You
secret
sh-
sauce he can't give out.
Oh man, you said a
No,
couple
this
things. You said the white people came from. Well,
no
I let
Farad
that go.
Muhammad.
It's
I,
a little it's
I,
more to that, but on the
I
you know
never.
why thing, but on the but you said we follow with the next whammy. Man, what was that last part you said? Man, this was,
Did
I'm,
he say? I like the part about Mars. I joke around and say black people come from Mars, and that's how we got to America. When people say that we were already here, I say the spaceship crashed. That's how we got here.
Yeah,
See
yeah,
now,
well,
listen.
right.
Now,
Yeah, yeah,
now, listen.
man,
Now,
we gotta talk
listen.
about that
Let
too.
me tell you something, Riches. Let me tell you something. In my possible worldviews, if I wanted to be somebody, I would want to be a race that came here and crash landed, and they captured us, and that's how they got over us. I wouldn't want to be a race that let somebody come up out of a lab to take over the world. I wouldn't want to be a
You
race
got
that
that
let
Mm.
right.
somebody come up out of the caves to take over the world. And I had civilization. Like, that's too much to be accounted for in stupidity. I don't want that. The only other logical thing is that they have to be from somewhere with other technology. And this is just a possible world. And how I answer for that is with CRISPR technology, gene editing, the answer for hybrids that we hear about, reptilians that we hear about. I talk about gene editing in this possible world. I talk about God as being the uh, governor over demons, because God would be a AI that the demon race created when they cut the AI on to help stop governing over the demons, because the demons had started biologically enhancing themselves and becoming different species of demon. This is why we hear the first stories of the hybrids.
Mm.
What do you is in your now is that taken from out of the philosophy? The only is in
No,
philosophy or just some okay,
this isn't the philosophy. This is my
okay.
only world that I use. You heard earlier when me and Roy just was talking, and I was giving him an idea about how those things could have happened without, and he said, "No, you're taking away all of
The
the
essence and
the
stuff. Yeah.
sense," and that's just to show that we can take all that away and we have accountability left. And so
Okay.
that's why I formed this book as a tool to help me show them how, if time and nature is greater, we can have those things have actually happened if we answer for them this way. And then I give them logical explanations about what could have happened in this possible world. Now, this possible world wouldn't exist if my philosophy didn't exist.
Okay, let
My
me ask you this, Quantum. Okay, real quick. Is there room for demon possession in your philosophy? Can someone become spiritually
no,
possessed?
no. When we answer
Okay.
for demons, we answer for demons as being the first worst race that evolved naturally. The angel race are demons who were biologically enhanced and transformed into a new species of being to help govern over the demons. These
Now
angels,
is that do they have do they have the prerequisite nature and so forth? Obviously, if they're
what?
existing, they're in existence.
Yeah, yeah,
I'm just
they
going to
have.
play devil's advocate.
No, when you say prerequisite nature, and remember, this is
Right.
a possible world. In my possible world, the same way we evolved on Earth, they evolved on the moon billions of years before we did. This is why they were
Now is
so
there now when you said involved on the moon and so forth? Is there any literalism there? Any rather I should let me
This
just
is a
scratch that.
possible.
Is there
This
any
is a
symbolic
this
meaning as well?
this is a possible world to make the things that happen in the Bible happen without any supernatural occurrence. Heaven would have to be the moon. It would have to have been closer to Earth. It would have had to share a atmosphere and a water bridge for the things that I propose to happen. Now, these things are not. But this is just a possible world that I put forward. It's very entertaining when you get to that book. That's the prize that you get at the end. All right,
Okay,
Chess,
similar to it,
you
why I say something about the Earth was broke off and the Moon. It was tied into the creation, the lab creation of the white guy,
now
and which is tied into the Moon, an explosive occurrence that separated a piece of the Earth that became the Moon. This is per
that's
NOI, and
right.
the white guy's history is tied into that, and then
Hmm.
I won't go any further than that. Than the part that wasn't the how did you say though that's not there. There's two different gods and so forth in terms of a lord of that moon and also a lord of the earth and the black guy. I won't go through all of it. No one's familiar with it, but just what you if we guys anybody get a chance and is interested in that, just Google NOI or just Google Fard Muhammad or Fard white people relationship to the moon, something like that, and you'll come all up whatever, and
Bet.
give you. It's
I
Bet.
gotta
interesting,
All
run,
man.
right, shut it.
guys.
I
I
got you.
gotta run, guys.
Okay,
All right.
all right, Roy
Hopefully,
Chess, man,
Thank you,
man, it's
Rich.
always a pleasure, brother.
yes. Thank you.
Get some rest, man. Talk to you next time, brother.
Right.
I'll let you later now, Roy Chess. We're gonna get something together, man, so you can help me get this out there, brother.
Yes. Take
All
care.
right, now yeah. Hey, chosen. Shout out to the chat. I see chosen. Chosen one. Yahasha. Hashu. Yeah. Yahasha. Yahasha. Yeah. The mathematics. Let me see. I don't know if this is an old thing. I thought he just sent one in there, but this is just my possible world. This ain't anything that I'm precluding that's real. Um, this is a possible world. Like I say, it's I can't hear nobody. Can you hear me,
Yeah, yeah, I
Sadiq?
can hear you. I'm
Oh,
still
okay,
here.
okay, okay. Richard said he was gone. He probably said. But you know what I'm saying? We put this up here. I really hope that King J was in the audience getting him some ammo for the debate. And it might have
Oh
ran
yeah,
him
what you guys about to?
it,
Yeah, what was
it might have
what's the debate?
it
Okay,
might have ran him off. The debate is time a prerequisite for existence?
prerequisite for existence, huh?
Yeah, which is the same thing. I'm gonna prove that a condition is a prerequisite, and that time and nature are the necessary constitutive conditions of existence, of an intelligible existence, and I can prove it.
Said time is
Logically.
a prerequisite. Ooh, now what? Just and I won't go into it, but I would just say that now it's time just asking. So it's the time given the wording prerequisite. That means it's a precondition to establish the introduction of existence. Does time precede existence?
No, no, no.
I'm just doing that playing devil's advocate.
No, no, no. You know, I
Okay.
like I say, you
Okay.
remember, I believe that time and nature has always been. So if time and
Right.
nature has always been, that's just actually saying that existence has always been. Because
Right.
existence is the highest power. When you have time and nature together, they exist. Therefore, you have existence. You can't have time because it doesn't exist without nature. You can't have nature because it wouldn't exist without a time. That it logically leads me to the conclusion that existence has always been. And then we have to find out what is existence. Existence is the necessary constitutive conditions of time and nature.
Now,
And this
let's
is
say we got any. I'm gonna keep it bland on existence. Let's just say you got existence holistically going on, right? Right. You just got existence from everlasting to as my biblical buddies would say, from everlasting to everlasting, from the Alpha to the Omega, right? What is time in that regard? Like really, like what would time, what would time, would it take on significance if we're dealing with eternity, where
well
existence is concerned?
in my
Truly,
turn. Well, in my philosophy,
you
eternity
see,
and infinity are conditions. Listen, you know why people say you can never actualize counting to infinity?
yeah.
Because infinity is a condition. The ability to count forever is what you want. Eternity is the same thing. Not
Now,
that.
with that being said, you said we were conditioned. Now we know there's an opposite term to condition called unconditional. Now, if someone's just counting into infinity, are they counting unconditionally or conditionally?
Right. It's
Which is a smaller magnitude. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm just playing devil's advocate.
they're
What would
count
be counting unconditionally?
they be
With that,
count,
mhm,
counting
go ahead.
counting unconditionally would be just that. You
Right,
took out the condition to be
right.
able to count. So now listen, this is why
Facts.
so this is why like you said, this is why I know that
You know what I'm saying?
unconditional count. This is why.
Conditionally would be condition would be. I would
Right.
imagine it's a smaller magnitude to unconditional, right? It's like
Well,
unconditional. Mama's love is unconditional, man. We know
well,
there's no limit to it. It's
well.
no, it's no way to captivate that, right? It's the strongest whatever love. And now we can say now many have know that men or fathers, for those who have kids, that we love too. We love to kill children too. But we offer something called male form of love, in my opinion, based on my studies and philosophy. Males offer something what's called conditional love. You're gonna go out there and do what mama told you to do. Cut that grass. And your little teenage son come back in grass. He missed all kind of patches and go back out there again. He places conditions in his love, and then will discipline. He will exact punitive damages as a form of extension of said conditions to go and keep sending his ass out there until he get it right. Whereas mama, oh, you're so rough. She's unconditional. I love. We've seen it with kids. She take them in the store. They tear the whole store down. The little kids, whatever. She loves them unconditionally. Well, she
Right.
has offered conditions in a way, but they're so hers not her specialty. She loves unconditionally when compared to the nature of the male. I won't go rehash all of the detail, but in a like manner, right? If we're to use the same logic, if one is to quantify numbers unconditionally, what that mean without limit nor condition. There's no conditions that would stop me from counting these numbers until I drop dead. There's no limiting factor, right? I don't want to go any further, but because I want to hear what you differentiate between if there is a dichotomy there in that regarding your model.
Okay.
Because you said conditions is limit equated to infinity.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what my philosophy. Like I say, I did digging, and I understand that when people say infinity, that means
Okay.
you have the ability to count forever. Now, what can you do in infinity? You can count. Can you do
Right.
anything? Now we have to ask ourselves, can we do anything? Can infinity be related to anything else? Can we say anything else is infinite? Can you
Besides
imagine?
counting, yeah.
Yeah. So that lets me know that infinity is a condition. The
But you'll have to now when we say yeah, I was up there, I left that open on purpose. When we say yeah is a condition, we have to name some examples. I'm big on
right,
examples.
right.
You know what I'm saying? So,
One
like what would be an
example,
example? Right. Oh, I'm listening.
right. One example is uh the ability to be able to live forever. Now, what even though we ain't actualized it, we know it's a possibility. And it's a possibility right now. We can say that it hasn't been actualized, but we can't say it's an impossibility. Why? Because we know that life goes on and it might be so
But we did when at
so
the same
so
time we have to identify and recognize there is
re-
conditions placed on the human lifespan that
right,
limit that's a self limiting factors, and we could go name the different things or
right.
whatever
And
in
that
terms of genetic limitation, telomere length, and all this other shit.
that's exactly what I was about to point out. We know that we have
Mhm.
conditions
Right.
that stop that. Nothing else but the conditions that aren't met or conditions that can't be met. These are conditions that just aren't met yet. So it's not an impossibility. That being said, what would make it infinite then? The ability
You have
to
to remove conditions.
the
Once you remove conditions, then the life can proceed in an unconditional fashion, thus without limit.
whatever the
Right? Thus
condition.
living what in a life term that's infinite, to be honest.
Right, right. A lifetime that would not a lifetime that's infinite. The ability to be infinite, because that ain't
Say
saying
that,
that you
right?
can't.
Yeah, say
That
that,
ain't saying that you can't still get hit upside the head and go somewhere because you didn't take care of
right?
yourself and take
Right.
accountability. It's just saying that you have the ability to go on forever, and then eternity would be the same thing with nature. That there's always going to be something to turn, not that there is something, it's just the ability to always be something, whether it transforms to this form or phases to that form or something. It's still the ability.
Well, we would, yeah. But when I would now, when a person get hit upside the head, that means there's some for fair seeming or foreseeable set of circumstances or conditions that one could be rendered to such a state. When I mention unconditional like life, I'm speaking in an absolute. And so this person, if if we could, it was. I don't want to go too much into the irrationality because that's what we would get into, because that's not
I'm
really a
glad you said that.
possibility.
I'm glad you said
It's no such thing as a person living forever under all circumstances, not sustainable to attack, to old age, all this other
yeah,
stuff. Hell, even he said,
especially
even I
young.
know we're trying to go with the AI nowadays, but even if they do augment us and put the machine parts on us with biomechanics, even the organic aspect will still
Well,
age, right?
you
And
you know what I think, you know what I think they're gonna do.
what's that?
Well, first I want to tell you, I'm glad you said that about absolutes. I just not thought about that. Time and nature are the absolute conditions that are needed. Well, it's more to that now. I have to think on that, and I'm gonna get back with you. But I'm glad you pointed that out to me when you said I'm speaking of an absolute. And that's what I'm speaking of when I speak of time and nature. The two though these are absolute conditions, but um, we'll expound on that more when I get more information. I'm
For
glad
sure.
you said that. And then the next thing that I was gonna say is what did you say after that? Dang.
About the AI
Oh,
augmentation via biomechanics, and how
well,
the organic tissue, living tissue, was still decomposed even with the hybridization intact, mechanical hybridization. Like the Borg you seen in Star
yeah,
Trek.
yeah,
We are the Borg. Try
yeah.
to resist. Remember
That's
Jean Luc Picard in the next Star Trek Next Generation when they first engaged him? He said,
right.
"Hi, how you doing? Well, my name is Jean Luc Picard of the Starship Enterprise." He said, "We resistance is futile."
You will assimilate.
He wasn't trying to do no understanding in that mofo. Yeah, I might watch the episode again tonight. I don't know.
I always used to watch Star Trek. In fact, that's
Man, it's so much truth in the Borg, isn't it? Man, even the shape of their ship is telling.
that's
And for those who know what the Super Friends was in the back in the day, were Challenge of the Super Friends in the Hall of Doom and the Hall of Justice or whatever. Notice Bizarro was the reverse of Superman. His planet had a square box-like shape. It was a Earth. It was like from a. I want to go for those who not may not be familiar with that. That may be a little too old school, but there's context is there. And so the Borg, in a like fashion, showed a mechanical, stiff, rigid, regimented, stiff artificial life form thinking what we call linear fashion. I won't go too far ahead of myself,
nah.
but
You right.
they're not just showing us this stuff for nothing. And we see this box cube even all over secular religion, right? We see this with Islam. The Kaaba is a black box that's not there by happenstance. We've seen even the little baby black box on the Jews' forehead when they print against the West Wall. They had this little baby box on their forehead. Right,
Mm.
it's a little headband, a little black headband with a little baby Kaaba on the forehead, and they're just bobbing their head up and down like little ducks or whatever. But anyway, that's it relates to the Borg and vice versa. But anyway, go back
Nah,
to what
yeah.
we're talking.
Oh yeah. I got you. But yeah, that's what I.
Yep, which relates to Saturn and all this other stuff, to limitation and dense materialism and things like that. Which when
What I.
someone say a lot of the religions are based in materialism and physicality worship and all of this, and or creation worship, if you will, and things like that. But at any rate, yeah. But the Borg, man, dude, that was wild. She said, you remember Riker number one, who was Picard's second in
Oh
command.
yeah.
Yeah, they got him, the Captain Picard over there. They said, damn, Captain, it's number one, Riker. How can we? They're hitting us every turn we got. Our shields are down 20%. He said, they know what we're gonna do. He said, well, they have Captain Picard. They turned him into one of them. He's a Borg now. They can access his memories, and he know all of our strategic methods. He know all of our strategies and our plays. What they know, what they doing, whatever he knows. So they know what we're capable of because he, trained, taught us or whatever. They could read the farmer's memory or whatever.
Yeah.
Very interesting. That played out too in Sinners movie. But anyway,
But yeah, that I like Star Trek and stuff. That Borg idea is
man,
is a very big idea, and
oh man,
like you said, it's very, to me it ain't is very possible is what makes it intriguing to me. I know that it's a possibility that that type of thing could happen, and in fact, like I
hell
was
yes,
like
yeah.
like I was telling you about my possible world earlier. It kind.
And for the audio viewing audience out there, reason Star Trek called them the Borg, it's really a shortcut to the term cyborg. Just want to put that out there.
Attention all debate fans. You've been watching, you've been arguing, you've been picking sides. But now it's time to level up. From this point forward, all debates on this platform are going members only. That means the hottest clashes, the wildest arguments, and your favorite personalities going head to head will only be available to subscribers. You want real scholarship, you want the smoke, you want the unfiltered action, then don't get left outside looking in. Sign up today for as low as $3.99 and get full access to every debate, every moment, every knockout argument. This is Titans Debate League, where legends are made and debates get real. Join now or miss out. You want this.
A1.
Hello? Can you guys hear me?
What up, though?
Oh man, just sitting here uh conversating with my partner Sadiq, man.
What's
You
going
say
on, guys?
what?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah,
we can hear you.
Okay, okay, go. Sorry. I thought they cut my shit off again. Okay, man. Cool, cool, cool. Hey,
Uh
Juan, what's up, broski?
shit, man, over here working my ass off, man.
Yeah.
Doing
yeah,
some
almost
whole other shit. I had y'all was keeping me company while I was getting it in for the last
got
2 hours.
it all, got a lot, made a
you
lot
might
of
as well
progress.
Yeah, I made a lot of
you might as
progress.
well play
Cool.
you might as well play that last video down there.
Okay, got you.
This is my refutation for that dude we was talking about, Sadiq, that said that space time didn't exist, and
Okay.
why he was refuting Einstein. I still had to give my little take.
We are
Okay.
trained to ask questions about why things happen, but we often
This one?
No, the other one. Wait, what is this one? Might be.
I ain't play this one, I don't think.
How old is this
Philosophy
one?
Guide?
You ain't played neither one. You didn't play the
isn't
refuting
always
this.
about finding
Uh,
inner peace. For centuries, the greatest
I played that one. I
You
played
played
the
refuting.
Refuting Human Life. Refuting No Space. Yeah, so you gotta play Quantum Monism. You talking about this one?
right into it. There's a
I
claim
played
You
making
that.
the
played.
rounds
You
that we
played
should
that.
just
Yeah, I played that. You refuted
Oh,
that when
okay.
you read the article.
Okay.
are
Yeah. Give
trained
me
to
what you want.
ask questions about why things happen, but we often stop at the first label. We are trained to ask questions about why things happen, but we often stop at the first label that sounds like an answer. These are placeholders, supernatural explanations that occupy the space where a functional mechanism should be. To find what lies beneath these labels, we need an audit based on two rules. The first is intelligibility. A claim must offer a mechanism we can actually distinguish and test, otherwise, it explains nothing. The second rule is coherence. A concept must hold together without relying on the very things it tries to explain. It cannot be a circle that swallows its own logic. If a concept fails these two tests, it isn't an insight, it's a barrier that keeps us from seeing the floor of reality. Take the common behavioral placeholder. The devil made me do it. We use this to explain personal failure by pointing to an external, invisible force. Look at the logic. If a supernatural entity compels an action, the person has no choice, yet we still assign them guilt. This creates a contradiction where someone is responsible for an act they didn't technically authorize. We can audit temptation and find a functional cause instead. It is the interaction between a specific desire, an environmental constraint, and a window of time. Removing the supernatural who doesn't erase the problem of harm. It locates the first provable cause of an event and places responsibility back on the individual. This same audit applies to the way we explain the universe itself, specifically the concept of an external creator who exists outside of reality. Creation from nothing fails the audit of coherence. For any agent to act, they must have a nature to act with and a sequence of time to act in. If an agent has a nature and acts in sequence, they are already part of existence. We call this formation. It is the internal reorganization of existence. Think of it like water turning into ice. The structure emerges from a phase shift within the system, not from a void. If a cause affects existence, it must be describable in terms that existence uses. This means reality is a closed system. It is its own cause and its own effect. To find the floor of this system, we run a collapse test. We remove every feature of reality until the very possibility of something disappears. If we remove constraint and form, we are left with no boundaries. Nothing can be distinguished from anything else. There is no identity, no energy, and no structure. We call this necessary constraint nature. If we remove sequence and ordering, no event can follow another. There is no change, no cause, and no process. We call this necessary ordering time. One provides what a thing is, the other the order by which it changes. Without nature, reality has no shape. Without time, it's a frozen frame. This is the floor. Existence is the togetherness of time and nature. Everything we see, from stars to human thoughts, is an emergent formation within this interaction. No supernatural add-on is required. Quantum onlyism moves past the struggle between faith and doubt. It identifies a foundation that any account of reality must presuppose to be intelligible. Existence is the highest power. No entity, person, or force can have an impact unless it first exists within the field generated by time and nature. We can use the language of the past to describe this. We can call time God and nature goddess, but we use these as functional titles for the conditions that sustain us, not as names for a person who makes decisions. We replace belief with recognition. Recognition is the act of aligning our choices with these functional mechanics, understanding that every action has a consequence within this closed field. The audit is complete, because an external ruler still requires time and a nature to exist. The explanatory target isn't someone outside the universe. It is the necessary mechanics of time and nature functioning together in equilibrium. We have reached the floor. Reality is not a story being told to us. It is a system we finally have the tools to recognize.
And that's it right there. When we get them tools, when we get that, we get coherence, intelligibility, we get recognition, accountability. We see that it's formation, and all of those is because we have time, nature, and existence. And you can go backwards with that to get to where we got so deep.
I see. I see. Somebody mentioned something earlier about the rocks and consciousness.
Yeah, yeah. And they be always talking about that, and I
What's
just be
what?
telling them that it's
Okay.
at that point, if a rock is intelligent or not is uninteresting to me, because even if it is intelligent, it ain't intelligent as us. And what's important about a rock is that we can experience it. We can experience rocks and learn things from rocks. So if possibilities are out there for us to be able to learn and update in the in order to be, then that's the reason for a rock, for us to be able to experience things so we can understand individuality and what things are.
I see. What about plants?
Same thing.
Given that it's not a a rock per se, is there any
Yeah.
difference in awareness or consciousness?
No, it just it ain't um interesting to me anymore, because I know I'm experiencing the plant, and I learn things. We've learned things about how plants live, and which the experience of a plant is for that reason. So the intelligent part of the plant is that we can look at it and use it to make ideas and form new ideas and possibilities within existence. So to look for intelligent rocks and trees and things, while is a nice thing. It just isn't interesting for me to look for anymore because I don't need to look for it in my because that's not what I'm trying to answer for. When I answer for an intelligible existence, and if I want an intelligible existence, then I can recognize that the things within existence that don't act in existence as I do have to be used as experience material to learn things. What hurts, what not to trip over, where to move it, dig that out, put some water right here, build a house right there with the trees, because trees is able to build, you know what I'm saying? Just things like that.
I see. Oh, okay. See,
Wait, did you
yeah.
say these things are here just for you to experience them?
Well, we got A1 and came out on it. I was trying to get something to go on the A1, get so A1 come out. There
No, that's not
he
what I
is.
said.
Yeah, rephrase it for me so I can make sense of that.
Yeah, these things are here for us to experience, to learn things. If the universe is, if we're part of the universe and the universe has a self sustaining system, and it seems that the things that we use help us sustain, then we must presuppose that. Well, I ain't gonna say we must presuppose. I presuppose and I conclude that those things are here for me to use and learn, for us to use and learn on an effort to persist and persist longer.
Mm,
What do you think, A?
I don't know what to do with that.
I'll add. I'll just while you marinate. I'll just add that from my meditative experiences, I've come to understand, and also proper views from animism, as seen out of ancient Kemet, is that the rocks and the plants live what's called the dreamy consciousness, rudimentary, right? More of a suspended animation, particularly rocks and inorganic matter. It's dreamy, right? I'll just leave it there. Um, Meditation gives the answers to those kind of questions, to those who do the inner work.
Yeah.
Whereas we're actually actively aware. We're moving about. We're not planted, right? Hence the word plant. That's where they got called plants. And we're considered anima or animus, if you're male or female, whatever. Or animated. Or some say animals. Animals are all animated. We're moving around. We're not planted. It's the fundamental difference between animation and planted life forms.
Mhm.
At any rate, I won't go too far ahead of myself, but they yeah, everything's if for those who subscribe to some kind of a mind, like I do, I look at the God, if you will, I don't use the word God, but as a form of mind, by and large, given that it's never absolutely dead in any regard, then thus everything that's made, if you will, right, or formed, new combinations for formed every day of everything pretty much. Even your body, our body as it stands right now. Do you know we make a new body every 3 to 4 months? Each cells is turning over and dying in our bodies right now. New skin cells, eyeball cells, cardiac cells, hair cells, da da da, blah blah, liver cell, whatever. At the end of the day, it takes roughly, give or take, 3 to 4 months before every cell in your body turns over. Right? No absolutes. So even your body's giving you a new body every so much time that goes by. Google, check it out, guys. Anyone who's in doubt, just simple Google search. Just look up Google. How long does it take for each cell to turn over at least one time before you get a new body? Technically, right? Regardless of how old you are, the point, the time elapsed to get the new body, of course, will vary. Maybe even take a little longer as we get older. At any rate, but yeah. So each so-called form of creation, if you will, based in animism, will be the source. Maybe I can just check out animism, how it's typically understood. But basically says that everything's basically alive and conscious on some level, right? On some level. I'll just leave it. I'll just stop there.
It's pretty deep there. Pretty deep.
Yeah, I try to keep it interesting. I gotta. I keep the keep the air. Can't have the empty air floating. We gotta have dead air on the line. So we just try to keep it going, man, for the fam. Yeah, it's
Mm,
just it may not be, rock doesn't move per se. It does vibrate. So that's another. Oh, you know what? Let's just mention that. Now, inorganic matter is still matter. Inorganic, nonetheless, it still moves. Everything moves. So to avoid the absolute, if you will, nothing stands still because of that law would be violated. So
right.
when we zoom in, right, for those who say, "Oh, what are you talking about? What, you're moving?" Hey, I don't see nothing moving. I look at the rock right here. I'm outside now. I don't see a rock moving. I'm at work. My pencil's not moving. When you zoom in on anything to an nth degree, you'll see a lot of everything has to vibrate, right? And so vibration is what gives. I don't want to go too far. There's so much you can say about all of this stuff, but one
Hmm.
understands when looking at the quantum realm as it relates to analyzing matter. I'll just keep it on the lines of a pencil or a rock, whatever. Um, there's a movement, and so vibration via force is really what creates matter. A high vibration, I would imagine. Some people say slow vibration creates the matter. I would say high vibration, like extremely rapid, right? High energy. High energy it has to be placed into material to get it to vibrate, or the string, or the string theory, or whatever, to get the code to move so fast that it solidifies, or it has the illusion of solidification. I won't go too far ahead of myself
Nah,
because there
yeah,
has to be
yeah, I
some
get you.
prerequisite information on physics and chemistry. We get into some advanced stuff, but we get
But
into the
yeah,
terahertz of vibration. We're talking about trillions of cycles per second. But and that makes sense because as we look at the E equals MC, we break up the matter. Look how much energy is released. Makes sense. A lot of energy comes out of matter when you break or splitting atoms and shit. Because what's been put into it is released, right? But I'll just stop there.
yeah. But like I was saying, that's what is interesting about it. When I say it's there for us, like this is where we learn the things about. We see this tree, and we look at it through a microscope. We see it has a structure just like we do. We see the difference in it, though. We find out what these things. We found out that trees actually take in carbon and give off oxygen. We found better forms of oxygen because you know what I'm saying. And so we found out what chlorophyll is and what it does.
Right,
We
right.
found out about photosynthesis and what it does. And then we can look at us and we see our skin care. And when I'm talking about our skin care, I'm just gonna put us all in the group, y'all. I'm talking about everybody on Earth. Our skin care kind of looks like photosynthesis. We absorb the radiation, but some of us burn. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know what I'm saying. And it's
Right.
the different thing. It's the like I say. So, like you talking about the form of vibration and the life that they have, yes, we know that they have that life. Or is it conscious in a way? We know that there's proto awareness and proto recognition in the things that we see at the
Indeed.
microscopic level. So, if we know this, then we know that type of intelligence is there. But that only leads me to see that we unfolded into a higher form of intelligence. And so that just shows that the awareness and recognition of existence unfolds into greater patterns that we see are um intelligent to this capacity that we experience intelligence. And our intelligence, like I said, we use the things around us to know what's going to help us persist. Rocks, we found different minerals, materials. We've dug in the ground and found bones of ancestors and things. They answer some of the questions and stuff, you know what I'm saying? And so we use these things within existence to learn about existence, even if they aren't intelligent to the capacity that we are. And when we do see those things that are of some intelligent, we way in an intelligent way that's like they want their life to persist. A cat running away from something, you know what I'm saying? Why is it running from me if I ain't trying to hurt it? We, you know what I'm saying? We find out things through,
Right.
no, for real, that's what, like, we use those things to find out. Like
Right.
what do they like? Oh, the humans don't like that either. Do we
Right.
eat this? Oh, they can't eat
Right.
that. We don't eat
Right.
that. We ain't eating them. You know what I'm saying? And just
Yeah.
this is what I talk about as the experience of life in general, of the experience of existence in reality. It makes more sense to not try to push intelligence in a way that is just everything is all encompassing, because there's no need for it. If intelligence evolves right here where it does, then what's the reason for everything else would be for us to experience and learn things? To me, that's more coherent.
Yeah, bird, man, interesting, man. Now, let me ask you this too, Quantum. Um, are you familiar with the holographic holographic universe model?
Yeah.
Is there any room in the quantum onlyism dynamic for such a model, or not?
uh, in the possible world section, if you can imagine a possible world like that, you can imagine it. You're gonna have to tell me how it's powered though, because I know if it's a holographic thing like that in some type of simulation, if that's what you're talking about, then that simulation needs power, and so you're gonna have to explain how these people are outside of it making it happen, if that's how it's happening, and are they abiding by time and nature? Because if they is, then
Say you're open to the discussion. Okay, I mean, that's fair enough. You familiar with
yeah,
how
I
holography works just in the lab and and so forth?
like the calligraphy that we and not the writing,
Yeah,
but
just like for instance, like
holographic.
if yeah, like if
Yeah,
just to give just a rudimentary example,
yeah,
you
yeah.
got holographic film, right? You got an apple, whatever, etched on this. You got a picture of me. So I can make sure I said this the right way. You got an apple in the lab, and you shine. Let me see. You shine. You take one laser light. You split this mofo in two. Half of the light zaps the laser. I mean, zaps the apple, right? It actually shines on the apple, right? And so the apple is engulfed in this light, but yet the other half of the light is after as half of it hits the apple, another half goes past the apple, whatever, and lands on this film, holographic film, right? And so what we find out is that when you look at let me see, when you take the film, turn everything off, then just turn the light back on. Let me see, and you shine it just on the film without the apple. The Apple signature is etched on that film, and it produces a 3D rendition of that apple. Now, they say that the brain works the same way. This is out of Michael Talbot's Holographic Universe book for reference.
Mhm.
And so, when like our brain is likened to this um, brain slash reality, at least according to this perspective, that memory is trapped into the material of the brain itself in a similar fashion, meaning in the laboratory example, if you were to shine light on that, on any part of that film, you get the whole apple. Cut the film in half. Person lose part of their brain in an accident, gunshot wound to the head, but he survives. He can still. Most of the science have seen many times where these guys just function with a quarter of their brain gone. In that book, the dude shine. He's once you cut. They've shown once you cut that film in half, that the whole apple is actually still with the whole brain, the whole film not still intact. You can still find a memory on on part of that film, which produces the apple still. Now, as we reduce that film by 50%, as you remove brain again and again by 50% and so forth, eventually the memory becomes hazy. The apple image becomes hazy, but yet the whole is still in the small. They're cutting it, it's a small piece, but you're getting the whole. See, and so I won't separate all of the details, all this, but it's a book on that, as I mentioned earlier, in the Arthur stuff I mentioned, and so they go into that. It's pretty nicely. It's an interesting concept. It also shows that the brain, given that some of these people have may not they don't lose necessarily if they're still walking around and doing some basic lifestyle, um they're going through their comings and goings just as normal life would have you. They don't it shows that their brain is able to has redundancy like into that program wired through the neuronal pathways to prevent absolutes. So to be able to say still not eat or whatever, even if some part of the brain is removed, through injury or whatever, disease or what have you, right? Or just some part is removed through maybe a surgical procedure, whatever, it's a tumor, whatever, right? And so there's alternative pathways, and so they're bridging. This very interesting approach how he's doing it. Very well known book, and so he's showing how the mind has to work or the brain has to work in a holographic fashion that way, where memory recollection is concerned. Like if a person's seen the apple, or you had a nightmare, or if you know how to drive or whatever, you're still able to do that, even if some of the quote holographic film is removed. Very interesting concept. Very very dynamic concept. I may go into that more in another broadcast for the family if that's what anybody interested in hearing about that.
Yeah, definitely. That's something to put up there. I know, like,
I hope I don't get no more threats in my damn DMs a lot of times when I come up these calls, I be getting people by DMs. Who do you think you are? It's just
nah.
funny as hell. But I get a few like every every so often. I won't mention any names. I got one like the other day. Son of a bitch! Don't be getting up on the stage think you showing your ass. I would whoever they're listening, they know who I'm talking about. Yeah, I mean,
So, can I ask you a question?
this is funny as hell.
Can
But
I ask you a
anyway,
question real quick?
what's up, brother?
So, with
That's a
that being
spook. I don't
said
know why
about,
people do that. But anyway, yep. Go ahead.
with that said about the the holographic brain and stuff,
Right.
uh, because we know about the 3D, like you was talking about the 3D things that are two dimensional that can make the apple look three dimensional.
Right.
But do you think what you think about the holographic universe? Do you believe it's a holographic universe?
Oh man, that's a loaded scenario, brother. Oh, that's a loaded scenario. That's going to go over a lot of people's head. If I go into that, I mean, probably what's already been said is probably, sounds like hocus pocus. To be honest, sounds like
It's
something taken out of a comic book. I'm just being honest.
yeah, but we
Everybody
just
has.
having a we just have
They
we
probably
just
think
have
we're just making up shit. Yeah, this is like way
well
out
that's
compared to
the
most.
I'm sure
But yeah,
everybody I
well,
mean I know anybody know about anti de sitter and
man,
back
yeah,
in the
stuff. A lot of that stuff is way past the. And that's okay. We have everybody just have on different pages. That's fine, but I don't want to lose anybody. But yeah, I indeed do. Yeah, I mean, the brain is sits in an isolated, closed off system. It doesn't experience reality. My brain doesn't see from a first standpoint of circumstances. It only uses secondary frame of reference through the eye. So it's not really seeing. My brain is not exposed to my environment, right? External environment. So it's using a reflection of lights and so forth, dancing lights, if you will, to paint a picture
but what if
on
the
that.
brain that's why I
Go
say
ahead.
what if the brain is the actual receiver?
It is. It is the receiver.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the brain is the receiver.
Right.
That would make the mind an interface between the brain and that which is the individual, what I call the individual frequency of us. Now, those frequencies, do you believe that those frequencies can generate or vibrate in a holographic in a holographic frequency above the frequency that our brain is
You have to ask me that one again,
receiving
brother. I'm not sure about the. You
when our
kind of
that
expound. Yeah.
at a higher frequency than our brain is receiving or able to receive.
So can our mind operate at a higher frequency than the brain can handle? Yeah. If you're not careful. Oh yeah, it's a lot of discussion on that. Oh yeah.
That's what like dreams and imagination is and stuff, right?
Yeah, you
Because you
can
can
say that
see
as well, right? You get into when you get into awareness and consciousness and so forth. When I talk about those kind of things, I always compare it to electrical circuit, spiritual energy, right? For those who subscribe to it, I'm not sure where I just put it out here just for the sake of conversation. But make no mistake about it, this kind of dynamics and talking points contained in this conversation is extremely real for those who are in the know. Know
And
what
they
I
are
mean?
for entertainment
Oh
purposes.
yeah.
The
So
statements in this video are for entertainment purposes
let's
only.
put out the disclaimer, brother. Right. Yeah, pretty much, man. It doesn't reflect the views by from Titan to Bagley. Man, oh yeah. So and I keep it brief. That's another loaded scenario. If you want to proceed up the tree, or quote tree, I'll put it poetically first before I dive in. Before one climbs up the tree of life, one with wisdom takes a cautious approach as to climb up each branch one at a time and spending as much time on each branch as necessary so to absorb said knowledge and degree of info before climbing up to the next subsequent branch and thus ultimately ascending to the point worthy like into living in the quote heavens, if you will, or we reach the point to earn our wings, symbolized by two hemispheres of both the left and right hemisphere of the brain, symbolized by wings at the top of the tree, or the caduceus on the hospital, right? Or earning our wings, taking on an angelic like existence. At any rate, okay. Now, if one is to gain so much power before you're ready, we see this a lot on YouTube or whatever. Open your mind, open your chakras, open all of them at the same time, right? Open your third eye, open your first eye, and all this shit. Yeah, you can do that if you want to. Oh, you can do it for those
But you
who,
need to open up the two
right.
eyes you got first.
You can open your mind up to whatever the universe got to offer. You don't know to who, what. I don't have no idea what, but you can do that. You can run up that tree of branch. You can run it on up in your haste to awaken or to your haste to escape reality or both or whatever. You can do that, and so you can open up your mind to the to so much power that you literally separate from reality. This is called schizophrenia, when one loses their footing and builds a mental house in the sky, they become neurotic, which is the precursor to psychosis. And so, as one become initially a neurotic, you build this house in the sky and you visit it from time to time, and you come back down into physical reality. Right now, if you're foolish enough to study this particularly in the cult, we go into all of this. The cult is where we just go way into that to explain this stuff, and at any rate, if you're just foolishly still haphazardly proceed into unknown territory on your own recognizance, if you're not learned and steady and patient and so forth, as to be authenticated in your movements as righteousness would have it, then what'll happen as a consequence, you'll build in that same house. You will not only build that house in the sky, you will not visit it. You will go there and live in it and stay there
Right.
permanently, at least in this cycle of life and death. In your current cycle, for those who know, or for whoever here and don't know all what I'm talking about. At any rate, so the wise one take on, hell. I won't go too far. I'll just leave that there because that's getting kind of advanced. But at any rate, but
My
it wouldn't
bad.
try. It's already this stuff is already It's just. But on a holographic tip, and start first overloading the mind with like you said, with so much energy and so forth. You can basically, you can do that. Yeah. And so like you might blow a circuit if you rise up too much energy. You become too quick and spiritually. You can blow your nervous system. You can blow your circuitry that runs the brain. Oh yeah, indeed, and causing clinical schizophrenia. Oh
Hmm.
yeah. Oh yeah, indeed. Oh yeah. That's old news. That's well documented. Um, oh yeah. And so you have to it's some things you can do to prevent that and to ward that off. Um, but I won't go into that right now. But in terms of diet and lifestyle and things like that.
Well, I'm sitting here taking notes because I'm gonna have to look into this and write a paper on this because I kind of just figured out talking to you that that's what I mean when I say you imagine something, and then once you imagine it, it's patterned on your brain in a
Right.
holographic way. That's why you can close your eyes and see it after you imagine it. Like I can imagine that black car with the shiny silver rims. You know what I'm saying? Like I can, and it's patterned on my mind now. So every time I think about it, I can see that exact car. But that's a holographic pattern, which is on the mind.
Right. Yeah. For those who may not agree, study what holography is. It's all in a simple Google search. Look at the book by Michael Talbot, The Holographic Universe. This guy's won many awards through that book. He's appeared on the several talk shows through the years. I think the book came out in the 80s or 90s or something like that. Very great book. It's been many books wrote on that subject, but he's one of the most well known in that regard. And he goes into it pretty good. And so he deals with the trappings of light and memory as it relates to reflecting and turning and aiming the light at the film, holographic film in the lab at different various angles. So to recall memory. So it's been said likened to the brain as one remembers, it's likened to a DVD eye on a movie to bring about certain many, while there's many different scenes of your whole movie or your whole life is captured in that film or that DVD, seen as a DVD, which is a type of a film that's encased in a plastic disc. So it's the holographic film and likened to the mind, and in terms of memories being etched into your brain, particularly more or less the brain. And so, because we
Oh,
deal with physicality, we talking about physical. The mind, I won't
and
go too far
people
ahead of
access
myself.
it. Is that what it is? They able to access that higher dimension, even if it ain't a higher dimension. The holograph makes it look like if it's and can they access? Is that what they be tripping on? Do any of us remember things the same? When I say that, I know we can remember things. I know you and I both can remember things.
Right.
But do we remember things the same?
Now, even if we look at the same object, we won't absolutely see it the same way because if you look at the tree, we're standing in front of your house, my house, and we're looking at this tree that's standing there. I'm gonna be looking. I'll look at the tree in a different area of the tree. We won't look at the same area of the tree. So
Right.
give us 5 seconds to observe the same tree. We're going to come up with a different image. Well, similar, right? Because we're both there at the same time,
Uh,
looking at the same object, right? So it's not going to be absolutely different, but it won't be the same as well either, and for the same reason, inversely speaking. So yeah,
and
what's that?
in substance, maybe what we imagine. I mean, in substance, and maybe what we remembering is the same, but we don't see the exact same spot
Right.
on the tree. Okay, I agree with that. Now, with that being said, we're talking about holography and this dimension of the mind that I'm proposing. Like you just said about schizophrenic people, they get schizophrenic because they mind. Now I'm wondering, do they? When I asked you, do we remember things? I guess I should have said, do we imagine things in the like when I see something that I imagine? Do you see something that you imagine in the same way that I see something I imagine? Now, of course, I know how my imagination is working, but it is not the same as yours due to the fact we don't have the same mind and the same
Right. Same
dimensional
experiences and so forth
perception.
that shape mind. Right.
Dimensional perception, yeah.
Right. Perception and so forth. It's
Hmm.
going to be different. It'll be different. It'll be shaped by similar. There is some similarities. We named some of the dissimilarities, but some of the similarities will be we're alive in the U.S. We share a U.S. culture,
Yeah.
both in the United States. We share a Western culture. We speak a common language. Um, we're born into a family of like said culture, similar culture, right? I'm
Right.
assuming you're American, descendant of slavery. Like I know I am. That's my background, and and so forth. And so my family come from the South and things like that. I'm assuming the same. So that's all of that's going to either line up some similarities in shaping our lifestyles. We're listening to the same similar music. We're alive at the same time right now. So I don't know about the age, but I don't know, how far we are different in age, but let's just say we're similar in age, then we could probably, I can draw many parallels
Right.
to show similarities, right? And so yeah, there would be some similarities to recall memories. I could say, man, I don't know how old you are, but you could say, I could say something like, man, my grandma used to get those welfare block cheese. He used to get those cheese blocks, bro.
Yo, grandma,
Oh,
my mama used to get them.
for a minute,
So
we was on welfare,
we
but them cheese blocks was busting, bro. She would
food
make those
stamps
grilled
in the
cheese sandwiches, man. She was slapping, bro,
you
like
used to
Hall of
you,
Fame worthy sandwiches.
you see
What the
real
hell,
food
yeah.
stamps. So you done seen real food stamps before.
So like we name, go into nostalgia, name several things, and
Man,
so on a generational, era based level, for from
right.
similar eras, right? And so yeah. So there, we could recollect and draw some correlation there in that regard
All
for
the way
sure.
down to we both got two eyes, we both breathe, we got
Right,
nostrils, and
right,
you know what I'm saying? All the way to that.
right,
Then the inside, we know we probably got a heart and stuff. So
right,
what is the difference in us? We know that individuality is the frequency that we generate and move about this existence in. And it's always gonna be that individual, like you said. That
right,
perception is always just gonna be. Ain't nobody gonna ever be able to see the world like Sadiq, even if we agree.
right,
Even if we agree all the way down to
right,
Jesus is God. And I ain't saying I'm just
right,
even if we agreed to that, when
right,
we sit there and we close our eyes and pray, I can
right,
guarantee you we is not gonna see the same Jesus.
right.
I can guarantee that.
That what's understood has to be said. There's never been no unit of consciousness, absolutely, that will become about and be born after another unit of consciousness and follow exactly what that particular predecessor consciousness unit taught. This is the issue with those who worship in religion absolutely with unwavable with faith. This is why there's so many denominations within each said religion, because you would never, under no circumstances, let's say when Muhammad, whoever, this Buddha, whatever, when Buddha, there's nobody ever that has come after Buddhist that's been born after Buddha that sees that Buddhism lessons in the exact same way, and so they learn it differently. And there's many branches of it. There's several different, splinter factions in Islam, particularly, and namely Christianity and Judaism as well. And so this is a lesson for the absolute religionist or the zealots, right? And as for and also for the for the atheist guys, whoever they model their atheistic beliefs and standpoint off of, even their perspective is different from classical atheism. See, and they'll always be, like you mentioned earlier, redundant, a new renewing different spin-off factions within the field of atheism. They'll become more numerous by the day. See. So we can try to subscribe to a said belief system to the absolute if you want, you know what I'm saying? If anybody whatever, do what you want to do, but it is literally impossible, absolutely impossible. See, see, if we ate the same apple, it don't even taste the same because our taste buds are rearranged in a different order. See, the sour part is in a different part of the tongue from yours. The sweet part is in the part that tastes sweetness is in and I won't rehash all of the details. But see, even the food tastes somewhat different. See, see. So we can't just worship what somebody has said this food tastes like and they etch. I don't care if they put it in a thick book. You just simply won't taste it the same way. You won't learn their
Right.
truth the same way. I'll just stop there.
Yeah, and that's just like I said. Even though I said the things that we got should have alike, two
Right,
eyes, two hands, two arms on each, those aren't the same. My
right,
eyes ain't the same as yours. We just happen to
right,
have two eyes the same. Motherfuckers is far from alike, far from the same. Like they're
right.
alike, but they different in so many ways.
Yeah,
Intricate,
even on you. Yeah, just within one person.
right,
Your left eye is probably slightly bigger or smaller than your right eye.
right.
Your left eye has a little more of moisture in it than the other eye, or a little more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Uh, the right eye probably receives more light than the left
on the
eye.
left eye,
The
you can see
left eye
better.
might be a little browner than the right eye.
You might can see better with
Yeah,
one eye
we've been
open,
here
one eye
we've
closed.
been here forever, just talking about your eyeball. We ain't gonna
Right,
talk about the fingers, skin cell, hair cell. The length of your fingers. We've been here forever,
right.
describing even a cup of water. You know,
Right.
a cup of water
Yeah.
have an infinitude of attributes. We'd be on here just for grabbing a cup of water, you know.
For real, because everything that we can name has its own individuality within
Right.
existence. And that individuality is so unique that like you probably could go on forever just describing
Right.
different things,
You can.
especially things that we didn't put together that formed naturally.
Indeed. Indeed. So now we can never as we understand the so-called God in the mind, mental as given it's a mental construct in my perspective, we understand that all is a hologram at the end of the day, good or bad. Not saying a hologram is bad. As we move over into AI, and they'll probably pick up, we get as this technology, the holography takes on a life of its own, if you will. Then it'll be demonized as we're seeing now in a lot of the headlines. But whatever we understand and see is based in hologram, and this is all it's out there for one is to study and things like that. So you just, well, I would say, just create your own hologram and live within it and make it best that you can, because your own hologram is what it is, nobody else's. If you get some people to believe and join you, then that's a shared experience in that regard. See, you'll be living authentically, and they'll just mainly be following you and attesting to your brilliance. See, and so this is what your Christians are doing. Your Christians, they're basically, NPCs. I don't want to disrespect anybody in the listening audience.
This is for
NPCs mean
entertainment
unplayable
purposes
characters,
only.
right? Or automatons. Automaton is something that runs on an automated basis 24 hours a day, pretty much. What is an automaton? Well, right now they're looking at so much we can say about all this stuff. But they're looking at taking now business levels, since we're getting away from the human resource. Now we're looking at automating the business line, whether it be making cars, mailing letters, working at fast food, whatever. They're automating everything. That means it's a AI-based machine running with a set of instructions that it doesn't question. It just receives a download, almost like an absolute, right? And it doesn't. It just functions or whatever according to written code. And so that's called automation, right? And so those who refuse to ask questions are all in fact an automaton. They're running on automation without even being told or made to do what they're doing. See, see. And so they're living in the holographic universe uh, on an automaton level, likening to what you see when you play Grand Theft Auto, right? When you're playing Grand Theft Auto, Quantum, you said that those things in reality are there to help you experience your point of view via your perspective. They're
Hmm.
just there. And so they're not there to do nothing but fill up and take up space to contribute to a holistic environment by which the game can be played per code. I don't want to go too far ahead of myself here. And so it's no happenstance that the only player that's controlling that game is the one that's self-aware. See,
Right.
within the video game, right? I don't go too far ahead of myself. I go a little bit further.
No,
The
no, I
person that's
definitely.
self-aware isn't holistically, absolutely based within said video game. The one that becomes enlightened in this reality, in the 3D reality, right, is not all the way present holistically in the reality, only in body, only in avatar. Like the video game has an avatar, but there's an external controller
Yeah.
that's not that's remote. What do you use to play that character, to manipulate that character, as you learn different knowledge in the game, and so you can advance and complete the game, right? But you die
Yeah.
several times before you complete the game. Anyway,
Yeah.
let me just stop. But
No,
you keep
that's.
coming back and coming back, coming back. But anyway, but how to stop there?
I feel you. I feel you. That's you know what I'm saying. That's one of the things that people got to answer to
Indeed,
when
indeed,
you
indeed,
put your view out there. Cause that's why I say like that's why I try to kind of look on all of them, look at all the views and stuff.
indeed.
And like I said, me myself, I'm more on the CFT side because of it talk more about like the evolution, or I ain't gonna say talk about, I can correlate like the quantum fields and the boundary descriptions of things. I can correlate them. I can correlate the duality of those things, you know what I'm saying, with time and nature. And so when I talk on the holographic side, when I talk about what my mind might could do, I just started thinking about it tonight. And if the mind was holographic, not that existence is holographic, but it may be a holographic sheen. You know how oil look on water?
Right.
Might be a holographic sheen that we access to access our memories.
Right. Yeah, that's what that book goes into there exactly. There's a medium by which the hologram originates based on the conscious awareness and a point of view. Notice the light in that experiment is acting as a line of sight
And I can see that.
via light. Right.
And I'm just sitting here,
Like that DVD eye. Notice in the DVD movie, there's an eye. There's actually an eye on that motherfucker. He's
right?
using laser light.
And it
See?
looks like, and that bubble looks like a, and when I think about the lenses of those type of
Right.
holographic things,
Right.
I see like bubbles. When I, you know how the bubble have that rainbow
Right.
always in them bubbles do. That's how
Yeah.
those type of things always do when you look at them from a certain, like the light, the lens on your phone, it got the screen, your screen on screensaver or something. But if you get down in there, it's a bulb. That lens is a bulb, and that bulb, when you look at it from a certain way, you'll see the holographic um lensing.
Right. Yeah. All you're
You
doing
know
is
what I'm
lifting lights off the, yeah, like that's
saying?
not that movie's playing. There's people talking, acting, living, and dying in that movie.
Right.
Ain't nobody actually on that motherfucking movie and shit. That's like nobody's not literally there. But yet when you put it on, when you blow it up on the screen of monitor of sorts, like they do, to give some kind of a studio to the image so we can see what it looks like, what's trapped in the microscopic nature of that film. Once that eye receives and pulls up and transposes the information up into a bigger point of view there, then we can see an entire lives being people doing drive-bys, people getting high on that mother. Now,
Yeah.
if we were to play it from beginning to end, now you can now. I don't want to go too far ahead of myself because we know we can skip ahead. We can skip a chapter or two of that movie. We can
That's why
skip
you
up
want your eyes
10
to.
minutes. We know in
That's why
some games what you can learn certain knowledge of what you got 10 levels in the Mario Brothers, but you can skip the first two levels
you can go
if
all
you
the way to
know
the
what you're
end, lose
doing, right?
it.
I'll just leave it
Yeah.
there. I want to go too far ahead of myself.
Right.
As
Like
you notice, in every context, you can always skip ahead. For those who are having a hard time understanding or dealing with that, I'll just speak to the. I like this. The audience say, think the audience is smart, and intelligent, as I've always known to hear. Right. With that being said, for those who were smart in school, notice you don't have some students. Most students will have to go through, say, elementary, middle school, and high school on a grade by grade by grade basis, but not absolutely everybody. Some people were double promoted. Right. Some people were triple promoted. Some were double promoted twice. See, some flunked. Some flunked. It works just like that. See, funny how that works, isn't it? Life is just like that.
yeah, it's just a high dimension. You know what I'm saying? The
Based on what you know, right? It's all about what you're aware of and know,
high
right?
dimension. That's why I say I think the
Right.
highest dimension. That's what I call the highest power. That's what I call time. But like you talking about, like we talking about holography and them type things, and you can correlate it with what we see. I just started thinking about my own eyes, and that maybe holographic lensing that it might be, well, that we know is being used when we observe the world.
Yeah.
Um, the holes, the irises in our eyes is like the black holes sucking in the light,
Right.
which is the image of what we seeing. Um, man, I
Right.
ain't all of it just you know what I'm
Now
saying?
the images that you're seeing, um, this imagery. Now I'm gonna ask a pop quiz real quick. When you open your eyes, when you look at what you're looking at now, as you zoom the room, are you seeing one absolute unbroken line of sight?
Um, I do, but then I see fractal. I see I still see
Do you see any breaks in your line of sight when you look from left to right?
no, no, no.
Okay.
I don't. However, though, I see like a and this could be because the lens of my eye, the top lens of my eyes, or the water part could be a little dirty. But at certain times, I see little like little specks of things,
Oh yeah, I know. Oh yeah, I see those too.
like
I forgot
lights.
what they call that.
When I close my eyes, like I can see just those specks because there's nothing else in it. But I just see those specks and where they was, and like they're like they ain't going away. And so even though it's dark, like there's still like specks within the darkness. Eyes closed or even when I open my eyes, those sparks are still there. Those specks are still there.
Oh,
When I was young, I used to think that they were the atoms and stuff people were talking about.
right. Yeah. Well. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You know. What's interesting. Is that uh, due to there's no absolutes, no separation, we understand that the movie and the camera has taken a note from the human construction of the way the human eye sees.
Right.
So had began when I noticed that I had began to study the construction of the eye and moreover not just the physical aspect as far as anatomy goes, but also how it receives light to
Have
give
you
us the illusion of vision.
have
My
you looked
point
at
is that I want to say
single
this real
picture?
quick
My bad.
that there's that when we understand how the camera sees in terms of frames per second, we understand that we have to understand that that's a camera. Take one big frame, boom, you track capture that image. You look at it on some kind of a screen, right? And there's a absolute frame,
Mhm.
no motion, just a frame. It's a
Right.
person, it's a little kid sitting there blowing out, saying hi in the camera, right? So now, if we were to take that and make a movie or a cartoon, right? Then we need to take 60 to 70, 100 pictures a second, given the illusion of motion. I won't go too far ahead of myself here.
No, that no.
And we get into illusions, and so we get into holography and illusions and things. And so the movie camera or the camera 4K whatever, as we go up further in resolution, we're just adding simply more frames. We're taking more pictures per second or more frames per second,
Right.
giving a rise of an illusion of a smoother image. I'll just as it relates to motion. Now the human eye works just like the movie camera. See,
Right.
so when you just look across the room, what happened in your eye? I believe the frames are around 60 to 70 frames per second of the human eye. It's really taking many different still shots. You're not seeing because the break, so the absolute law won't be broken. So they take it one. It's like when you look from left, right, it's like a machine gun of snapshots, silent snapshots. This is how the human eye actually sees. And so the brain can't see one individual picture at a time, so it uses wisdom and actually amalgamates them all and create a collage that giving rise to the human eyesight.
Right.
See, I'll just stop there.
Yeah, I was thinking, have you ever studied pixels?
Yeah.
That man, that technology right there, the technology of a pixel is is one of the amazing things. And I don't think a lot of people don't even know what I mean, they know what pixels is, but they don't know what pixels is. When I take that into effect, that's what I was thinking. That's what I be thinking about. Remember that I told you those things that I see when I close my eyes and what I
Yeah.
see. Um, it's like that. It's like the way that not just the camera, but even a TV and the way it displays something. The way that that TV displays something is the same way that I can look into somebody's eyes and see something. So it's like a two-way process. Not only is it receiving light, in images, but light has to escape
Right.
to actually bounce back and forth between those things.
Right. A lot of people don't know that. A lot of these concepts, a lot of this stuff is like way out, way past. They don't go into a lot of these things we're talking about in school like that. In the occult, we go into this stuff extensively, on the occult side of things, and alchemy is concerned, and where you're concerned too, based on what I've heard you say previously and
Yeah,
things. This is something that's not really expounded upon in conventional Western education systems. Uh, See, the ancient world, we talk a lot about Kemet and so forth, and we always refer back to that, and it's one that's more the popular ancient cultures we refer back to due to its extensive documentation. But make no mistake about it, they knew this was all hologram. They knew it was all an illusion. Although, as the Indus Kush civilization said, talked about it in a great, they called it the Great Maya, the Great Illusion. See,
right,
and so, and that's what all reality is really based off of. All our little technical trinkets and computers and all. That's all that. All the computer, video game, camera, camcorder, all the
right,
cell phone, all digital technology. That's what all. That's all that stuff is.
right.
A cheap version, but still versus compared to us, but but digitation nonetheless via
For now,
pixelization, like you
for now,
said.
and
Right.
and and a less advanced version. And though they seem advanced, that like you was talking about a camera, we know how advanced we can make them cameras. Even though they might not send them to the moon when they should, but we know how
Right.
we know, we know how advanced they can make them cameras, and it still ain't advanced as your eye. Nowhere
Right.
close to it.
It's not even close. It's not even. It's interesting stuff, man. These kind of conversations is where what we really need in the community to regain our so quote unquote godhood, if you will. You know,
Yeah.
to
Well,
become that which we worship. For those who worship creator based gods and other people's revelations, and who keep reading the same scriptures over and over again, and they find themselves in the same spiritual stalemate, right? And so there'll be some religious talk about quickening the spirit. Well, I would recommend one quicken the spirit so to awaken the soul, right? I
right,
think Roy Chess was on here earlier. He mentioned something about the God. He said where spirit is in us or whatever, but the God that makes all comes with the soul, right? We got to reconnect with that. And
hmm,
right, because if we don't reconnect with the soul aspect of ourselves, which is our inner light, our inner sun, which was talked about extensively. We heard about the sun has been on front street with her discussing its proper name and utility or whatever, shows that there is a high reverence for the sun and what it was meant back in the day, uh, as the ancients would have it, and Kemet and so forth, and Tamari. And we need to touch back into that, so to waken up and to
hmm.
get, and things like that, and to see the light, if you will, but not the artificial light, through lies and made up doctrines, what we call artificial light. Yeah, you can get knowledge that way. Yeah, you can be a staunch believer, but
Definitely, hell yeah.
but you receive an artificial light like a Baba. In my opinion. But especially now with the onset of AI doing it, but man, quantum, they about to go into a whole nother dimension with these cats, man.
Man, they might. I mean, it's some places they are. I was talking to my brother yesterday. We was talking about one of my nephews. I ain't gonna put no name on it because just in case they watching or they watch one day. One of my nephews, he was talking about how he's not as sociable as anyone in the family. Now, of course, he got a different mom and things, but it's like it ain't that he don't want friends, but he don't go look for friends. But he got friends like online and stuff. Like he played games and stuff with him and
Okay.
stuff. And I was telling my brother like, you can't get mad because he don't do that. Maybe he realized the suckers that's out there.
Right.
Imagine the many suckers that was out there when we was out there, and imagine the suckers that's out there now, and imagine the suckers that's gonna be up there when he grow up. He might actually see that, so he don't even want to deal with that. Imagine all of the homies that done turn their back on you. Times you done had to take people to court, make a ruling on subjects that's bull because of these other people. What if he already see that? and just don't want
Right.
to do that. You know what I'm saying? That's what you was talking about when you talking about align with that. I don't the vibration. I'm gonna say vibration right now at this moment because vibrations are within existence. When you align
Right.
with that vibration and that frequency, like it keeps you away from that stuff. Like
Right.
he
Right.
just know it ain't no good for me. Today, my daughter, I make a lot of jokes and stuff. I was taking her to her play, she rehearsal, and I said when I be driving, like I don't drive too fast or nothing, but I see people doing stuff all the time, and me and her be talking about it. And today when I picked up from school and I was taking her there, it was another car, of course, fly by you just to cut right in front of you and then go slow. And I said, I'm gonna start keeping a carton of eggs in the car. And when somebody do that, if they're too far away, I'm gonna get out the car, park, put the car in park when we at a stop sign, run up to their car and splat their eggs on it. She started laughing. I said, and then if it's on that side, you'll do it on that side. She said, nope, I'm not going to
Damn.
juvie. She said, I'm not going to juvie. She didn't even say jail. She said juvie, which lets me know they looking young these days. Like that ain't where we trying to go even then. Cause see now,
Right.
you know what I'm saying? So that's just evolution. And people don't even really see that train of the train of thought evolution that we have, because we may have been in a time of childhood where they was deteriorating our growth in that subject. Like we wasn't too much caring about. Well, I'm gonna say that about me. I wasn't even thinking about jail. I ain't gonna act like it was like um when it comes to getting whoopings when I was kids and stuff, we was getting whoopings enough where if we would have told somebody, we might have been getting took away. But we wasn't telling. Why? Because we loved our mama and what was going on. And if it, you know what I'm saying, and yeah, do that these days, a lot of people I know that I grew up with, they don't even whoop their kids because they used to get whooping so much. However, they not strict on their kids, but they just make sure they always know what their kids doing. They find things for their kids to do, and as opposed to letting the kid find something to do and get bored. You put them in activities to do things all the way till they graduate. And of course, they're going to have times when they get older to be like, "Oh, I'm going over to my friends and do whatever they doing. That's fine. Do whatever you do because that's part of growing up." You know what I'm saying? But the evolution of us getting past Tupac making us want to go to the pen, and then people seeing Little Dirk and go to the pen, and they like, we that's when they get done. Back in the day, we'd have been like, "Oh, I can't wait to Tupac get up, drop another. Oh, I can't wait till they get up and drop another." These dudes like, I can't believe he even went there in the first place. We're not listening to him no more. You know what I'm saying? And that's kind of amazing to me. Kind of the evolution of that type of mindset, those type of situations in the mindset, because it ain't just like that all over learning. Some of us still some of them still get indoctrinated just like we did.
Yeah. 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 Exactly, bro. I mean, and that's fine. We all go through our own path. That has a train track on it. And so the train, we're all on our own train track. Some have to realize they're even on the damn train track before they realize they're going anywhere. But
Right.
once we realize we're on the path, then that's when the journey actually begins. I don't care how old we are. Some don't even know they're not just supposed to find out and learn on the path of infinity. That some text calls it the infinite now.
Right.
One, our present right now is just one endless moment.
And I can
And
agree with that.
what I'm saying? It just once it only break is when it's time to refresh the flesh. Once you recharge that up, whatever. Someone call it reincarnation. We have to break the absolute, so we can't have one body. This is why we have to go and come, relieve karma. Karma is relieved between cycles. I won't go too far ahead of myself. And so when
Nah,
we go to sleep at where you see it at on the local level within one cycle is when you go to sleep at night. Notice how relieved and refreshed you are when you wake up the next day. So it is between the life and death cycles, only to a greater degree. I'll just stop there on that but that's because won't go too far ahead of myself. But make no mistake about it. It's a reason why we have to. Wake and go to sleep, wake up, go to sleep. We can't stay asleep, can't stay awake. Absolutely, got to go to sleep. Can't stay asleep. Absolutely. So it's a up. That's why we go. This is why we wake up and down, right? And
Mm,
so nothing can remain fixed. There's a slight advanced degree. I could go into. I won't go into it tonight. But this is why things has a lot of parallels and duality to it, so we can grow and push things forward in terms of generating new combinations, like you said, new forms and things like that. We're not absolutely creating nothing from scratch. Nothing's new under the sun. Only that which was forgotten. We know that. But once we come into proper, as most some religious texts say and non-religious texts say, we come back into what's called due memory via the remembrance. The Quran starts off with the first book of remembrance called Al Fatima, the remembrance. And so, while there's a key and there's a pattern in play right now to make people forget, a lot of synthetic drugs are out there. There's a lot of synthetic of everything, and so this is to make you either stay forgetfulness or try to roll you back to sleep. For those who are awoke or liken themselves to being awoke, mate, let me tell you this: how easy is it for you to go back to sleep? When you first wake up, you know how it is when you wake up. When you wake up in the morning, you're like, man, and you kind of lay back down, like you got to kind of fight to stay woke sometime. Now somebody come in there, man, and give you a little whatever, some trees or some kind of a what substance or whatever, or tell you something in your ear to make you want to go back to sleep. You can go back to sleep.
you right. And Sadiq,
It's very
Sadiq,
easy to go back to sleep.
Sadiq, if you hear me argue, when I be arguing and talking about my philosophy, when people be wanting me to change something,
That is
that's
hilarious.
exactly how I see it. I see it like they trying to make me go back to sleep to what I already done formed and change. No, I'm keeping it right here where it's at. I'm
It's too much
good.
work being it's been too much work being awoke because it requires work. No, you get it. It's a big difference of state of affairs when you woke versus sleep. We awoke, you got noise, you hear noise and shit. You got bills, we gotta go to work, you gotta do all. You got people on your ear. If you got kids, got all this going on.
For
You
real.
got issues you got to deal with from the previous day, whatever. But when you go back to sleep, man, it's like it all go away. It's like
It do.
to not do anything, not know nothing. It's so comforting to be
Man,
so ignorant. Why sleep is like equated to some degree of ignorance. You go back to sleep, man. You're like, she, but but then inversely, we got to compare the opposite other side as well. For those who want to keep trying to teach people all the damn time, you want to keep trying to wake people up. You think you're entitled to try to recruit people or whatever, convert people to my religious
mm,
buddies or
yeah.
whoever. You're trying to convert, you're trying to almost, especially if you try to force it or whatever, try to beat somebody over the head with your philosophy.
I don't know what happened. Did you go out, Sadiq? Can you hear me? Oh, we might have cut out. Sadiq was talking about sleep. Maybe that was his hint to me that he going to sleep. I however took a nap earlier today because I'm an old man and I just need a couple hours. And then once I take my wife to work and my daughter to school, go grab my nieces, they'll be in school by 8:30 Central Time, and I can sleep from 8:30 till ever 2 o'clock when I go pick them back up from school and stuff. So uh might be the last one left. I want to say shout out to the Titans Debate League. Y'all see it across the screen. Ain't that a lovely backdrop? It's a lovely backdrop. That's Einstein. Albert is his first name for y'all that don't know. The guy on the right, that's Nicholas. Nikolai, if you're but these are some physicists talking about space time. Uh Everybody gone, I can't play no video. So I'm gonna go ahead and end it tonight. Uh oh, they're going A1. Cause I've been A1 since day one. I can't hear you. Is you muted? Can you hear me?
Oh, Oh yeah, I'm muted. My bad. Just got up from meditation.
Okay, okay. You want to play that last video and then
Yep, I'm gonna play the last video.
we
Then I'm
can
gonna let
let
this song play on repeat while I go to sleep.
right.
Oh, we got Sadiq back up here.
Oh, he came back.
Okay, okay.
Hey, what up,
What up
man? My
with you?
bad. Battery died, bro. My
Oh,
bad.
you was talking about sleep, Sadiq. I said Sadiq went to sleep on me. He was
Yeah.
trying to.
Oh man, yeah. What I was saying was, it was funny that at the time of the summer sleep. No, what happened one day, but as I was making the opposing argument for us going who are aware, it's easy for us to go back to sleep because we know how we wake up in the morning. We're like, damn, I feel like going back to sleep. It's like it's too much work to be awoke. And so it's like that with scholarship and spiritual knowledge and things like that, or just going to work. If we're just mundane and we're automaton and we don't really study anything, then just getting up doing basic mundane shit is actually boring. And it takes effort to do that. Not as much effort as to be aware and do the mundane shit, but effort nonetheless. My point being, um, I was talking about people, those who think they're entitled to teach people and beat people across the head with their philosophies and their religions and this, that, and the other. It could be atheism, or it could be religious based, or both, or whatever. Or we can go back and forth, whatever, between the two. Right? That it's gonna you're gonna face resistance because notice when you try to wake a person up out of their sleep, we've all seen it. I'm about to teach somebody right here, equivalent to waking them up. Auntie, it's time to get up and sit. Let don't grab me. This. I mean, my brother only wanted to mention earlier. Like he said, man, talking to people, disagreeing with these people. It's like, dude, I'm just gonna take it like a whatever, take a L or whatever. Say, okay, I take the L, no problem. Have a nice day. Or I disagree, agree not to no, agree not to disagree not to agree, whatever. And you walk away with the taking the high road. So it's said as such, you're trying to wake a person up, they'll always typically most will resist you, especially if you're trying to really shake them up real good. You ever had a person try to shake you and wake you up? Come on, come on, A, it's time to get up, bro. You know, man, you start swinging on them. There's some people that fight you and shit.
I heard
That's what
Dr.
it's.
CD breaking that down in a lecture.
Right, right,
He
right.
was
It's
saying
hard to
that.
wake, right. So this
He was saying
that's
just because you came into
right,
consciousness, that's like your alarm going off, when you
right,
woke up.
right.
And just because you up, don't mean everybody in the house ready to wake.
Yeah, man, them motherfuckers get up and box the hell out.
Yeah,
Shit, they did.
they will try to fight you if you
Hell yeah,
disturb
man.
your sleep. So, and everybody wakes up in their own time. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Facts, bro.
that's why, man, you don't see me debating and arguing with motherfuckers. I
You know,
know people go
I'm
in
not, yeah,
their
do
own
you,
time.
do what you gotta do, but I mean,
I can agree to disagree, or I
right.
leave people where they at. Um,
Facts. Facts,
I
family.
meet people
Facts,
where they
bro.
are, and I'm quick to leave them where they at.
All right, man.
So,
Man, ain't that shit about I mean, I see you was gone. A1, where you took off earlier?
yeah, I had went to go meditate. I had dropped down off the screen though. I'm like,
Okay.
shoot, if they back when I'm like, if they here when I come back, I'm gonna just play the music and
Cool.
let the
Yeah.
background show.
Cool, cool, cool.
Put a little time
Yeah, man.
to this
Chop it up with my boy
animation.
only. Hell yeah.
We got to
Yep, my
use this
man.
animation again. Only we're gonna have to do another episode on this because this graphic too fire, man. Quantum, now he done fell asleep.
Man.
He passed out.
What'd you say, son?
I said we're gonna have to do another show on this topic because this graphic too fire to only use once.
Oh, definitely. Definitely gonna have to do. I mean, we can always change that one little old word and right up in there. Only
Oh yeah,
space. We can and put a new topic with that background. And let's talk
but
about the
there's a
same
lot we
thing.
didn't cover. Remember, there's.
Right.
I think we could stick on this topic for phew, 2 3 weeks for real. There's so much getting into quantum mechanics and time being an illusion. Um,
Yeah, and you're right. And you
the
didn't even really
physicists
get
that
the.
say space time doesn't exist at all. Like,
Yeah, well, you didn't really get to engage because you was doing other stuff, and you be having them great questions.
yeah. I got that whole back room together though. Remember I showed you on the camera
That's
earlier?
that's what the plan was,
Yeah,
right
I
there.
got the whole back room together. I'm gonna show you tomorrow. It's straight at the mirror.
It's real good.
It took me about 2 hours, but I did it.
Thank you again, man, for allowing me to be up in the Coliseum after hours.
You know it, man. Appreciate it. Always
Make
love
sure,
having you, man.
make sure I keep it clean before I leave.
Okay, I'm gonna mute like a mug. I was up here talking like a motherfucker. I'm over here muted like a mofo. I was like, damn, I want to see the room too. Hey, when you get done, I was agreeing with Quantum, man. Like, yeah, man. And
Oh, yeah.
thanks for having me on after hours too. I was echoing what he was saying.
Facebook, call me tomorrow. I'll show you.
For sure, brother.
Yeah.
For sure, fam, man. I guess I didn't know. I'm gonna go ahead and bid a farewell to the family.
If you drop down, man, make sure you keep your YouTube on so you can watch this last video.
Oh, you about to play another video? Oh, you gonna play it? I'm gonna stay on.
Yeah, he will. He will. That's what we're going
Things
to end.
we're looking
That's
outward to the cosmos, trying to
Okay.
figure out.
We already played this one though.
oh, did we?
Yeah, this the problem with human life. We played this
Oh,
when Emmanuel was here. I remember I was watching when this came on.
that's the wrong one. Okay, let me see. Let me grab the right one, man.
I missed most of this whole dang episode, man.
That's all right. You can run it back.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to
Yeah.
run this one back
Oh
because I
yeah. We
missed
will.
all of Emmanuel. I just heard bits and pieces of him talking about the ancient scriptures and all the ancient texts. How they got like the fish people and lizard people and stuff. And
I think
like that's something I always say. How do we discredit that? Because we want to take all this stuff from. We want to use all the inventions of Sumeria, Mesopotamia, all of that.
all
But
of
throw
that.
all they literature away. All they like. How did we do that?
Right. A lot of people think the ancients were idiots.
The people who came up with agriculture,
Right. And they're not.
civilization, we give them
Well,
credit for all of this
right.
stuff, but
Right.
don't read none of their spiritual texts though, because they was crazy.
Right. Right.
What?
How
How?
wild is that?
Let me get
Right.
this. You can't do both. I just never understood how society has got us to overlook that stuff and accept everything else that accept everything else. Like I don't know.
No, we might have watched.
Meat and spitting out the bones. I think that's just straight bull BS. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I think we might have watched all the ones that are all the other ones are for my
I'm gonna need you to help me put one of these together tomorrow too.
gotcha.
I
All
like
right,
way know how, but just walk me through it again.
yeah. We can play that last one right there. It's quantum onlyism. Just a recap.
And there's some clean slides too, man. Only I want to tell you, man, you got some clean graphics too, bro. You're pretty good with the software too.
Thank you, man. Thank you, man. I got a nice little system I've been busting down with.
I
Give
see.
it the right information, put the right coding in there, and you got it.
Before you
All
pass
right.
out, what's up with that PDF? Did you finish it?
Yep. Check this out. It's
Oh, the video or the
the
PDF? What am I checking
PDF.
out?
The PDF. I was about to say no. I was about to give you a
Email me the PDF so I can check it out. I'm about to play this.
bet.
Begin an exploration into a framework for reality called quantum. Today, we begin an exploration into a framework for reality called quantum onlyism. It's a fresh look at the oldest question we've ever asked ourselves: why is there anything at all? And it proposes that for thousands of years, we may have been searching for the answer in completely the wrong place.
You know, this is the question that lurks beneath every other question. It's the mystery that has launched religions, that's fueled scientific breakthroughs, and has kept philosophers up at night for centuries. It's the ultimate why. Why does all this exist? But a question this big doesn't just live in dusty books. It starts as a personal search, right? A search for answers that are more than just placeholders, more than it was just meant to be. It comes from a deep-seated need to understand the actual fundamental mechanics of reality. So let's begin that journey. To really get our heads around this new framework, we first have to travel back in time. We need to feel the immense historical weight of the question it's trying to answer. See, this isn't some modern philosophical game. From the very beginning, every civilization has looked out at the world and been struck by the same thought. This isn't just chaos. There's a pattern here. There is an order to things. And that order desperately needs an explanation.
In ancient Kemet, what we now call Egypt, they called it Ma'at. It was this fundamental principle of cosmic order, truth, and balance. Without it, they believed, everything would just fall apart. In Mesopotamia, they saw it as this constant, epic struggle to keep order against the tide of chaos. But then, the ancient Greeks, well, they formalized it. They began the hunt for the arche, a single, underlying substance or principle that could explain everything.
And that Greek search for a fundamental substance, that quest, really set the agenda for Western philosophy for the next 2,000 years. You had Thales, who famously proposed it was all just water in different forms. Then Anaximander suggested something more abstract, the operon, an infinite, undefined source for everything. Heraclitus looked around and said, no, the only thing that's real is change itself, flux. And that created a huge problem. I mean, if everything is always changing, how can you know anything for sure? Plato tried to solve that with his world of perfect, eternal forms. Then his student, Aristotle, brought the whole search right back down to earth, looking for real substances and causes in the world we can actually see and touch.
This debate, this fundamental tension between change and stability, just echoed through the centuries, all the way from Heraclitus to Kant, shaping the very way the West thought about reality. But here's the pivot. After all that time, after millennia of searching for the ultimate what, the basic stuff of the universe, the whole project kind of hit a dead end. It seemed no single thing could ever truly explain existence itself. Which leads to a radical idea. What if we've been asking the wrong question all along? And this brings us right to the core intellectual leap of this entire framework. It's a profound shift in thinking, one that, as we'll eventually see, finds some pretty incredible echoes in the strange world of quantum physics.
The shift is this, from substances to conditions. We stop asking, what is reality made of? And we start asking, what are the absolute non-negotiable requirements for anything to exist in the first place? It's a subtle change in wording, but it changes everything. So let's be really clear about this. The old question was like trying to make a list of ingredients for the universe. The new question, it asks for the recipe. What are the foundational rules, the absolute bedrock conditions that even allow for ingredients to exist and interact? This new framework proposes two of these fundamental conditions. The first one is time. Now, we're not talking about your wristwatch. Think of it as the deep principle of sequence itself. It's the possibility of before and after. It's the software that allows for change, for cause and effect. Without it, reality would just be one single frozen photograph. And the second condition is nature. Again, this doesn't mean forests and oceans. It means the principle of form, of identity. It's the set of rules that gives things stable properties, that makes a rock and not a cloud. It provides the structure and boundaries that stop reality from just being an undefined, chaotic mess. So, with these two fundamental conditions, time and nature, we can now put together the central idea of this entire framework. And here it is. This is the core thesis. Existence isn't a substance you can find or a place you can go. It is the state that emerges only when time and nature are present together. It's what happens at the intersection of order, change, and stable structure. Put simply, existence is what you get when a what meets a when. Let's just run a quick thought experiment. Imagine a universe with nature, but without time. You'd have all this structure, all these forms, but no change, ever. Just a frozen snapshot for eternity. Now flip it. Imagine time without nature. You'd have constant change, but no form, no identity, just a shapeless, unintelligible chaos. The point is, you absolutely have to have both. Understanding this deep historical context and really absorbing this fundamental shift in questioning, that's the essential first step before we can go any deeper. This quote really just says it all, doesn't it? The search is no longer for one special thing inside the universe that explains everything else. The search is for the fundamental operating system that allows a universe to exist and be knowable in the first place. And that incredible reframing of our oldest search, from substance to condition, is the bedrock of our entire inquiry. This has been our look into the origins of the philosophical question.
Yeah, man, that was just a quick little episode to show how
Yeah,
philosophy started.
that's a nice introduction there, brother.
I
I would
got
add that the picture that you had show when there's no time, you have a frozen. Well, take time actually to make that frozen image.
I got an idea.
It would
We
be like a
gon'
blank. It would be a blank pretty much if there's no time. Absolutely, you won't have any image at all. Like just a
yeah,
box. Yeah, that was a nice little tree, but they had to, they had features and contours all around. It take time to create that, but I got you. I know what you mean.
I had that ice block. That's why I put the ice
Right,
block around it, just to
I
show
got you.
you
Right,
saying
facts, facts.
moving.
yeah, we gonna have to re-upload this with like a little interview afterward. I'm
Well, I
Yeah,
already got. Look, this is to this. These episodes come from my first book. That's why this episode
okay.
one. This is the first chapter, and I got 8 episodes already ready. I got 12 chapters, so I
Yeah,
just got
so
to
here what we gotta do then. You gotta give me the 8 episodes so I can watch them, so I can write questions to each episode.
bet.
Then we'll re-upload them and let the video play first, and then go through a little 10, 15 minute interview at the end just on the topic. So that way it's specific to the topic, and then each one is a lesson.
That's exactly what I made them for.
that'd be a great idea. You know what, too, on Quantum Man, you should have one of your books out, brother, and if and just kind of like just take a pen and like just like a pointer and just go like just comb through it. Like so that'd be a nice little backdrop to the video while it's playing. Have a I don't know a split screen maybe. They'd be like, damn, people somebody tune in like this. I got the damn thesaurus out and this. The quantum only has some thesaurus with the video playing, old girl talking, and you just going down,
I
kind of
tell
give them a secondary reference,
man, I be trying to
Like
tell them this is a robust philosophy. They be
you gonna
thinking,
have to let me do some of these voiceovers now.
yeah, that's I need you.
Let me read some of these for you.
Got you.
Got you.
I get you this whole script. That's because
Get
that's
the
what I do.
script. Have a
Shoot.
script ready for me tomorrow. I'll
Oh,
take care of one. I'll knock one down.
it's over with.
Oh man, that's gonna be fire as hell. When you get A1 on there, that's gonna be fire as hell, bro.
It's gonna
So
be fine.
we about to turn all this stuff up. Man,
Right?
look. Hey, I was this last people don't even know this last couple of months, my real life has been crazy. But don't nobody ever knew on here. I stay consistent no matter what was going on, where I was at. I was putting my computer and grabbing my TV like a nigga grab his game.
Right?
Leave. I'm like, come here, I'm taking my PS2. I'm out of here.
I
I
know
pack
that
my
spirit.
stream and stuff and be moved, be gone somewhere.
Know
Look,
that.
y'all don't even know the half, man. But
I know. I can imagine,
it's
brother.
it's, it's
That's
about to
great,
heat
though.
up, man. This summer is looking real bright.
Good.
So
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about, bro.
stay tuned for a lot more. I'm really about to get in my creative bag now. So uh, yeah,
Hey, man, man, hey, I wanted to, I don't know if you got the DM I sent you earlier. I wanted to, man, throw you that, throw you that amount I mentioned in the DM, man. I want to get a nice little vid too, man, nice little intro vid, bro. I like a maybe I don't know 35-second one, whatever, 40-second one.
call me. Yeah, call me tomorrow. Then I can show you what I was working on, and then you can tell
Okay,
me what you want me to do, and then we'll just hop back here on the stream yard, not live though, but so you can see what I'm doing, and I'll just be,
right, okay,
and
okay,
then you can
cool,
tell
yeah,
me, so I don't got to do it twice.
okay,
Like I like
time
people
that,
sitting with me while I work.
yeah, I can do that, no
I don't want
problem,
to make it, and then you be like, okay, now edit this and change this. Like, no,
right,
I'll be done. I'll
cool,
be
cool,
done. I'll be like, what? Huh?
yeah,
Go back and do what? Like, I don't know about that.
right, cool, man,
No, I
for
got you though. I
sure,
definitely do.
appreciate you, man.
Yeah, if you can sit with me, I got you. I make my homies do the same thing. Like, man, you want me to edit this music video? You gotta sit with me or hop on the like. You can stay at home, just hop on the stream yard. I'll be editing the music video. I'll pop them in the stream yard. Like, tell me what you think and tell me what you want me to change. Cause I'm not doing to go to sleep on it and send it to you tomorrow and then wait a day and find out what you don't like. It take too long, you know.
Yeah,
I'll be trying to be as effective as possible. So, but yeah, we'll take care of that.
sure, bro, sure, broski, for
Oh yeah, I
sure,
gotta get
broski,
with you and get your address and stuff, so that way I can send you these shirts too. I'm doing a shirt raffle on Friday.
for real,
I got a bunch of
okay,
some fire designs, so I'm going to raffle tickets off, but people who want to support can just go buy the shirt they like if they don't want to wait. You know what
okay,
I'm saying? So that'll be a
okay,
thing. It'll be a way for me to showcase the new inventory. I'm going to try to turn it into a black expo. So anybody who you know that has a black business or anything online, anything,
okay,
they can come.
okay,
And I'm going to try to make it like an online black expo.
okay. Yeah, I got an online store. Yeah.
Yeah, if you got an online store, come promote
Yeah.
your products.
Okay.
Yeah, tomorrow I just came up with this when I got up from the meditation. Like, so I'm about to tomorrow. I'm about to get on the ball. It's just messaging a couple people, letting them know what time, and trying to get at least 4 or 5 vendors. I really want to say 5 or 6, but
Yeah, man. I'm shit. If
some
you want,
people
I
might see
mean,
us live and
yeah,
pop up. I'll
yeah.
drop that link. Like if you got a business, pull up, promote what you're
That's what it's
doing, share
about.
your
Oh yeah,
website,
definitely.
so people can support.
I'm down. Yep.
We trying
Yep.
to make some money on Friday. You feel me?
Huh.
The first is coming up.
Right. Man,
So
I
we
hear
about
you,
to
brother.
support black businesses. It's gonna
My
be a
brother
Black
getting
Friday, Devin.
getting it early.
Black
He was
Friday in April. Shit.
all right. Hell yeah, man. Just in time for Memorial Day up in this month.
Definitely, definitely. So yeah, I'm gonna raffle some shirts off just to have some fun. And I already know how to do it. I can put the raffle tickets on my website. Go buy you a ticket. I'll be sitting here writing down names on paper. No, actually, I'm gonna go buy some tickets or print some. Yeah, I could probably buy some from the little party store.
Okay.
Can't
Yeah,
hurt or
man.
something.
If that store open, man, you gonna be that boy gonna be over in there frying and cooking up. Are you gonna hire a cook right off the top before you
No,
open?
heck no. I'm about to be doing
Okay.
everything myself when I first open.
Okay.
When I first open, it's about to be me, family, and that's it. And like a couple
Okay.
friends. I got some friends. My friend cooks right now. He does catering and everything. So he's gonna
Okay.
come over here and fill in for me a little bit. Um, but I'm not even opening that part first. Like I've got to do something else. I'll talk to you about what I'm doing later. I'm opening the
Okay.
convenient part, and I'm doing the
Okay.
other stuff first, and then that the kitchen stuff has to be put on the back burner until I get my triple sink installed, my mop sink, and my hand sink,
Got you.
and that's like about it's about $2,000, something like that, 1,500, 2,000. Whoever I go through has to be able to pull a commercial permit from the city. I can't just have like somebody who works on houses come do the plumbing. So
Yeah, you
they
like
got a
that
list of
city
people.
guy, city come and do the inspection. Like, man, how the hell you get this sink
Yeah,
up in here? Huh?
I,
Where your
I
permit
already went.
say?
I went through that at another business. We did it.
Really?
Look, we did the electrical and we did the plumbing on some ghettos ish, right? They came in here like, "What the heck is this?" Like, take it all down. I was
Oh
like,
no.
oh yeah, we'll never do that again." That was a lesson learned. Sometimes you gotta
Damn.
pay to play. That's how I go when you're a boss.
Right.
I mean, it ain't do nothing but put the opening off another like 90 days. You thought
Okay.
we was ready to open it. It was like, it might have even been longer than that. It might have took 4 months. I don't know. I can't remember. It took me a minute to open that spot. I had the keys to that spot for I want to say 18 months before I opened that spot up. So
That convenience store is pretty. That's a pretty profitable business too. You get that right spot.
yeah, well, I mean, I got the sweetest location.
For real?
Heck yeah, I'm right across from the main park in the city. Like I'm
Mm,
in the city square,
mm.
right on the edge of the city square. So the park where the stadium is for the local football team for the high
Okay.
school, and Lake Erie College plays there.
Damn.
So they're literally 500. I can see the game and hear the shit that's going on from my store. I'm the first store that they come to when they pull out of here, out of
Oh
there.
man.
So all the kids are about to be over here, getting candy and something to drink for the summer. I'm gonna be outside with different activities and
I was
stuff.
just gonna say
Always,
that. I
yeah,
was just
always
gonna
doing a bunch
say
of
that.
stuff for
Okay.
the community. So, yeah, if you type in my government name in this city, you're gonna see a bunch of articles. Well, yeah, you gonna no, none of my bad articles come up. Actually, all the positive stuff come up. Yeah, because did a whole like the stop the violence rallies I do out here. I do everything through
Really?
the business though.
Damn.
So if my business isn't up and running, there's no community events up and running. So it's like I don't know. People think they hating on me. They stopping they're holding the community back. Like you're not. You think you're holding me back? You're holding a whole lot of people back. I do a lot for everybody, not just online. Like this is just how I move. But yeah, I do a stop the violence rally, the winter coat drive. What else? Back to school giveaway. And there's one more. What am I missing? Oh, it's like the holidays, so that's just basic trick or treat stuff like
Okay,
Christmas. Um, I
that's
did do
cool,
Christmas
bro. That's what's up,
giveaways.
bro.
We did Christmas for we did presents for families. The last one I did, but that was like 4 years ago. So, um, but you know
Wow,
what's
that's
funny
all
to
right.
even get into that stuff?
What's that?
I had to go to I had to go to the church. I had to go to the
Right.
church to get into
Hell yeah.
the donating community. You know, I'm an
Yeah,
agnostic, but I went
You,
and
you, you
donated
can
my
get on
time.
in the church.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
wasn't trying to get on though.
I
What
mean, I'm
what
talking
I
like
really was
from a
trying to
business
do was
standpoint.
just
Yeah, a lot of them support black businesses. A lot of them eat chicken. A lot of them go to the
yeah,
convenience
yeah.
store. So
I mean,
a lot
everybody
of them
already
gonna
know
come
who my
buy dinners at the restaurant. Man, shoot, it's all kind of money up in the church. I don't know about
no,
worshiping none of
I
that
can't
stuff,
do
but
that though. I can't do that where I'm at. Every like I already
really,
wear my I wear who I am on my sleeves, so it ain't no mystery how I like. Everybody already know who I am, how I move, what I think. When I pop up at the church, they're gonna be looking like, but I'm there donating and giving my time and volunteering, so they're not about to be tripping. I mean, even if I came to service, they weren't gonna be tripping. They think they going it's a time to save me in their eyes. So
yeah, you're right.
but I go donate, volunteer my time. Like I was doing it during COVID. They were doing the local church was doing the lunch giveaways, and they were
Where they giving out shots?
no, they weren't giving out no shots. So they
I
were
see
giving
some
out
churches
bag
here locally
lunches.
do, believe it or not, someone come
Yeah.
here for your shots. I was like, man, what the fuck, bro?
So I went up there and I was just helping pack lunches and pass out lunches, and then I would drive around after it was
COVID
over.
shots on Wednesdays.
COVID
Like, oh,
shots.
hell no.
Then I would drive around after and drop off lunches to people who couldn't make it.
Got you.
And then that's how I got into the philanthropy community because the people who were there, they didn't know what I did the first couple times I popped up, and then that's how I usually do it. I don't say nothing like I got a store and all of this that. I just get cool with people and just vibe, and then as time progresses, I'll pop up and say, "Hey, I want to throw this. You guys gonna come help me? How can we get this going?" And then like that's how I got into it. But I knew like that was the gateway into it. Like I had that planned out before I went. And then they started helping me with mine, and now I'm tied in with the city out here. So anytime I do an event, the police chief pull up. They still tax me though. I ain't gonna lie. They be trying to run in my pocket, and then they start upping the price on stuff. I think it was to discourage me from doing more for the community than they do, but it didn't stop me though because I had the support of the city. So
There's always got to be a saboteur in the crowd, right?
yeah, once I started, when I first was doing stuff like the Stop the Violence rally, they weren't because of my record. I have a record, so I mean nothing crazy, just the basic trap trap star trap star kick though. Nothing too crazy.
Right. Yeah, right.
uh,
Shit.
so at first they weren't trying to come out, and then I threatened to expose them on social media with the letter that they sent me telling me that they
Uh,
weren't going to come out and still do it anyway and tell everybody there that where I was going to have to do it, I was going to have to move it. Like, just let everybody
damn.
know that this happened because I didn't have the support of them. And so that ended up putting pressure on them and they came out. Uh, and now they come out to all my stuff, though. So,
Cool. Okay. Wait, man, just squash that shit.
yeah,
Good.
yeah.
Okay. Good. That's
I
good, bro.
guess it
You
was
don't want
just
to
the initial hump in the road just to see if I was serious. Like, how
see
bad
what
does
you're
he want
gonna, yeah, whole state of course, right? And
it?
give
Yeah,
them a
like,
little
well,
resistance to see,
we see nothing's going to stop this
right.
guy. He's going to do it off his front porch if he has to.
Right. Man, that's what's up, bro. Man, that's great to hear that, bro. You gotta, man, definitely, man. It's fun, maybe when we get it, when everything gets set too. You could even maybe do a maybe a commercial in the on the channel.
And you know who I'm talking about? Actually, Chef Darius. He's a judge in the tournament.
Yeah.
Chef Darius. He's gonna fill in as a cook here sometimes, and
What?
he helps me with pretty much all my philanthropy work. He does his own philanthropy stuff too. He helps me with my stuff, but just like I don't know. It's like we show up to support each other's stuff, but he plans his own stuff and I plan my own stuff. We're both
Okay.
Virgos, so I guess we both want to be in control. So
Okay.
he's like, I don't want to have to ask anybody how I want to do it, and he probably knows I have strong ideas. So, but I always just help him like as a cosign, like just tell me what you need and I'll be there. Like I never help him with the planning and organizing. He does all that on his own. Like so, he has his own stuff going on, which is dope. You know what? I'm going to interview him soon because he does a Juneteenth thing and he does a 4th of July thing. Somebody got
Damn.
one of his friends got killed on the 4th of July. I'm sorry, they didn't get killed. They did pass away though. So he does a thing called Trade Day on the 4th. It's for the kids in the neighborhood.
That's great, man. Brothers, man. We really we coming back in a major way, bro. Man, other black dudes, man. Nowadays, man, we really rediscovering ourselves for real. A lot of people they would have to bear witness to that shit, bro.
Yeah,
You know?
man. And we young too. Chef Darius is younger than me. I'm 40. Chef Darius is what 33, 35 doing this. So he's like he had it young. You know what I'm saying?
At 33, yeah, that's real young. At 33.
Yeah, doing a lot for the community, doing more, more than the elders, to the point that the elders were trying to hate, steal our ideas. The same thing we dealing with on here, man. Oh my God, that's crazy. It's the exact same stuff we dealing with. Wow, I didn't think about that. Yeah, the same stuff we dealing with when we trying to do stuff for the city. We've had the NAACP trying to steal our ideas and get ahead of us and do
Bro?
the same thing we're doing. Yep, especially Chef Darius, because when he does stuff, he taps in with them. I never tap in with the NAACP. I just never knew anybody, but he knows people in that work with them or for them, whatever, however they're tied in. So he would go to the meetings, stuff like that, and present stuff. And next thing he knows, he's getting denied for his permit, and they're throwing the exact same thing under
they're like, we'll take thanks
somewhat
for showing
similar
us that
title.
idea.
Yeah, they stole his basketball tournament for the city. The NAA. I don't know if
What you say?
that might have just been the city. They stole it and then threw it right in front of the Job and Family Services.
Right, I'm about to say, as soon as Darius walk in with that
telling him
idea, I'll
he
say, "Oh,
couldn't
thank you
do
for the
it.
idea," because we wouldn't have thought of that. Thank you.
Yeah. After telling him he couldn't do it.
Right. You can't do this. We'll take it from here. It's
I'm
wild as
gonna
hell.
interview him about that and
The
find out
nerve
what
of them
him
people.
and his peoples have going on with the city, because I know they got some stuff going on. He's stay active, so it's a blessing to have him as a judge helping out in the tournament. So
Facts, bro.
he just
Damn.
judged Honey's debate, and I'm working on the Pan debate right now.
So he about he's debating Pan coming up.
No, he's working. He's a judge.
Okay.
I'm talking about, he's a judge.
Who won that debate? Is there an official decision about Pan's debate with
No, not yet. There won't be one to this weekend.
Okay.
My other judge messaged me and said he watched it, but he won't be able to record anything for like a few days. So I told him, don't worry about it. Take your time. Get it done this weekend.
I wonder what else I see. I wonder if any other debates coming up. Well, speaking of debates, I think Quantum and King J might be putting something together.
Oh yeah, they are. Yeah, already got it in the works. The flyer already put together over here.
What?
I move
You'll be
fast.
playing, bro. Hardest
Hey.
working man in Hollywood.
Hey, I remember Gideon and Cosmo Cal, right?
Uh-huh.
I was new to Gideon. So Gideon was on the page and they locked in a debate and said they wanted to debate something. Bro, I had the flyer done in like 20 minutes before they got before the stream could end. I'm like, no, nobody get off the phone. And then I popped it up like, here y'all go.
Yeah, we were locking in that debate. Like, y'all ain't going nowhere else.
Yeah, I locked that one in because you know how people talk and then they
right.
Right. I know Cosmo he works a lot, so I won't say a lot. I don't know how much he works. I just know
Cosmo's funny as hell.
So
he
doesn't have as much time to recover. He be in the track.
Bro.
In the track.
Right.
Yeah.
I
I ain't
was
mad at it,
wild
man.
as
I
hell with
definitely
that.
respect that shit, man. Motherfuckers working,
I was like, dude.
and I'm doing all of this, and I'm still about to get me another little job on the side. You think I ain't?
Yeah,
For just to lock it in, just to lock my success in. It's about to be summertime. I ain't playing. I'm about to have somebody
man.
else hosting. Go pick me up another little side gig real quick, just for like a month or two, man.
Yeah. You say, what? Oh, that'll be kind of cool, man. For a month or two, huh?
Yeah.
And then yeah, for some extra cash, boost it up. But we
Dang,
shit with
I'm glad I'm talking to you right now like this because even just saying that just made me realize before I do that, let me call my homie who I work on houses with because it just warmed up. So he might need me on
okay,
the roof or he might need me painting something that he don't want to get on the ladder for.
okay.
I'll put it
That's
up for a
cool.
couple hundred.
Yeah, yeah, right. For real,
Then
bro.
I like
For
that
real.
job. That's a couple hundred in one day type ish.
I'm excited, man, for you getting your store open, bro. You get your store open, man. Then the restaurant, in the restaurant part, man, you gonna be cruising, bro. For real.
Yep, yep. I mean, I want to say I'm looking for investors, but I never took an investor ever in life because, well, most people want to invest and want a piece, and that's just what I don't do because now I got to deal with you unless I don't know the character. I mean, like, it's certain
Right.
people I can deal with. Certain people with shit cool, smooth. My one homie, I got homies. We've never ever fallen out ever. We talk to each other respectful at all times. We don't ever. And when we do, it'd be so rare and far few in between. Whoever it is, just get the grace. Like, are you okay right now? Like, we ain't even tripping. Like, because we didn't lock so locked in. But other people, I don't know. People's character be off, and people don't know how to talk to each other. The same way people talk on here, they'll try to get to
Right.
talking to you in real life. I don't play that either. As soon as you talk to me crazy one time, that's we cut off. Kind of, pretty much, unless you like I say, one of my day ones, man. And it's some far
Oh,
and few in between. Like it's rare because
oh,
everybody, I'm big on everybody getting their respect, man. And like I say, I don't play that shit in real life. Don't nobody disrespect nobody in front of me in real life. Take that if you get it, because wherever I'm at is my kingdom. You know what I'm saying? So why is it happening in front of me? You got to take that somewhere else. You get up out my
right.
house, or get up out my stove, or get from in front of my stove. Take that shit down the street. I don't know what's going on, and it's really none of my
Yes,
business. I don't want to see it. I'm not trying to
man.
break nobody, but just get it away from me. I ain't jumping in to break up, nothing to take sides. Since that's what y'all do, move around a little bit.
Huh,
Yeah, man.
man, what the? I hear you, bro. I hear you. It's like all man. You got all kinds of plays, bro. You got more games, more plays than a defensive coordinator.
Man, if you only knew for real. I got a trailer sitting over in my people's backyard that I'm supposed to be turning into a food truck. I'm procrastinating on that. I got too much stuff going on. When I'm gonna do it eventually and just put it up in like 7 days. It only take me like seven
Okay.
days to
I know you
turn it
glad. You
into
know you
a
at
truck.
least you got it though.
Yeah, it's just sitting over there getting
You
rained
take your
on.
time and just piece it together as you get the money coming in.
I gotta strip the wood off of it, put new wood down, put the mat down, put the we putting wood walls up, drywall the wood, put the aluminum around it, then wrap the aluminum in vinyl wrapping, then put the logo on it. Electric and plumbing is super easy. That shit puts together like a dang race car track for real. The plumbing does, and then the electric with the generator, it's almost like it's all. You remember plugging up some speakers pretty much back in the day,
Yeah.
some house speakers. Man,
Yep.
that's how they got the electric pretty much now. So it's real
Oh, that's
easy.
cool. That's easy as hell.
You can put your switches on, and then it's not hooked up to a power line, so you don't have to worry about getting shot. You feel me?
Okay. Right.
Like
Right. Even.
when
Oh
it's off, it's
man.
off. Yeah, when it's off, it's off. You don't got to worry about like is this
Okay.
wire dead or is this wire not dead? Like you just put
Right.
it together and then you hook up the generator. So it's super easy.
Okay. Yeah, man. That's a blessing. It's a blessing. You can do it all yourself. You got to know how to do everything yourself and save. Man, you
Man,
saving all kinds of money.
YouTube University.
Right,
Don't
right,
let me get the line to you about nothing, man. Like I'm just the
right.
I just know where to go to get the information and to learn how to do it. And if I can see somebody do it, I can do it. And then whatever bump I run into, I'll find somebody for that to show me how to fix that when I run into it. But I don't let nothing stop me. I'll be then tried to build it, got halfway through, like, dang, I can't get past this part. Okay, I got to call the welding guy. Okay, yeah, you do that. Okay, now I can get back to finishing. I can get back to following the video now. He got me past the stump or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Something
Yeah.
might be done, whatever that I can't do or don't know how to do yet. Don't even know how to troubleshoot it. Like, what the heck is this? But there's somebody for that. Um, I know how to wrap cars. You're gonna see me wrapping cars this summer, putting them
Damn, you can
videos
rap
up.
cars too?
I wrap cars.
That's
I'll wrap your
that's
car in
hard as
48
hell to
hours
rap.
by myself. I
For
almost want
real?
to say one day, but if 48, one day I'll have the body done, and then the detail, which would be your mirrors, cutting around your lights, making sure all your trim and shit is right. I'll spend the next 24 hours like taking my time doing that. But if I have two
Damn.
people, it's definitely a one day job. Your door handles and stuff got to come off. Your mirrors got to come off. I learned how to do all that stuff on YouTube, bro. And then just going and doing it on my stuff. That's how I learned
It's
how to mix. That's how I learned how to do all this editing, all
yeah.
this editing and animation. But I've been editing music videos for over, dang, almost 15 years. I've been doing video editing and production for a long time. You know what I'm saying?
That's what's up, bro. That's what's up. On the vinyl, man, how like the rap, is it like hard as hell? What about the rear quarter panels and stuff? Yeah.
No,
Do you have to
man,
use a
all
heat
that stuff is
gun?
easy, bro. I know how to do all that stuff so easy. I just found one. It was practice. I ain't gonna lie, I got my OG slash business partner on a lot of endeavors I do. Um, he had the shop, and I ain't gonna say he taught me, but he did. I was helping him, but he learned the same way. We learned the same way. So when he learning something, I'll go over his house like, "What you on today?" Because all I kick it with is people who doing something, and I just want to help you with what you're doing, or you're coming over to help me with what I'm doing. Because why are we hanging out? We're grown. We should be with our kids and our family. So if I'm going to another grown man house, what we working on? I'm not coming over here just to talk, to shoot the bobo. But I do that. I don't know. So all my friends are still at the same time my business partners in some sense, or we have something in common like that. Um, like even my day ones, they rap still and do all this other stuff. I do pull up to support their games though. My one homie plays semi-pro football. I go to his games in the hood. They on 50. Yeah, I go to his games. He
I
plays.
see you got a new track too.
What you mean?
I see you got a new intro track for the channel.
I got a couple new songs. I got some Jamar Milton on here. One of my favorite artists of all time, slash one of my favorite teachers of all time too. I can't wait to get him back on here. I interviewed him maybe a month ago. I might restream that soon. Um, the Lighthouse episode, and I got some new Connie Sun on here too. It's not new, it's still old, but I just been grabbing stuff and catching up to old stuff that I was saying I was gonna put up that I never put up. I got a list. I got lists everywhere, like to do list all over. I just found two from months ago, but there's still stuff I didn't cross off. So I'm about to take them and finish them.
Man. Hell yeah, brother. I'm gonna go ahead and lay my butt down, bro. It's been a pleasure, eh? Man,
Yes,
got me all updated.
sir,
I'm gonna
sir.
reach out tomorrow, man. Get with you, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, how long
Probably
you
in the
gonna be able?
afternoon. Definitely in the afternoon.
For
So,
sure. For sure,
what I
right.
got
No
tomorrow? I
kidding.
got OTK tomorrow. So for real, tomorrow I'm gonna actually act like I'm taking the day off of streaming, and I
Okay.
just gotta sit through his episode. He does all the teaching.
Okay.
Uh, I mean,
OTK.
I kind of
Okay.
just sit through every episode because I don't do no teaching on my channel. I do have some. I do actually have some podcast coming up though. I got one on manipulation coming up.
Okay.
Um, and I got one. I'm actually about to start doing. I got a book that I'm putting out, so I'm about to do a episode on every chapter of my book.
Damn, for real?
Yep, like a deep dive.
Damn, man. What software you use for your book? Because I'm trying to figure out which template to use or which publisher to go through. But I've been looking
Well,
at Amazon Publishing so far.
you know what's funny? Because look, I wanted to publish through Amazon, right? And I can. I still might, but I'm about to just self-publish. I got a publisher that'll print my books for me. I just got to buy 100 of them. So
Okay.
I'm still going to get them for like a dollar or two a piece. You see what
Okay.
I'm saying? So
That's not
it's
bad.
I just got to put up my own money, and then when people buy them off of my website, Amazon isn't taking 30% of my funds
Uh,
or whatever the f they take. I don't know. I think if yeah, I think my $10 book, I was only getting like $4 when I sold a copy, or $3 or something. I don't know. It was something little though. They was getting a lot, but I understand because they were printing it too, and then they wanted their cut on top of it. So they want to make their money back for the book.
huh.
Then they got to get their cut on top of that.
Oh, oh hell no.
So I'm just gonna cut them out and buy like 100 copies of my book. Like if I don't sell them, I'll donate them. I'm gonna
Yeah,
sell them though.
I
I got
buy
a
a book.
store. I'm gonna put them right in here in the store. So,
I'm about to say I put them in the store, y'all. Put
oh,
'em in the
bro,
store.
everything's about to go up because here's what's about to happen. I got the
Okay.
I got the Titans cards coming out. Then coming up soon, we're about to have the rap snacks, well, Titan snacks, and then I'm about to just put them in my store first, so they're going to sell. Like, and then people will be able to order cases of their favorite character off of the website.
Damn, bro. Yeah, keep me in the loop for sure, bro. I'm gonna definitely, man.
Yeah, but well, hop. You got to hop on a show or somewhere in this debate league so you could be on a bag of chips and in the
All
card
right.
game.
Oh man, would that be something?
Let's go.
Man, at some point I want to do a presentation. Get at least a presentation going, man, and I'll just have to figure out how to how to frame it. Um, uh, Probably I don't know. Probably I'll expand upon the law of vibration. I might go into that and maybe apply this to apply
Mhm.
different concepts and things to it to see how that goes with the fam and
Chapter
kind
three of my book.
really.
He said, "Really?"
Damn, got that boy already recorded up in there. Law
Chapter
of
three of my book.
vibration. That's a
Yeah, man.
bad law, bro. That law is out cold.
I'm actually coming out with a little book series. So
Okay.
actually, I'll show you the cover real quick. Or did you got it here? Yeah, I'll show you the cover. It should be on my website for sale like in the next 48 hours, hopefully. I was gonna do Amazon. I'm about to not do Amazon and just self-publish. I want to be independent, like with the music. Um, I'm tripping. Coliseum of Arguments book series. Which cover is it?
Gotta get my book going, bro. I
It's
gotta.
this one right here. Yep,
Oh,
The
cool.
Agnostic Guide to Faith, Science, and Sanity.
Oh,
Self-help
nice.
book
Oh
for
man, that's cool as hell,
Christians
bro.
deconstructing. And it's going to be a series because I'm going to do one for every religion. Well, the main three Abrahamic faiths, I should say. And I was thinking about doing one for like Buddhism too. Um,
Self-help book for Christians. Destructuring. Damn.
yep.
This is
And this
cool. Yeah, that's
is
nice. It's real nice.
for the
Yeah.
Christians going over the universal laws. So
Okay.
I tie a lot of stuff. I reference the Bible a lot in this, and I go over my
Okay.
background as a you know Christian preacher's son and
This is
how I
beautiful. This is
came
really
into
nice. Wow.
how I came into my different
Yeah.
where I get my morality from and my
Yeah.
code of ethics and all of that. It gets into a little bit of that,
Right.
and it
Beautiful.
ties it all to the universal laws because I do feel like they're universal and at play. And then it's a self-help book as well because forces you to it forces you to reflect
Right.
because I ask questions of the reader as well.
I see the kids meditating.
Yeah. So like it's and that's what it's for. Like It's going to challenge. It's not necessarily to challenge your thinking, but to challenge you to look inward at who you are. And it's not pushing any ideology. Obviously, I'm
Right.
agnostic. I don't have an ideology to push. I'm not even pushing agnosticism. It's I don't know. You kind of have to. You're gonna have to read it, and I think
Huh.
a lot of people are gonna read it. I think they're gonna be surprised, and I think they're gonna like it, no matter what religion they are. You know,
Yeah, man, this is great. Look at these kids. Look at these two kids, man. They're going in. They're going inward to the straight to the what they call it, straight to what you say, straight to the source, right?
straight to the source, man.
And
You
then,
see, I got the snake with the apple down there on
I
Shorty's
see.
side.
I was looking at that. That snake
Why
up
they
there
try
ready
to
to.
do it like that, man? That's not in the book, though. I ain't going over none of that in the book.
Had the snake on that mofo.
I felt like
With
it was important for the cover.
this is cool as
You know,
hell, man. Look at
I
that,
ain't
man.
gonna I ain't gonna come at the kids like that, man. You know, I ain't
Right?
coming
Got to,
radical at the kids. No, it's just
got to
you
bite out
know.
the apple. Everything. Got the futuristic background in the back. Got Saturn in the back of that mom.
And even outside of the title, like Christians would like this book. You know what I'm saying?
That's
So
nice, bro.
it's like that type of book. I didn't bash. There's no bashing at all going on whatsoever in my book. I take that back. The only thing that gets bashed in my book is repetitive cycles and um, wounds that people don't want to heal. You know, things
Right.
that people
Oh
don't want to
man.
look at. I bash that in this book. So, you know,
Huh.
I think people should check it out. I'm
That's
definitely
important.
going on a book tour soon. So be looking for me on some of your favorite podcasts.
Cool, cool, brother. That's
You
what's
feel
up,
me?
bro. You inspired me, man, to get my damn book together, bro.
You
You
let me
was
know if you need some help, man. Each one teach one. O.L.E.E helped me. Um, I actually had this written since September, but he's
really,
he's helping me get it out. And it's funny. I know how to publish. I already went through it, but I was just like, I don't know. I had so much going on, and I was just, I don't know. I'm like, man, come on, just hold my hand and walk me through the process, man. Like, I
really.
know I've done it before. I just got anxiety about this right now. Like, I can't think. So he's helping me get it up. Well, he was helping
What do
me
you do?
tighten
How do
it
you do
up.
your
He
your
did a review. I sent it to my dad. He also read
okay?
it for a review.
Okay,
Um,
oh yeah, for the proofread part.
yeah, proofread. My dad was the one, the major one, because I still had some questions because there was some. He corrected some stuff about like my background ideology about what the first type
Okay,
of Christians we were, our first denomination and stuff, because I had the wrong one down. So I'm glad I sent it to him. Um, and then the next one, be looking for both our names on the title. So
uh,
because he saw this and he's like, "Oh yeah, I see what you're doing there." He's
that's what
like,
I'm talking
I
about.
like how you did that there. I'm gonna have to go ahead and get me one." I'm like, "You better. You got the title and the degree to go with it. I'm trying to get your name on my cover. It made me look better. How do we do that?" You know what I'm
Right?
saying?
So hell would say, help me, help you.
Yeah,
You
but he
help me.
said that if
And
he gonna put his name on there, he's got to do it the right way. He has to put up so much of the work and so much of the energy into the composition.
that's cool, man. Hey, man, you deserve it, bro. You work so hard, man. You deserve that more, bro. And at the rate you're going, bro, I think you'll get it all what you're looking for, exactly what you want.
I'm hoping, man. I'm hoping. I'm affirming it every day, man. I appreciate you affirming it for me too, man.
For sure, brother. For sure, brother. Man, hell yeah, man. Man. Stay the course, brother. I think you definitely doing this a lot of things right, bro. For sure, man. I'll reach out and get at you tomorrow, man, and we pick up where we left off, bro, and keep a good thing going, brother. You know.
Yes, sir. The only thing this book is missing is a barcode and my name. Be on the
Ah,
lookout for that.
nice. Hell yeah, man. Chill.
We're
You
gonna end with
got
a
it.
song by Connie's son. Remember my motto: treat your smile like your money. Never let them steal it. Do you want to get some closing remarks, Sadiq?
Oh yeah, yeah. I don't know if we got some people. We got people still hanging out with us. I appreciate the solidarity and your patience in lending the ear, given that your time is valuable. I certainly appreciate it, and so forth. And I hope we gave you what you're looking for, and we kept you entertained and informed simultaneously. And definitely, bro, it's always a pleasure talking to the fam, man. I'm not just talking to them. I talk to myself as well. It helps me be a better person just talking to the fam. Right. And so with that being said, man, hell, I want everybody have a great day, a great morning, and a better afternoon. And you know,
That being said, we out of here with the song by Connie Son, Black Business. I usually listen to him on Spotify, but you can check him out on all platforms. Head on over to his Facebook and tell him A1 sent you. And matter of fact, I need to check on Connie Son, so I'm gonna call him tomorrow and be on the lookout for that interview because he said he was gonna do one. He said he had some new music, and he said he had some positive words that he wanted to spread throughout the community. And I'm definitely gonna make that happen for y'all. A lot of people have been asking and requesting him, so be on the lookout for Connie Son coming soon. Connie Son, I know you're on the West Coast. If you listening, good night to you, or rise and shine, whichever you're doing, man. Same to everybody out there. Peace.
thanks, peace.
Own it. You own it. You own it. Are you investing your money or are you spending? You got that hunger, you come from humble beginnings. It's time to own it. No paying rent where you living. Go buy the land and you pass it down to your children. Do you feel me? Being broke ain't a number, that there's a mindset. They say it's lonely at the top, you made that climb yet. You wasted time. God no can't get no time back. You can't flip numbers till the day you flip your mindset. Yeah, if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking refinancing everything to stay alive. Before you get yourself a play, create a Power 5. Self-directed IRA will make it certified. You saving up for your health because they hurting guys. Got to go insure your life. That's life insurance, right? Cause all the money made in a day is just might save your night. That 401k make it light, and if it's wrong, you make it right. You take too long, you pay the price. Only the strong gon' sacrifice. Now if I told you crypto numbers, you would think I was lying. I heard people 35 were talking about they retiring. They hit the store, they got the book, they even studied online. About to build financial foundation, one tool at a time. I'm talking black business, 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 black business. One turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me. And we never close and shop, that's how we build a legacy. Now one turn into two turn into three turn into four. Now we call that community. I shot with him, he shot with her, I shot with them, they shot with me. And we never close and shop, that's how we build a legacy. Come on now, black business, black business, black business, black business, black business, black business, black business.
Cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. So many bodies in the cemetery, death is an illusion, homie, so I ain't never worried. Just ever ready, the flow's colder than February, anybody can get it, I'm hotter than the Serengeti. Yeah, back in the day, quick to shoot the heady, catch you a fade and do you dirty in my little pennies, ready. Snatch for love, hit a nigga with a crossover. Plenty receipts, my homies do not at all sober. LeBron James of the motherfucking rap game, crack cocaine, come and whip you up a batch, man. I'm with the shits, knowledge is dollars, niggas, I'm rich. You won't find a product bigger than this. Downloaded it to my conscience, been bodying ever since. Right now it's starting to make sense. I blessed since I adolescent, been practicing, manifesting and stretching out to the heavens and leveraging energy vectors in several directions. I've been in the trenches with multi-dimensional vision. I ain't superstitious, but just for the record, I don't care if you respect it, nigga, fully invested. I don't care if you a legend, my appearance a blessing, appearance a blessing. So many bodies in the cemetery, brothers getting buried. Ain't no telling will I live or I die. Wish upon a star as I gaze upon the sky. Looking at the world and I see clear. So it makes sense, I don't wanna be here.
She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. See, I've been looking for a while. One who compliments my style, and whose pheromones so irresistible, it drives me wild. She ain't got no time to flex, way too blessed to be here stressed. Ain't compatible with low vibrations, nothing like the rest, no.
I don't know nobody. When you get down, just want you to be around.
Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. I just wanna see you smile. Keep my number on the dial. I anticipate and cannot wait until you come around. Cause I just wanna take you home. Sit a deal and set in stone. You should never be alone. You with me, with me, with me.
I don't know nobody. When you get down, just want you to be around.
Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. Just say love, then I don't want it.
Gotta run that back, man, and that's Jamar Milton, man. Go look him up. Jamar Milton with 2 A's, baby.
She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. See, I've been looking for a while. One who compliments my style, and whose pheromones so irresistible, it drives me wild. She ain't got no time to flex, way too blessed to be here stressed. Ain't compatible with low vibrations, nothing like the rest, no.
I don't know nobody. When you get down, just want you to be around.
Come close to me, baby. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. I just wanna see you smile. Keep my number on the dial. I anticipate and cannot wait until you come around. Cause I just wanna take you home. Sit a deal and set in stone. You should never be alone. You with me, with me, with me.
I don't know nobody.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, yeah. oh yeah. Can't wait till I'm free. Then my sister don't gotta pay bills no more, then she'll be free. Then I can have my mama ride foreign like she's supposed to be, then she'll be free. Cause baby boy got it, mama don't you reach up in your wallet, not when you're with me. Oh no, no, no. So when I'm free, I'ma be right back home where I'm supposed to be, not in these streets. Trying to make a living for myself and my family so I can breathe. So if they need new shoes, I ain't gotta worry, cause it's all on me. Yeah, 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 yeah. The only time I feel free is with a mic, bright lights while I'm on the stage. They cheer for me. Got my whole family backstage doing the same like it should be. That would make me feel free. Yeah, yeah. That would make me feel free. I just wanna be free. Free. Wanna be free, 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 free. Wanna be free, I wanna be free, I wanna be free. I don't like feeling like this. I wanna be free. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah. I've been on the West Coast, best smoke, trying to get my money right. Then I turn my TV on and something ain't feeling right. Hold up, niggas dying every night, bullets flying left and right. Rest in peace to the young niggas that keep dying for the time. Hold up, the niggas ain't speaking on it. I love my city, so I'm speaking on it. I ain't being quiet while these young niggas ride. I ain't trying to get no more condolence. If you really gave a fuck about your city, then you would do something. Just cause you keep you a 30 in your clip don't make you a kid.
Yeah. Give a little more, y'all. Give a little more, y'all. That ain't all that you is, that ain't all you gon' be, that ain't all you gon' know, that ain't all you gon' see, that ain't all you gon' give, that ain't all you gon' take, that ain't all you gon' fix, that ain't all you gon' break, that ain't all you gon' kiss, that ain't all you gon' hug, that ain't all you gon' trust, that ain't all you gon' love, no. We all gotta pray a little more, each and every day a little more, so I had bad days before, know I'm gon' face some more. So I had a walk with God, I had a talk with God. He said, even when it get hard, it'll be not a problem, no. We all gotta pray a little more, each and every day a little more. So I had bad days before, know I'm gon' face some more. So I had a walk with God, I had a talk with God. He said, even when it get hard, it'll be not a problem, no. We all gotta pray a little more, each and every day a little more. So I had bad days before, know I'm gon' face some more. That ain't all you gon' do, that ain't all you gon' say, that ain't all that's true, that understand. That ain't all you gon' have fast. That ain't all you gon' underhand. That ain't all you gon' hope. That ain't all you gon' wish. That ain't all you gon' remember. That ain't all you gon' miss. That ain't all you gon' lose. That ain't all you gon' gain. That ain't all you gon' pull. That ain't all you gon' strain. That ain't all you gon' kiss. That ain't all you gon' hug. That ain't all you gon' trust. That ain't all you gon' love, no. We all gotta pray a little more, each and every day a little more. So, I had bad days before, know I'm gon' face some more. So, I had a walk with God, I had a talk with God. He said, even when it get hard, it'll be not a problem, no. We all gotta pray a little more, each and every day a little more. So, I had bad days before, know I'm gon' face some more. So, I had a walk with God, I had a talk with God. He said, even when it get hard, it'll be not a problem, nah. We all gotta pray a little more, each and every day a little more. So, I had bad days before, know I'm gon' face some more. That ain't all you gon' feel, that ain't all you gon' touch, that ain't all you gon' know, that ain't all you gon' love, nah. We all gotta pray a little more, each and every day a little more. So, I had bad days before, know I'm gon' face some more. So, I had a walk with God, I had a talk with God. He said, even when it get hard, it'll be not a problem, nah. We all gotta pray a little more, each and every day a little more. So, I had bad days before, know I'm gon' face some more. So, yeah, give a little.
She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't want it. She move her body like a shaman. All in my head, so much in common. Just say that word, baby, I'm on it. If this ain't love, then I don't. See, I've been looking for a while, one who compliments my style, then who's fair and most so irresistible. It drives me